Well, we're Latinos. I am Colombian. So I am happy to have you all here. I'm excited because every single time that we get together, we do magic. So imagine just the projects that we're going to create after this event.
All right, are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Let's
Make some
get this
noise
going.
if you are
Let's go.
ready.
Let's
Come
go.
on. Let's do this.
All right, all right.
We made it.
We made it. Now, let's give it up for the team that made all this possible.
Oh, sí.
Jury.
Some
Fabian.
applauses, please.
Basil and Cryptocito.
Welcome, guys, and thank you.
Buenos días, Medellín. ¿Cómo estamos?
What is up? This is so surreal. You guys are all here. I appreciate it. We got...
I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking.
Yeah, it's all right. We're going to take you in the back. It's all right. We'll give you some water when this is done.
Some guaro. You want guaro?
Maybe we'll do guaro. We got 1,000 people. You know that we got like over 1,000 people that flew out here
and
to come
there's
to Medellin?
1,000 here, and I think there's like 700 or 800 in a live stream. So, hello live stream.
Hi.
How are you guys doing?
Well, we're very excited. We got Yuri, Fabi, Michael, Cryptocito, and Basil, I guess. And,
Yeah, and so, I mean, we started this less than a year ago, the first edition of Cosmoverse. And last year was already huge, but this time it's just a whole different level. This is also big for me because I just love the city. I love Medellin, and I love cosmonauts. So connecting the two is really big, and I'm just glad everybody made it out. I know some of you had some doubts about Medellin because you hear like Narcos, Pablo Escobar, all that stuff. But now you're here, you have a good time. So enjoy the city, network the next week as much as you can. There's people from the mayor's office. I'm really glad that you guys are here from the city of Medellin. They will talk about the transformation of the city, how they managed to change it from the most violent place on earth to the software valley of Latin America. And big announcements. Obviously, everybody is looking forward for Atom 2.0. Who's looking forward for that? We got Zaki already lined up, so he will break the ice, and Ethan as well. But yeah, I'll let Yuri speak some words, and then Fabi as well.
Yeah, and once again, thank you so much for traveling for like partially such a long time. We heard about people who flew in from Fiji, from Vietnam, from everywhere in the world. And I know traveling right now is kind of tricky. A lot of you guys experienced that they lost their luggages, and still you made it. Thank you so much. And with that, before we really kickstart this, today is a very, very special day. Not only because of Atom 2.0, but
Dale.
it's my best friend's birthday. Happy birthday, Fabio.
Happy birthday, man. How old are you today?
24. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Colombia. And now we have a very special show to kick it off. So enjoy the man, Ethan Buckman. Tanuki, where are you?
Low-key, working on what's all this wicked Cosmo thing? So clear that it's king, no fear of bad kings. More votes, more interchain, staking. Mad at me because we can finally afford to provide ourselves with crypto financing. Got a chain with some simple rules and it's all full of stake for the interchain security. Feel the cross-chain love with the Cosmos hub and the Stargate breeze. Y'all think we wouldn't ship that new release? Crypto, please, you better bow down on both knees. Who do you think taught you about BFT? Who do you think brought you the IBC? Dave and Sonny, Chris Goes, Marco, Bez and Zaki, Jax at AMP, and the group that said interoperable sovereignty. Gave you a stack with a modular piece to assemble however you would. And when your gas usage wasn't looking too good, who's the team that freed you from solidity? Y'all better listen up closely. All you tokens that said we weren't cream of the crop, that Cosmos flop, yo, the reason that Tanuki ain't been getting no sleep. Build, y'all, all of y'all, and if y'all don't like it, you can fork for free. Y'all can keep working on this with me and free the world from the fiat tyranny. Nowadays, every token wanna talk like they got some use case. Nothing shows up, tell you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish, motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. Nowadays, every token wanna talk, they got some use case. Nothing shows up, tell you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. What do you say to someone building a chain? Anyone trying to build something today? Wanna resolve things in a sovereign way? Start building with the Cosmos SDK. One day I was walking by at a hackathon when I caught a guy give me an awkward eye, so I just showed him how to rock the ABCI. I don't give a fuck if it's in Go or not. What's hardest for me is that EVM call when I'm flash lung jacked right next to a humongous stack of brand new yield bombs. Hopping out from getting rug pull wrecked, trying to shrug it off. Uniswap 2 shit called to ruin. I'ma mine you until this airdrop heroin rainfall stops. And when it all came through, who was left with the chains of the IBC gang? With a sovereign heart, each doing its part. You know the interrupt thing? So from here on out, we sing a Cosmos tune. Cosmoverse today, Adam 2.0 soon. We still focused enough to ship a Cosmos up that'll take us to the roof. Cosmos IBC. Hotter than a fat diva treasury. A gang of interchain friends with an airdrop cup when new chains stand up to cement a legacy. Cos Muhammad, Bitcoin, Jesus-Dean. Sorry, Doc, but we've been crazy. We decentralized the whole gang, see? And you're not gonna make it, Samani. Nowadays, every token wanna talk like they got some use case. And nothing shows up, tell you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. Nowadays, every token wanna talk like they got some use case. Nothing shows up, tell you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't. If it was up to me, you motherfuckers would stop speculating with your alpha leak, looking at me like it's some VC. But you know all I care about is local currency. Now that we got some more company, everybody wants IBC to connect seamlessly. It's all about sovereignty, celebrating in Medellin. Told them all them little blockchains who you think help mold them all. Now you wanna run around talking about fees like you ain't got none. Can't think long term at all, we about to lift off. Now all I get is hate mail all day, saying value captures off what? We don't seek rent, we build with intent, whatever's most valuable, I ain't having that. This is the millennium of atom stacks, there's a whole cosmos hidden up to bat. Give me one more tungsten plaque and drive off in your Cadillac. So where's all the hype developers at? It's a new world full of meta crap, and all you savage Chaz know it's time to stack your raps and get validating Cosmos apps. Nowadays, every token wanna talk, they got some use case. Nothing shows up to you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. Nowadays, every token wanna talk like they got some use case. Nothing shows up to you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. Nowadays, every token wanna talk like they got some use case. Nothing shows up to you to buy the dip. Just a bunch of gibberish and motherfuckers act like Cosmos isn't great. Yeah. Woo! Cosmoverse! Yeah!
Started. So imagine what is coming. Well, first of all, I have something to ask from all of you. And it's last year we made a great job with the hashtag Cosmoverse. So right now you have to tweet about that, and we all have to put hashtag Cosmoverse. Everyone has to know that we're here, that we are huge, and that we're building great things. So please help us with that. And now, as CryptoZero was saying, Medellin has a reputation, but hey, that's not true. Like really, this is my country. I know that we have come a long way from the 90s. And here to talk about that is Juan Sebastián Gonzalez, Secretary of Innovation of Medellin. So please help me welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you very much for the organizers. This is an amazing event. Thank you very much for coming to my city, Medellin. I used to live in Ireland, in Europe, for many years. I was very happy, an amazing country. It was like the Silicon Valley of Europe. I am a software developer. Don't think that I am here a politician. I'm going to talk about politics. No, I am a software developer. This is my passion. And I want to let you know about the real Medellin, because Medellin is not just the history of Pablo Escobar. Medellin is about the Silicon Valley of Latin America. And the only risk that you have here in Medellin is willing to stay. So my invitation for you guys is not just come to visit, come to stay here. This is an amazing place. I'm back here in Colombia because in Ireland it was very cold the whole year. It was raining all the time. Here in Medellin, we had the best weather in the world, which is very important. So if you guys, many of you guys probably work remotely, you can work remotely for your companies from Medellin. It's an amazing place. I'm gonna tell you the story of how Medellin passed from being the most violent cities in the world during the 90s to being today one of the most innovative cities in the world. Medellin is a city located in the north center of Colombia. It is the capital of Antioquia department. It has 2.5 million people, 4 million considering the metropolitan area. It has a very difficult geography. When you come from the airport, you see Medellin is a valley. It's surrounded by mountains. And there is the river Aburrá, which is crossing the city from the south to the north. It's really a complex region. Actually, at the beginning, people thought that Medellin was not a viable place to live because of the geography. But here we got 4 million people. Medellin started growing in a very disorganized way. Without a proper urban planning, it started growing from the center of the valley. And it was even worse during the Civil War of the 1940s. From 1940 to 1960, there was a civil war here in Colombia between the political parties, Liberal and Conservador. 300,000 people died in Colombia. And this caused the migration of several people from the countryside to the main cities. In Medellin, many people came to the city from the same department, from Antioquia, but they were treated in the city as migrants. So the people already living in the city, the rich people, moved the migrants that were actually from the same region, Antioquia, to the north of the city and to the top of the hills, where there were no access to proper public services like health, education, transportation. They didn't have access to proper employment. So this caused that in the city they were creating sort of mini cities, rich mini cities and poor mini cities. The rich cities had access to public services, to employment, while the poor mini cities didn't have access to education, to transportation, to health. This caused that these mini cities started seeing each other like enemies. They thought they were part of different countries while they were all in the same city, Medellin. This social gap that was created between these mini cities caused the worst crisis of Medellin in the whole history during the 1991. Medellin was the most violent city in the whole world. 7,000 people died in that year. This is around 20 people per day. Actually, in my neighborhood, I remember that I was like around 7 years old. 10 people were killed because there was a sort of group that was cleaning the city, killing people that were just smoking, for example, any drug. My neighborhood was one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Medellin, and that is in the world. In order to overcome this crisis, Medellin had to change, and the public sector, the private sector, the academy, and the citizen sit all together in order to start working in ICT projects, in innovation and in entrepreneurship, because Medellin was not a viable city to leave, not just for the geography, but because of the violence that was happening in the city. One of the first projects that was implemented was the metro line. As you can see in the image, there was not just the metro line, but the cable cars that brought people from the top of the hills to the center of the valley, and this let all the mini cities connect to each other, and the people from the top of the hill that didn't have access to transportation and public services started getting access to the public services and to the employment. This is the symbol of social inclusion, the first symbol of social inclusion in Medellin, because it helped to connect everyone, all those mini cities. The poor mini cities started getting access to public services, and all these mini cities started understanding that they were part of the same city, Medellin. We started working in urbanism, projects like this one in Comuna 13, that probably you heard about it. Comuna 13 was one of the main dangerous areas of Medellin. Now is the most interesting touristic place in Medellin. So you are totally invited to visit that amazing place. Ruta N, this amazing building, beautiful and impressive building, is the most important innovation and entrepreneurship institution in Colombia. Here, the public sector, private sector, the academy, and the citizens work all together in order to create innovative solutions for the industry and for social innovation problems. Here, for example, during the pandemic, the private sector and the public sector sit all together to build and create ventilators in order to face this crisis. As you can see, there are around 360 technology-based companies that have come to Medellin and created headquarters here in the city. This is how Medellin started understanding that they had to change the way they saw the city. They started to understand that they had to change the economic vocation of the city, because there was happening a deindustrialization. We were a manufacturing country, a manufacturing city, but the manufacture was even cheaper to import from Asia than buying to the companies that were created in Medellin. The city understood that, and that's why, can you guys help to? That's why the city elected a software developer as the mayor of the city. Daniel Quintero has been the youngest mayor of the city in the whole history. He's a software developer, and I am a software developer as well. He selected me to lead the Digital Innovation Secretary, which was created in 2020. It's a new secretary, and the main objective of this secretary is to help in the digital transformation of the government, but in the digital transformation of the territory. And this is how it started the road to become the Silicon Valley of Latin America. We got too many strategies. We want to become a Silicon Valley, a software valley. This is the main strategy, which is basically to change the economic vocation of the city, passing from being a manufacturing economy to be an ICT and knowledge-based economy. And we would like to be a smart city as well, a city that make decisions based on data and that improve the quality of life of the citizens by using 4th Industrial Revolution technologies. The first thing that we did was to destroy a prison. This was a prison that we destroyed, and we created on top of that prison a new university focusing for Industrial Revolution technology. In this university, there are a lot of programs, but the one that I like the most is the Specialized Talent, which is basically a program that trains young people during 6 months, 4 months in the classroom, and 2 months productive projects in the industry. So during 6 months, we are planning to train 50,000 people in software development, data science, drones, big data, artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, and all the 4th Industrial Revolution technologies. Another project that I like the most is the Software Valley Centers. When I was talking about Ruta N is the most important and impressive innovation and entrepreneurship institution in Colombia. As I told you, they created ventilators during the pandemic. When I was in the high school and the university, for me, Ruta N, that impressive building, for me was something that unreachable because I thought I had to be a genius or I had to have a very genius idea in order to knock the door in that amazing building. But I was wrong. Ruta N is for everyone. And what I was thinking in that period, there are many people that think the same, and that's why they don't knock the door in Ruta N. We are breaking and destroying that imaginary by creating small Ruta Ns in the neighborhoods. Those small Ruta Ns in the neighborhoods are called Software Valley Centers, and they have all the institutional offer of Ruta N just around the corner of your home place, so you can go there. The children, the young people, the adults can go there to be training for Industrial Revolution technologies. As you can see here, they are being trained in metaverse, in blockchain, in drones, in 3D printing. They have all the support to consolidate their companies. There are all the offer when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship, but the best is that it's just around the corner of your home place. Medellin is divided by 16 comunas or regions, which is the urban area, and 5 corregimientos, which is the rural area. In total, 21 comunas and corregimientos. The idea is to build one software valley center in each corregimiento. This physical space, as you can see, they are being trained as well in robotics. What is our goal? Our goal is that the children and the young people, the role model is not going to be anymore Pablo Escobar or the drug dealer that is exporting drugs and importing illegal dollars to the neighborhoods. We don't want those guys to be the role models for our children and our young people. We want the role models to be the software developer, the young people that go to these software valley centers to study software development, data science, and start exporting services abroad, importing legal dollars, and being the richest people in the neighborhoods. We want those to be the role models for our children and our young people. We are giving 200,000 computers to the most vulnerable education institutions in the city, 200,000 computers. And apart from this, we are giving digital culture with courses, training. So as you can see, we are doing this from the schools, in the high school, in the 4th Industrial Revolution technology university. We are doing that from the software valley centers. So we are changing the economic vocation of the city to be economic, knowledge-based and ICT-based economy. So we are transitioning from manufacturing economy to knowledge-based economy. We implemented a very interesting project, which is Matrícula Cero. So the idea is that the students in the universities won't pay any more tuition fees, because here we got very beautiful and very powerful public universities, but there are 3 here in Medellin that they are not for free. And in this administration, we implemented this project, and these 3 universities are already for free. This is the first time in the whole history of Medellin that these 3 universities are for free for everyone. We are implementing an innovation district, which is basically to create innovation nodes specialized in different topics. For example, circular economy, health, GovTech, climate change. And the idea with this node is to bring together the public sector, the private sector, the citizen, and the research groups in order for them to create innovative solutions for the smart city problem that we got in the city. So the idea is to start creating an ecosystem of innovation in the city. And this is the root of the future Silicon Valley that is gonna be Medellin. We got the second strategy, which is Medellin Smart City, which is basically to improve the quality of life of citizens by using technology, by using information, by using communications. These are all the technologies that we are using in the city in order to improve the quality of life of our citizens. This is how we conceive a smart city. In order to have proper data to make better decisions, we need proper connectivity, internet infrastructure. We need smart city platforms in order to collect data in real time. We need proper data integrated to make better decisions, and with this data, we can implement digital services for the citizen. There are many regions in the city where the coverage of internet is 50%. Only 50% of the people have internet, mostly in the rural areas. In order to overcome this problem, we have an idea that we are already implementing, which is basically to create a unique infrastructure, because for the internet service providers, it's not profitable to implement a whole infrastructure because it requires a lot of capex, a lot of capital to implement an infrastructure in areas where there is a very low density population. They won't have return of investment. And this is happening in other type of infrastructure like the airports. If you ask an airline to implement their own airport, they won't have the money to implement their own airport. So we are copying that model to the connectivity models, because in the connectivity, every internet service provider has their own airport. So our idea is that we're gonna implement a unique airport, a unique fiber-based, high-quality infrastructure in those areas where it's not profitable for the ISP. So in that way, we get an economy of scales. We rent that unique infrastructure, like that unique airport, to the ISPs, and the ISPs will provide the internet services to the home places and to the companies. In this way, we manage to solve the problems of coverage of internet in those areas where it's not profitable for the internet service providers to get. We are already implementing several projects to improve the connectivity in the rural areas and in the urban areas where people don't have enough money to pay the internet. And we are implementing an IoT infrastructure in order to have real-time data of what is happening in the city. When it comes to temperature, when it comes to traffic, when it comes to air quality. And this is happening right now. We are changing 150,000 street lights from sodium to LED. And in the second phase, we're gonna put some small brains, and more small smart sensors on top of these street lights in order to create what is called IoT network, a mesh network, where every sensor in the city can connect, and we're gonna create business models on top of that network. But at the beginning, we're gonna solve social problems, understanding more what is happening in the city by having real-time data. During the pandemic, we thought that the pollution in the city was caused by the companies and by the cars. But during the pandemic, when everybody was at home, nobody was working in the offices, nobody was driving, the pollution still was there in the city. So we didn't have enough data to make decisions. We thought we were wrong. And actually, the pollution, one of the main causes of the pollution in the city is the wildfires. We got as well a smart city platform that is called Fireware. Fireware is an IoT platform that let us collect in real-time data. We selected Fiverr because it's an open source platform where people in the future can download this platform, and all the software developers can create innovative solutions because it's open source. Anyone can download it and create innovative solution and can sell this solution to more than 400 cities in the world that are using Fiverr as a platform. When I selected Fiverr as the main platform, a smart city platform for the city, I was not thinking about Medellin. I was thinking about the poor cities in Colombia that they don't have money or budget to pay a license from a private company. That's why I selected Fiverr, and we are creating in the district, innovation district, we are creating an IHA called IHA Fiverr, where we are working with all the software houses, software developers in the city in order for them to start creating innovative solutions for the smart city problems when it comes to mobility, security, education, and health in order to solve the problems on the city in an ecosystem. By having data, we will be able to solve the problems. This is an example of how we are solving problems with data. We managed to reduce by 30% the teen pregnancy in the city in just 2 years by having data that managed to focus better the territorial strategies in the city. We are providing other services to the citizen based on data. We created the reported mail where people can report problems in the territory when it comes to problems of street lights and traffic lights, potholes, and so on. We are integrating all the services that we got in the city in a unique super app. And we created an innovation lab called Medellin, which is a lab where we launch challenges in order to solve the smart city problems. For example, with this lab, we managed to get some companies that took internet of high quality to the rural areas by using TV white space, which is basically the spectrum of the TV. These are some examples of projects that we have implemented with the lab, and this is how Medellin passed from being the most violent city of the world in 1991 to be one of the most innovative cities in the world nowadays. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be speaking about the 3 phases of Cosmos. He's a co-founder of Cosmos. Everybody put your hands together for Ethan Buckman.
All right. Wow, look at this. Awesome. This is amazing. Cosmoverse! Yeah! Woo! Man, I am stoked to be here, especially after missing it last year. This is incredible. Huge shout out to the organizers, to CryptoCito and the crew and all the staff for pulling all this together, and to all of you. I mean, I can't even believe what we've got going here. Do I have slides? No? Wing it? Bust into another rap? I've got a few teed up. Don't tempt me. All right. Oh, oops. Uh-oh. Let's back up. Hello. What do we got? Clock is ticking. No, it's not working. Hello. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. I see it here. All right, yeah. Technical difficulties overcome. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about the 3 phases of Cosmos. I offered some reflections last week on my blog about what we're doing, what's been going on, and what it's all for. So I think the 3 phases look something like this. Initiation, this is the Big Bang. Integration, this is where we form solar systems, planets, it all comes together. And illumination, this is where we all achieve enlightenment, right? We're not ready for this yet, but if we do our job right during integration, maybe we can take off together. So we're here. It's September 2022. I think this is a transitional, pivotal moment for our project. We're transitioning from the initiation phase into the integration phase. So what was initiation all about? Well, we wrote this white paper back in 2016. We've completed the white paper. I mean, we shipped it last year, right? We gave birth to this new philosophy, the Cosmos technology stack. We launched IBC. Now there's this thriving Interchain ecosystem, right? We launched the Cosmos Hub. We proved all of this stuff out, a new way of building blockchains. We built Tendermint, gold standard for blockchain consensus, Cosmos SDK, used by dozens of high-value projects, IBC, gold standard for blockchain interoperability. We changed the whole game. The Cosmos Hub proved a new model of building and deploying decentralized blockchain applications, right? And towards the later stages of the initiation phase, our development team became extremely decentralized. It's now one of the most, if not the most, decentralized development teams in the whole blockchain space, right? We've transformed the way the world thinks about building, operating, deploying, connecting blockchains. We changed the game. Right? We brought the Interchain to life. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all the communities that stood up their own community computers. Yeah, hell yeah, right? It's a fucking new internet. This is like ARPANET, like 40 years ago or something. Like this is the dawn of something new, the community computer revolution, right? A new kind of relationship between communities and technologies, and we're on the frontier of that. And that's what initiation was all about. Cosmos, we're in a league of its own. I mean, of our own. Like, is there any other ecosystem like this? I don't think so. We're not competing with other blockchains. Other blockchains are out there battling for adoption. Cosmos is a struggle for self-expression. Sovereignty, interoperability, we say it all the fucking time, right? We're not competing with other blockchains. We're competing with legacy institutions of political economic expression. These institutions are thousands of years old, right? We can't be naive enough to think we're just going to change them on a whim like that. This is a long-term project, right? And we can't pretend we know exactly what needs to be done. We don't. These are complex institutions. But we're going to learn, we're going to move slowly, and we're going to upgrade the whole institutional structure of the world for better sustainability. That's what this is all about. All right. That's the past. Now we're entering integration. What are the tasks ahead of us in integration, right? I think at a high level, we've 3 broad things, and this is what we're going to talk about in the rest of this talk. First, better social coordination for public goods and for building institutions. Second, we need a strong Cosmos Hub. And third, we need to prepare together for illumination, which requires us to mature our understandings of political economy, trust, the promises we make, money, and so on. So let's dive into it. Better social coordination. So as I mentioned, we've had a extremely decentralized development team, massively growing, rapidly growing ecosystem. We have far outpaced the capacity of the institutions that we set up during the initiation phase to keep up and to steward things, right? One such institution is the ICF, the Interchain Foundation, the nonprofit we all know and love, right? And I've been leading, the ICF has a mission to be a long-term institution, to be around for the long term, has a mission to steward a secure, scalable, sustainable interchain supported and bootstrapped by the Cosmos Hub. And I've been leading an effort to professionalize and upgrade the structures of the ICF to make it more transparent, more operationally resilient, to bring in more community engagement, to work with the broader community. And I'm proud to announce we are setting up a new top-level governance body at the ICF called the Technical Advisory Board. It's going to be chaired by my good colleague, good friend, Zaki Manian here, who you're going to hear from very soon. And we're going to bring in executives from across the ecosystem to work together on technical and market strategy, on coordinating funding, and on stewarding the ICF's treasury for the long term, right? And this is all about the public goods we're developing together, right? The Cosmos Hub community, the Atom community, has funded a huge amount of public goods that have created all this value for the whole ecosystem, right? And the time has come now during the integration phase to expand that table, to bring in additional communities to come in and to support, to add resources, to support the strategy and the funding of these public goods so that we can work together for the long term, right? To build really sustainable, resilient, decentralized technologies to make all of this, to take us all to the next level. Another part of that is we're going to have to bring more and more of this coordination on-chain, right? The state of tooling in the DAO ecosystem, the governance ecosystem, is just not good enough. And I don't know about you, but I don't feel like we can trust the other blockchain communities to take care of it. This is something Cosmos is going to have to do, because who else is going to do it, right? I mean, just like we transformed how we build blockchains, we're going to have to transform how we do governments, how we build organizations. And that requires us to understand what's involved in organizational building, theories of organizational design. Organizations are all about the promises we make to one another, the accountability relationships, right? And the Cosmos Hub is in a position to really start to lead that, to be a place where we can work out these political economic considerations for the wider interchain, right? And in the upcoming Cosmos Hub paper, there are some proposals about the kinds of changes we need to make to the governance system and to the tooling to facilitate all of this. All right, speaking of the Cosmos Hub, this is what the Cosmos Hub looks like, all right? Nailed to the fucking cross, right? In order to deliver on this vision of sovereignty and interoperability, the Cosmos Hub had to sacrifice itself for the sins of all the other blockchain ecosystems imposing rent-seeking economic models on their communities, okay? And so it got nailed to the cross. It lapsed into martyrdom, right? But the time has come for the Cosmos Hub to step down off the cross and to take its rightful place among the blockchain interchain community. So how's it going to do that? Well, quietly, over the last year or so, new development teams have been forming around the Cosmos Hub. Informal Systems built a team to build this most acclaimed new feature, interchain security. The team at Interchain Berlin built a team to focus on integrations, testnets, upgrades, governance. The team at Occlusion built a team to focus on liquid staking. And together, we've excited new development, renewed velocity around the Cosmos Hub, and more teams coming together, Haifa and Strangelove and many more. And we're inviting a broad contributor set to work together to take the Cosmos Hub to the next level. Part of that has been the development of two key new features that are going to change the game for the Cosmos Hub. Informal Systems built interchain security, and Occlusion built liquid staking. And together, these two features create a new layer for secure economic scaling that will change the way the Cosmos Hub can orient towards the rest of the interchain. And so we can come down off the cross and dance on the demons of ignorance, all right? According to modern theology, the great priestess Taylor Swift, these are the haters that we have to dance upon, all right? Come down off the cross and dance on the haters. So what does this look like? The Cosmos Hub renewed. We're growing a more resilient interchain. That's what it's all about, right? A new vision that we're articulating for the Cosmos Hub to take its position, to lead the interchain forward, to help it all grow, right? To preserve these values of sovereignty and interoperability, continue to change the game of blockchain design for the betterment of the world, ultimately, to enable greater political economic expression. That's what this is all about. So what does this look like? Well, we talked about this new secure economic scaling layer, these two pieces, interchain security and liquid staking, right? With liquid staking, suddenly the staked atoms can start to become liquid. They can start to be used within the wider ecosystem. With interchain security, for the first time, the development ecosystem opens up around the Cosmos Hub, right? You no longer need to ship code directly to the Cosmos Hub to have it deployed within the Cosmos Hub's community and security perimeter, right? You can now launch chains, consumer chains, using interchain security that can build, new kinds of applications, that can extend the functionality of the Cosmos Hub and open up all kinds of new opportunities for development. And so above this secure economic scaling layer, what's being proposed in the upcoming white paper are two new product components that are hub-specific, that build on top of this secure layer, that offer new value-added services and functionality to enable the Cosmos Hub to lead the interchain. And these are the Interchain Scheduler and the Interchain Allocator. And I'll say just a little bit about them, but Zaki is going to go into much more detail, so you'll have to stay tuned for that. So, with this new world opened up by interchain security, all these new chains deployed under the security of the Cosmos Hub, there's going to be new demands for guarantees over block space. Block space construction, the ordering of transactions. We've seen in the Ethereum community and the interchain community at large the emergence of MEV relayers and marketplaces, all this activity happening off-chain. The proposal for the Interchain Scheduler is to bring that marketplace on-chain, to develop an on-chain market for future block space, beginning with the chain secured by the Cosmos Hub under interchain security, but expanding afterwards out to the wider interchain, providing this scheduling services, this block space market to the wider interchain. And with the fees accrued from that, can be flowed back into the Cosmos Hub and used for whatever purpose the Cosmos Hub desires. And they can also flow into this other component, the Interchain Allocator, which is being designed to facilitate new kinds of economic coordination, incentive alignment, liquidity provisioning, and bootstrapping for new chains. There's a lot more to say about both of those things, but I will leave it to Zaki. Now, the other thing that happens here is with interchain security and liquid staking, this new secure economic layer, it reduces the need for exponential issuance to modulate the tension between security and liquidity when the amount staked on the hub is above the 2/3 staking target, which means the floor is open for the hub to consider how it wants to adjust or change or adapt its issuance model. And there is a proposal in the paper for a very concrete change to make to the issuance to reduce it, but it will be up to the Cosmos Hub community to consider that, to debate it, to deliberate on it, to adapt it, and ultimately to adopt it to its needs, right? The issuance, it can be reduced, it can be allocated to other sources, it can be directed in new ways. The floor is open for this community to figure out exactly what it wants to do about it. But I'd like to remind you, issuance alone does not equal soundness. There's a lot of memeing in the blockchain space about sound money, our good friends at Ethereum talking about ultrasound money, all this kind of nonsense. Let me ask you a question. If some money burns down in the dark forest, does that make it sound? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's enough. Maybe it makes some noise. Maybe a bunch of people will make a bunch of noise about it, but is that all there is to soundness? I understand soundness as a kind of sustainability of our political economic communities. And clearly, issuance alone isn't enough to achieve that, right? Maybe it's a part of it, but it's certainly not the whole story. If we're actually going to achieve sound political economy, it will require ongoing exploration, collaboration across the community, right? It will require us to be adaptive, to continue to evolve. This isn't the final word, right? Well, we would need to continue to evolve issuance and other kinds of aspects of the system over time to respond to changing needs. Because that's what sound, sustainable political economy is all about. Okay, a lot of people think about the security offered by blockchains just in purely economic terms. But hopefully you can see from everything I've been saying, blockchain security is political economic security. It's not just economic. If we're really going to get serious about building robust, sustainable, decentralized organizations and communities, we have to get serious about the political components of that, about the ways we have to work together to do all this. Just shouting decentralization isn't enough. We really have to work on new mechanisms for aligning and for building relationships and for accountability and for working together. And there's a lot of work to do there. It's easy, seemingly, to reason about economic security. It's a lot more difficult and complex to reason about political economic security. But that is the task for the integration phase. Now, when we think about political economy, one thing I can offer is that we can consider that these are complex systems of promises, right? What kinds of guarantees are the institutions providing you that you can depend on? What are the systems of accountability for enforcing them, right? It's all about the promises that the institutions make and what you can depend on. And our blockchain systems are very similar, right? They offer certain kinds of guarantees that you're supposed to be able to verify, don't trust verify, as people like to say, right? So they're sort of extensions of the political economies that we live in, but in more cryptographic, cryptoeconomic terms. But even in our blockchain systems, we find that there are areas where we underspecify the system, right? And for instance, our mempools provide very minimal guarantees over ordering of transactions, and this has opened up the whole space of MEV, right? And so if we can get clearer about the guarantees we're trying to provide within our protocols, right? Perhaps if we had more distributed systems engineers trained in formal verification that were working on these kinds of systems, maybe we'd have much stronger guarantees, much stronger invariants that we could rely on, right? And that's what thinking about promises is all about, the invariants that you're offering, right? But this is not just about our blockchains, our societies, it's also about our organizations, right? Organizations can be understood as systems of promises. And at our own organization, Informal Systems, we've been developing a language for talking about promise-making, accountability that allows us to iterate and understand our expectations, our shared consensual expectations that we're all operating under, right? We put up a guide, workflow.informal.systems, and I think a big part of the integration phase is adopting language like this and using it to better coordinate, better align our expectations and our promises to one each other so that we can actually build great things. Now, this is also going to require a new understanding of money, right? A big part of political economy is money, and no one really seems to understand money. And I've been trying. I don't understand it yet, but we're getting somewhere. And at Informal, we're taking a new approach to understanding money that also rests in promise making, right? You understand money as a system of promises that weaves together communities, right? And allows them to express obligations to each other and other kinds of promises. And we're looking at where those promises occur within the broader economy. And we're calling this approach collaborative finance, CoFi, right? Moving away from DeFi, decentralized finance. It's not just about decentralization, it's about collaboration and community. And we believe this new approach, it will be the foundation for future political economies that will be much more sustainable, and that beginning with Cosmos and the Cosmos Hub, we can work towards by really taking seriously this process of integration and understanding the promises we're making to each other and how we need to evolve this together. All right, that will finally take us to the illumination phase, where we can all become enlightened together, where perhaps we can all think about how we're organized in cooperative ways, where perhaps the Cosmos Hub becomes a cooperative of other blockchains, where your organizations become cooperative of your employees, where the states we build are cooperatives of substates, and where our international institutions are cooperatives of the states that compose them. And with that, I close. Thank you so much for being here. Love all of you. See you in the integration phase.
Nice. Oh, wow, this is still full. This is great. Okay, so now we're going to have our first panel. We have Jihan, and we have Billy, and now we have Danku as moderator. So please help me with a big applause for our first panel.
Hey everybody, you probably ask yourself, what the heck is that dude doing with this thing over here? And well, I had the pleasure to talk to both gentlemen yesterday, and we were at the bar, and they said, you know what,
we need a good time, so they ordered some whiskey. And for me, it's great. Usually when I do podcasts, I don't see the people, right? I need to get the alpha by making you feel comfortable. But I can make you make drunk right now, so that's the easier way, right? So both of you, please get one. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
But then I thought we were in Medellin, and he was talking about that the city is changing, and now I'm giving you alcohol. Maybe not the best, but hey, we'll see. Great, so let's talk about interchain security, right? That's what we heard earlier from Ethan. It's right now one of the interesting topics that we see out there. And maybe for everybody, it's easier to understand if we start with an Eli 5 take. Juan, can you maybe try to explain it? Like, Eli 5, what is interchain security?
Yeah, so interchain security basically allows the Cosmos hub to run many blockchains in parallel, all with the same security attributes. So they're secured by the validator set of the Cosmos hub, but they're individual blockchains. They're on their own release cycles, and they run in parallel.
Okay.
That's kind of the ELI 5, but if you were like maybe 12 years old, ELI 12, I like to think of it as really like validator set replication. So you take the validator set of the Cosmos hub, use IBC to send that set to other blockchains so that they don't need to have their own staking token, they don't need to have their own validator set. It's the same people as the Cosmos hub and the same security as Atom.
Cool. Why is this now a game changer? So what is so special about it?
Well, first of all, it allows for much greater scalability. So you have the ability for one blockchain to scale by running in parallel, and it also allows for different teams to build different chains with different release cycles, and they're all able to coexist within one kind of shared security zone.
Yeah, I feel like it really became a priority for a couple of different reasons, and a lot of benefits have come out as a result. The first one was around hub minimalism, so being able to increase the capacity of the Cosmos hub without increasing the complexity of it.
No, I think we started to talk about drinking, and somebody just passed with a head and drinking. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
So yeah, good morning, everybody.
I'm jet lagged. I can do that, right? For me, it's okay.
And so you're able to really turn the Cosmos hub into this multi-threaded blockchain that has a bunch of different actions, utilities, features, without putting it all onto a single blockchain. So that's already beneficial to expand and scale the Cosmos hub. But what comes out of that is this offering for other blockchains that aren't necessarily features that would be on the hub natively. They're able to offer the security of the hub to do the same thing, but for completely new blockchains. And so it really just expands the scope, possibilities, with launching secure, decentralized networks.
Where did this all start, right, in terms of history? Who had the first idea for that?
It's been, people have been talking about interchain security for much longer than I've been working on it personally.
I think there's ideas about it from Jay as far back as 2016 or something like that. But we really saw it reprioritized and picked up at the end of 2020, I think, coming around for what is the future direction of the hub. It was really hard to decide what goes on to the hub. And a way to sort of make everybody happy is to keep this hub minimalism story, where the hub is very lean, mean, block-producing machine, and push the innovation out onto these new blockchains that are secured in the same way. And so you're able to have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of blockchains that are going to be launching with interchain security that are separate projects with their own, their own teams, and it's kind of people who would maybe launch a smart contract or a sovereign app chain on Cosmos, but instead they've decided for their applications they want the highest possible security. So two of them I can mention are Quicksilver and Neutron. Quicksilver is liquid staking, you've probably heard of them. And Neutron is creating a smart contract zone of their own, which is secured by the hub. But then also, in Ethan's talk there, he was talking about the new stuff in Atom 2.0, and most of those features are going to be developed as consumer chains as well. And that's really going to allow the hub to add stuff more quickly, iterate more quickly, because each feature can be tested independently, it can be deployed independently, but with the same security as if it was directly on the hub.
Yeah. Can you maybe help me also to understand the different companies that are right now working on this, right? Informal, how is it connected to the Cosmos Hub itself? Maybe you can quickly start and give some insights there so everybody understands it for the involvement.
Yeah, so we've mostly at Informal been working on implementing it, but it was actually started by Billy and his team at IG. Aditya, who's on the IBC team, actually wrote the first version of it. So we picked it up, and we've been filling in over the past year, filling in all the gaps and testing it very heavily, which continues. And we've been also working in collaboration with Billy and Sam on business development, and yeah.
Yeah, my role previously was as the funding manager at the ICF. So I was doing a lot of account management with all the core entities, anybody who was contributing and getting paid by the S to do stuff. That pivoted really well into Cosmos Hub Lead because so many different teams are contributing to the Cosmos Hub. So a lot of that work is actually just account management, check-ins with external teams, making sure that they're on progress, that they're going to get integrated, as well as building a new team inside of Interchain, which is about integrating all that work. There was never a dedicated team to really just putting things into Gaia before. It was always sort of an afterthought to the Cosmos SDK. And we finally sort of seen, as Ethan was saying, the achievement of like the first stage, which is, you know, launching and delivering the Cosmos SDK, Tendermint, IBC, and the next phase of innovation is really centered on the Cosmos Hub itself. I was talking about last night over whiskeys, my fondness for
How
this
is it, by the way?
It's so good. I'm so glad I'm having this for breakfast. I'm from Kentucky.
Do you need more ice? By the way,
I'm good. I'm perfect. It's perfect.
Who knows?
But
Okay.
this conversation, a new metaphor I really liked was that the Cosmos Hub was kind of like a model home inside of a new development, and so it's just a bunch of empty land with like one model home. It looks like a home, it smells like a home, but nobody really lives in it. You know, and everybody needs to know, what does that home do? How does it look like? In order to decide, am I going to build a home the same way? And we've seen that happen. We now have like a vibrant neighborhood surrounding the Cosmos Hub, with all these houses built based off of this model home. And so finally we look back and we say, okay, there's this empty model home in the middle of this vibrant neighborhood. And that position is actually really valuable for the neighborhood. You know, we get to start saying, what should be here in the center? Actually, should it be a school? Should it be a police station? Like, what is something about being in the middle of the neighborhood, familiar to every single resident, that can be leveraged to provide even more value to the community? And that's where I think, you know, a lot of the innovation the Cosmos Hub is right now, is adding value to this model home previously to make it like a distinct and important architectural addition to this neighborhood.
It's so cool to listen to you guys, really kind of seeing how it's developing step by step. Let me ask you, how do you test at home right now? Right, I guess it's not that straightforward. Are you in testnet, and then how is it?
We have a lot of layers of testing. There are extensive integration tests on Gaia, which is the hub software itself, which Billy and his team have been building over the past year. There are, you know, testnets. So testnets kind of help you see that it actually works in the real world. But also at Informal, we, as a company culture, we have a lot of people who specialize in testing, in software quality assurance. It's like my colleague Marius. And we have a lot of different techniques. So one that I'm very excited about is basically we build a model of the system that we're building. So for Interchain Security, we built a model of it in TypeScript. And it works just like Interchain Security will work, but it doesn't run an actual blockchain. So it's like a digital twin. So because it's a model and it doesn't have to run a real blockchain, it's a lot simpler. And so we can compare it to the specification and see that it's exactly, you know, the way it's specified. And then we're able to basically run it through every possible, or not every possible, but like millions and millions of different scenarios in different states, and then compare what the model does and what the real system does. And so if they both do the same thing, and we can check the model is the same as the spec, we, you know, there's never a guarantee that something's 100% secure, but we have a huge amount of confidence, a lot more than just if you're handwriting tests. And we're going to try to expand that, you know, across, you know, everything we build. We actually have a team at Informal that just works on that kind of stuff.
And this is called model-based testing.
Model-based testing, yeah.
Of course, the other relevant testing update is the incentivized testnet. It's going to be coming up next month. Check out the Cosmos Hub forum for the draft of the proposal. So validators will be sort of put through the ringer, make sure that they're prepared to up their game and be able to run interchain security.
Being a validator, right? It's like, okay, do I need to say no financial advice or whatever? I don't know. How does it change the future in terms of governance, right? Because usually you have an app chain, you have your whole validator set, they're very important for governance. So what is the topic here, right? How does it change? How do you see the role of the Cosmos Hub itself? You're laughing, you talked about this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a stickler for this. I really love this aspect of it, and I feel like I'm constantly bothering Juan to make sure that it's included in all the earliest versions. But I think there's this really amazing separation of concerns that finally becomes possible with interchain security. We've often seen problems in the past from the idea that validators have multiple roles. It's already a lot of work to run a sophisticated setup and produce blocks with integrity, uptime, and speed. It's a really hard infrastructure problem. The other role of a validator, of course, is as a governmental representative. They have to vote on the different proposals that are coming up, and they use the votes from their delegators to do that. Of course, the delegators can always go against what their validators want. That's always option. But it's really important job of the validators to participate in governance. And there's not a guarantee that if you're really good at producing blocks, you're going to also be really good at evaluating a new DeFi protocol or evaluating something about the application itself. And I've often gotten feedback from validators. They're like, we don't know what to do on this vote. Like, I actually don't know what would happen if we change this parameter in terms of like the economic input. And I'm just a block producer, which is fine and great. You have community discussions, you're able to sort of take your signals that way. But when you have interchain security, you can separate the concerns where the validators are in charge of producing blocks, and on these consumer chains, you can have a new governance-only token. And you can reuse the same governance system so that normal people can be sort of validators, they're sort of governmental representatives, and their job is only to participate, to be informed, involved, and have like good ideas in order to push the protocol forward itself. They don't need to just by chance be good at producing blocks at the same time. They can really focus on the job, which is a huge job alone, is being a great governmental representative and participant.
I mean, talking about governance, you also mentioned like there can be a token of the projects that are coming just for governance. When are they coming, right? When interchain security, I haven't drunk and I have the problems here. So there you go.
Yeah, so as Billy mentioned, we're having a public testnet in about a month. We're actually doing a private testnet right now. It's a little bit smaller, more informal. It's a group of 10 to 12 validators, and we've been running through tasks. We've tested, lightly tested about 75% of everything. We're really going to put it to the test in November. But if everything goes well in the incentivized testnet, then the launch of interchain security will be sometime in January. So that's the plan.
So, interchain security, version 1. What's next?
Well, I mean, we have a pretty big roadmap with the the Cosmos Hub paper that Ethan was talking about. There's a lot of stuff there. So we're kind of deciding, at Informal, this is like not specifically the Cosmos Hub, but we're kind of deciding what we want to focus on, because there's a lot of different pieces, but there's all that good stuff. And then Sunny, I think, is going to give a talk about mesh security, which should be interesting. And that's actually kind of a different take on interchain security. So if that works out well, we might add that as well.
Yeah, you can look through the first version of the light paper on interchain security to see some of the directions of possible future iterations. Even within those, there's variations. There's a lot of sort of possible exploration space there. We're definitely going to prioritize making sure that the initial and simplest version, which has a lot of mileage and a lot of work to do, is able to be sort of fully leveraged and utilized, and that's really just focusing on expanding the capabilities of the hub and providing security in the sort of most straightforward, full validator set kind of way. We've used the term V2 and V3 to talk about variations of that are potentially possible in the future. They still require a lot of research to sort of like validate that they're technically possible and all this, but it brings forward a lot of different features that I would love to see eventually. Things like validator opt-in, which is that not the entire validator set must produce blocks on there, but you can choose to. And I think that really opens up the playing field for small validators potentially. They're able to make an edge against big validators who are maybe slow, cumbersome because, you know, hey, they're making good money, why do they need to fix something if it's not broke? Whereas you're a small validator, you want to make a name, you're willing to take on as many new chains as possible, you know, have a higher reward for your validators. Another version is this mesh security idea in which you're sharing validator sets from multiple sources. So you might have a local validator set with a local staking token, part of the validator set from the Cosmos Hub, maybe part of the validator set from Osmosis, or even the other way around, you know, having Osmosis and the Cosmos Hub potentially overlap with each other. And one of the really exciting carrots at the end of that stick is that there's interesting properties that start to arise when you have a large overlap in validator sets. There's potential for even having things like synchronous IBC transactions between those networks, which are really exciting. People over at Noma are working especially on these sort of features, and I hope to see all of these things sort of merge and overlap in the future. But there's a lot of work there.
I will say, though, that those benefits, like the overlapping validator set, of course, with Interchain Security V1, what we're launching now, that validator set overlaps completely. So the benefits of like validator opt-in or layered or mesh security are kind of making it possible for projects that maybe wouldn't have made the cut for, you know, Interchain Security V1 because you need to have all the validators or the governance of the hub agree to run the project, make it possible for those projects to run, you know, with part of the validator set. But we found that there's a lot of challenges with making that work. So if you have a subset of the validators, you need to make sure that that's not like a malicious subset. So there's different ways with fraud proofs and things, but it starts to intersect with rollups.
What is right now in general the biggest challenge, right? Where could be a roadblocker in the next months? Because, I mean, you said January, right? So I'll quote you on that.
Yeah, I think we're at the stage right now where we kind of have we have like 60 open issues on GitHub, and they're all kind of, none of them are really big tasks. It's always just like, oh, we got to go back and clean that up. And, you know, as I said, we're doing a lot more testing. So I think if there was something that came up out of the blue that we missed, and we were like, oh crap, what was that? That's something that could delay the launch, but I don't think that's something that's going to happen. But you can never be sure.
I'd say it has something to do with coordination overhead. So speaking especially to validators, you know, get involved with the incentivized testnet. Like it's a fundamentally new way of running Cosmos blockchains, and it's really important that people, you know, take that task seriously, get educated, and understand what's going to be expected of them in order to run these sort of new configurations. And so, even just sort of making the upgrade happen, I think at a technical level, I'm much less worried about, but just making sure that the communication on what you need to do, when you need to do it, and that this is a bit of a wake-up call. It raises the bar for what a validator is responsible for. And fun fact, we even considered in the incentivized testnet punishing validators who didn't participate, you know, building into the upgrade some sort of a slashing mechanism or something like that, like, you know, really wake people up, say, you need to take this seriously.
Well, it's interesting. So for the validators, due to the way that Tendermint works, if 1/3 of the validators don't run a consumer chain, it won't run. So the way it will work in real life is that there will be a governance proposal to launch the consumer chain. Governance will vote. That's delegators and validators. And then when the proposal passes, there's a period of about a week and a half. We might be able to extend that period, but there's a week and a half where the validators have to get the consumer chain running. And if they don't do it within a week and a half, they're going to have to like redo the proposal. So it's kind of like a safeguard. If there's something seriously wrong with the consumer chain and it's just like not going to work, the validators aren't going to be punished. But if you have 2/3 of the validators running it and there's a validator who doesn't run it, then they will be slashed for downtime. So.
My favorite part about that governance proposal aspect, though, which is kind of interesting, is once that governance proposal passes, it produces 1/2 of the IBC handshake, which is sort of like a secret golden seed that's necessary to like launch that consumer chain, which is a pretty, I mean, an aside, but a cool fact.
Yeah, that's what times out after a week and a half, is that magic seed expires.
It'll fade, it's glowing.
Yeah, it's like glowing, it's like a jewel, like IBC client.
Maybe to close it also, how do you see the role of validators changing over time, right? Do you see them become more institutions, like known over the whole space? The Cosmos validators are truly the biggest one, or do you see more smaller ones coming up because the set is increasing?
I think that as people become more familiar with how staking works, we're going to see more smaller validators or mid-sized validators gaining market share as people stake less on exchanges. At least that's what I hope to see.
I think that validators are going to become more and more political kind of freedom fighters. I think that actually there's going to become a much more hostile environment to decentralized networks. I think the days are numbered for launching legally decentralized layer ones. And actually in the long term, I could imagine that the real value of interchain security is that you launch a blockchain with it and you inherit potentially like legally justifiably decentralized protocol from day one. And it's going to be up to the validators to like fight that, you know, I remain producing blocks despite what regulations may come.
I'll be fighting there with you. I'll try my best as a validator. Let's see where this goes. I see there 8 seconds. Gentlemen, big, big thank you. Everybody out there for listening. Big applause for them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Danku, for that awesome panel. Our next speaker, your knight in shining armor, will talk about mesh security. Sunny Agarwal, co-founder of Osmosis, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me. My name is Sunny Agarwal. I'm one of the co-founders of Osmosis. But you might be wondering why I'm wearing chainmail. It's because today we're not going to be talking about Osmosis. We're going to be talking about mesh security. Did I lug this across 2 continents for that one-line joke? Yes, I did. Should I have practiced giving a 30-minute talk wearing a 40-pound suit of armor? Probably. Did I? No. But we'll see how it goes. I have some osmosis liquidity in case I need it. But yeah, so mesh security. Before we jump into mesh security, let's talk a little bit about networks. So this is a meme, I would say, I saw on Twitter about 2 years ago. And it always really spoke to me. It was like, you know, so you put these network structures onto the political compass graph. You have your authoritarian systems to libertarian, your economic left to economic right. You know, Bucky just talked a bunch about, political economic systems. And I think it's actually a good model to think about network structures. So, you know, we have a question in front of us. We're trying to design the interchain. How do we want to design it? Well, we can look for inspiration to the biggest network alive today, which is the internet. So this is a quote that I really like. It's by David Clark. I think it might be my pinned tweet, actually. But it's David Clark. He was the chief protocol architect of the internet, which is such a dope title. But he has this quote that I really like, which is, "We reject kings, presidents, and voting. We believe in rough consensus and running code." So look, if we're rejecting kings and presidents, that means we can't be building towards these centralized hub and spoke systems with centralized points of failure. We need to be building mesh systems, right? And that leads us to 2 options. We have to either be building these green systems or the yellow systems. So, you know, we've actually learned how to build green systems, and we've got pretty good at it. We have to use these things we call consensus protocols. And we've invented a couple of consensus protocols over the, millennia, some more recent, like Tendermint BFT consensus, some older, like democracy. But the thing is, these green systems don't scale very well. They require n-squared communication. So, anyone who's familiar with the Tendermint consensus protocol understands this. Democracy, when I'm talking about democracy, I mean true democracy. This is from a picture from the canton of Appenzell Interholden in Switzerland, where they do open air democracy like 4 times a year. And how they solve the n-squared communication problem is they have a synchronous communication system, which is line of sight, right? But this doesn't scale. And we knew this when we were designing Cosmos, that this doesn't scale. So how did we account for this? We knew we wanted green systems of local sovereignty, but we needed a way to have these interoperate and scale. And so we basically invented this thing called IBC, a system to allow green subsystems to talk to each other. And it works. But now we're left with the question, what is the meta topology of the system going to look like? You know, is it going to be this red hub and spoke system? I don't think so, right? Like, I mean, if it is, you know, this is what Polkadot is building with their parachains. Ethereum is building this with their rollups. If we just end up recreating this in Cosmos, I think the entire Cosmos experiment was like a waste of time. We didn't really accomplish anything. We need to be building mesh systems. So, okay, maybe we end up building a green system, right? You know, there's this crazy idea, can we run Tendermint consensus over IBC? And we have this like meta Tendermint. And I think it could work. This is a bad mic. Okay. It's just gonna hang. Oh, so much better. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna run this green system of, you know, we could do this. But if you look, thank you. But if you look at the, you know, the quote, right? We reject kings and presidents. We also reject voting, because, and you know, these green systems, you know, they require these like voting systems to work, and we know that like, you know, voting systems work, but they don't work at internet scale. They don't work at interchain scale. So we're kind of, you know, rough consensus, that's what we have to rely on. And that means we're basically left with these yellow systems. That is the way to scale the interchain. And you know, you look at these yellow systems, it's actually what we've actually created over the last 2 years, right? We have this very mesh network design of interchain communication where every chain connects to the chains that it wants to talk to. It's not a, you know, not end-to-end communication, right? Because not all chains need to talk to all other chains. So this is cool. This is valid for interchain communication. How does this apply to security? So to look at that, let's look at some real-world security meshes. So what is the greatest security system in the world probably? It's probably the NATO alliance, right? And what is NATO? NATO is a network of sovereign nation states that have a mutual defense pact, right? They all have their own internal policies. They don't meddle in each other's internal affairs, but the famous Article 5 says if any one of them is attacked, they all rush to each other's defense. And basically the world is secured by this like mesh network of security alliances that has basically kept the world extremely safe on like the scale of human timescales, like extremely safe for the last 100 years. And you know, we can use this when we think about interchain security. So let's walk through the stages of interchain security and how where it is, where the ideas are today, and then where mesh security comes in. So I'm going to provide this key. So, you know, if there's a hexagon, that's a blockchain. A circle is a validator set, and an arrow pointing from the validator set to the hexagon that means that validator set validates that blockchain. So if we have sovereign blockchains, you have the Cosmos Hub has its own validator set, atom holders, securing it. Osmosis has its own validator set, Osmo, securing it. We can have interchain security v1, which is, you know, the atom holders, the validator set of the Cosmos Hub fully validates another blockchain, let's say something like Neutron. And, you know, this, as you add more chains, it turns into this hub and spoke system. But really, this is not that different than like a block size increase, right? There's some benefits because you have some like parallelization going on, but you know, you have the same validators sort of validating just more and more chains. There's not really any sovereignty going on here. We have the V2, which is the idea that, hey, a subset of the Cosmos Hub validators can choose to validate a new chain. Let's call this one Electron. And this is cool because, you know, what it is in other crypto ecosystems, we call this idea sharding, right? And this is nice because it's more scalable. You don't have to use governance every time you want to add a new chain into the system. But, you know, it's still no sovereignty going on here. Where things get really interesting is when we move towards Interchain Security v3. Interchain Security v3 is the idea that Osmosis can have its own sovereign validator set defined by Osmo staking, but it can get its security can get augmented by security it gets from the Cosmos Hub, from Atom stakers. And this is actually really interesting, because when you expand this out to more chains, you get actual sovereignty in each chain. Each chain has its own validator set and token holder set that defines its system. But this design right now is still like a red hub and spoke system, right? How do we fix this? It's simple. We take the ideas of Interchain Security v3, but you run them bidirectionally, right? Yes, Osmosis can be a consumer chain and get security from the Cosmos Hub, but can also be a provider chain and lend security to the Cosmos Hub at the same time. And really, what's going to happen is all these chains, all Cosmos chains, are going to be both provider and consumer chains. You know, Osmosis is going to provide security to Juno and Cosmos Hub. Juno will provide security to the Cosmos Hub and Osmosis. It's going to be this mesh network of security. So how does this actually work? How is this actually going to be built out? So, you know, people may have seen this graph that I tweeted out a couple weeks ago, or a week ago. And it's really cool. What it does is shows the overlap of validator sets between chains. So just really quick, I want to give a huge shout out to Numia. Numia is a new, they're a new data provider infrastructure in the ecosystem, and you know they're building a lot of cool stuff. So they helped me a lot with this data, and you know a lot of the data came from MintScan. So obviously, a huge shout out to them as well. But this data, I don't know. I'll share this like Excel sheet later. I think it's such a fascinating data set to like explore. But some people ask like, hey, isn't this a bad thing? Doesn't this mean there's a lot of centralization in the validator sets? And I see this as, no, this is a good thing. This means there's very high overlap in the communities and stakeholder sets of all these Cosmos chains. And we should be taking advantage of that. So for example, you know, 75% of Osmosis validators are also running validators on Juno, while 72% of Juno validators are also running validators on Osmosis. This is really cool. So how would we take advantage of this in the system? We use something called, before that, I'd say we actually do have something I'd call soft shared security today already. What does that mean? If a bunch of validators did something malicious on Juno, or let's say on Axelar, stole a bunch of money, are you telling me we're not going to use governance to slash them anyways? Like, of course we will, right? And I think it's this like social norm that's like unspoken rule. And what we should be doing is taking this concept and actually, you know, instantiating it in the code using this concept called cross-staking. So how cross-staking works is imagine a validator like Notional. They're running validators on both Osmosis and Juno. What they can do is they can submit transactions on both these chains and correlate their identity across both of these chains. And what will happen then by correlating identity is if they do something malicious on Osmosis, let's say produce a toxic block, they're going to get slashed on both chains, right? And so this means that they're putting their risk up, but why are they going to do this? Well, you can use IBC to send the information about cross-staking to both chains. Both chains know that that stake is being cross-staked, and it can give a boost in staking rewards. And this will economically incentivize validators to correlate identities across chains. So, I mean, this is really cool. This means that if enough, that big graph where we had with all the validators overlap, if all of those validators actually started cross-staking, both Osmosis and Juno would be having so much more economic security than they would have both individually. One question that we often get is, hey, doesn't this lead to validator centralization? Doesn't this, let's say you have two validators, Notional and Figment, they both run on Osmosis, but Notional is cross-staked on Juno. They get this boost in staking rewards. You have a delegator, Amelia, who comes along. She has the choice of picking who to delegate to. Obviously, she's going to delegate to the validator that's cross-staked on both, so she can get more staking rewards, and this will lead to validator centralization. How do we solve this? We have to stop, in staking in general, we have to stop thinking of validators as the fundamental unit when designing mechanisms. We always have to treat delegators and stakers as the fundamental unit. So what will happen is Amelia will go ahead and stake her Osmo, and she'll choose a validator to delegate to. So let's say she delegates to Figment on Osmosis. What we can do as a nice UX feature is we can have it so it automatically cross-stakes to any other chain that Figment is also validating on. But the key is that she can also cross-stake to a different validator on a different chain. So she can say, hey, Figment's not actually validating on Juno, so I'm going to use my Osmo power to cross-stake to Notional on Juno. And now, if Notional does anything malicious, her Osmo gets slashed and still provides economic security to all of these chains at the same time. Another common question we get is, wouldn't another chain's validator set be able to just completely overtake yours? So imagine, Binance, one of the biggest validators on the Cosmos Hub. If it was the only validator to cross-stake on a really small chain, wouldn't it be able to just, take over that chain with 67%. The solution is that chains have to make decisions when entering cross-staking relationships with other chains and choose how much to cap the voting power they get. So let's say Osmosis wants to cap the cross-staking voting power that Atom holders can get on Osmosis to 10%. So as more Atom starts to get cross-staked to Osmosis, the voting power goes up and up. But once it hits the cap of 10%, more Atom can keep getting cross-staked, but it dilutes the voting power that every Atom gets to cap it at 10%. So there's more economic value continuing to be cross-staked on Osmosis, but it's not actually increasing the voting power that Atom holders have on the system. And that's a way of ensuring the sovereignty of each system. And it doesn't give that one-to-one voting power, which makes sense. We don't want, if you want to be maximally exposed to Osmosis, you should be staking Osmo, not cross-staking Atom. The cross-staking Atom is a nice to have, and it's a something that comes out of these bilateral treaties. But you should still be incentivized to stake the tokens for the chains that you are most bullish on, right? And Osmo holders would still be the ones capturing, the MEV revenue and getting to choose the block proposers and things like that. So how will chains choose which other chains to cross-stake with? So one thing we can do is look at the economic basis of mesh security. So if you look at going back to NATO, right, only 4 EU countries are not part of the NATO alliance. And what this shows is countries that have high levels of economic integration want to have high levels of security relationships because these things are very intertwined. And so, we can learn from this in how cross-staking will work as well. If we look, let's look at something like Axelar and Osmosis, right? Osmosis currently makes up about 70% of Axelar's TVL, while 4 out of the top 10 assets on Osmosis are bridged via Axelar. Obviously, there's very high economic interdependency here, and obviously, it is in the interest of both of these chains to cross-stake with each other. Axelar is launching their token in, this week, and so as it shifts to proof of stake, it is in the incentive of Osmosis to make sure that the Axelar chain also has the full security of Osmo backing it as well to protect that bridge. Another example is something like Osmosis and Mars, right? Osmosis and Mars were sort of effectively building this joint leverage trading product together, very economically interdependent products. Of course, we're going to want to do some sort of cross-staking and have high levels of security and economic interdependency. In fact, we have such high economic interdependency that we're throwing this dank-ass party tonight that you should all come to. Yeah, so, what's interesting is that, we look at this IBC mesh network of communication and economic throughput, and, we're going to see that security relationships are going to start to match the economic relationships that we see today. And, I will show a little osmosis here, where obviously which chain in Cosmos do all chains have high levels of economic interdependency on, right? Like, Osmosis is the primary DEX for Juno. It's the primary DEX for Evmos. Evmos is like almost a top 50 asset with not being listed on a single centralized exchange, so that's so cool. Yeah, and we actually had this idea before. This isn't new. If people remember last Cosmoverse, we talked about this idea called interfluid staking, right? And what was interfluid staking? Interfluid staking was this idea that, Alice superfluid staked her LP shares on Osmosis, but we can use IBC to send that to another chain and give her voting power on the other chain. If you think about this, all interfluid staking is cross-staking applied to superfluid staking, right? And so, what's really cool is liquidity will be an important basis of how security forms in the future. And so, interfluid staking, mesh security, coming soon to an interchain near you. I think Jake, Ethan Fry, and I, we're going to try to hack on a MVP at Hackwasm this weekend. So, woo! Yeah, so, let's say no to kings, presidents, and voting, and let's build yellow, rough consensus mesh network systems. So, thank you.
Welcome to the Monastery exclusive community. Members will get access to Monastery Festival in Cartagena, eligibility to own a part of Monastery, elevate your networking at the Monastery Convention in Medellin, and receive unique clothes from this collection, both physical and for the metaverse. How to enter? The key will be the Gyatso NFT collection from Monastery and RMA, an NFT based on the Ethereum blockchain technology. See you in Cartagena and inside the Monasteryverse. Go to monasterynft.com now.
Well, guys, I have a serious question for all of you. Who wants to see Atom go to 1K? Come on, that's not the energy. Who wants to see Atom go to 1K? There you go. Well, then let's welcome Zaki Manian, who's going to talk about that.
All right. Okay. So we've had a bunch of talks that have covered some of the sort of notional Atom 2.0 Cosmos Hub white paper. This is going to be the brass tacks talk of what is this actually going to do? What are we imagining? Why does this exist? A little bit of sort of operational details. The sort of expected workflow is I'm going to talk for 20 minutes. When I'm done talking, the new Cosmos Hub white paper proposal will be on the Cosmos Hub forum at 11. And so, again, this is still going to be high level. There's going to be a lot more details in the paper that has, we've really put like almost 9 months worth of work into. So, you know, we're going to be riding this for a little bit, and you know, I'll be around to answer questions for the rest of the day. Okay, so like, why do this? So over the last year, Cosmos has gone through like a lot of, you know, sort of amazing things. You know, we had this entire crazy ride with Terra that did demonstrate that the ecosystem could withstand such a like large disaster. We've had, you know, major new projects come to the Cosmos stack. We've had this amazing thing that Delphi has written about like sort of deductively reasoning by go through every possible blockchain platform to build DeFi on, and there's really only one answer for building DeFi for the masses, which is Cosmos. So this is all wonderful. In comparison, Atom has been an underperforming asset. And without a doubt, I think we sort of understand intuitively why. That Atom was not the priority of the original development of the Cosmos Hub and the Cosmos ecosystem, building this ecosystem, building all these enabling infrastructure technologies. The second thing that I think was very clear to us when we sort of started to create Cosmos was we didn't really know what the right set of tools and primitives for coordination were going to be to make an asset like Atom valuable until we could see the entire network running and living in the real world. So we've had, you know, almost 2 years of, you know, 18 months of Atom in the real world, of IBC in the real world, and now I think we know how to sketch out a future where Atom is not just a sort of meme coin in the IBC ecosystem, but actually has a purpose that is aligned with the growth of the rest of the ecosystem. So I'll start out first with the like sort of core belief here, which is that ultimately Cosmos is about people, and Atom is about people. The purpose of all of this is to like create this community that we see here today, that's watching online, that is tweeting about this. Ultimately, the community of builders is the purpose of all of this, and this is not just about like making an asset go up regardless of the title of this talk. So the other thing is that in the Cosmos ecosystem in 2018 and 2019, I was very front and center. And you know, after IBC shipped, I decided to focus my energies on other things, having finished the white paper. And it's a little bit incumbent upon me to like reintroduce myself. Many of you encounter me on podcasts and on you know, my Twitter, but like nobody really understands what it is that Zucky does. So here's my best attempt to explain who I am, how I work. So I have a core team, Zucky, Christy, the rest of the Occlusion team. And we are kind of this hub of this like intellectual cosmos. We contribute to a lot of different projects. We do a lot of different things for them. Not every project that I contribute to made it onto this slide, but don't feel left out. It's just, it was a crowded slide. There's this myth that there's like more than one Zucky because he does so many things and he holds so many contexts in his head, but it's really only possible through like Christy, the core team at Occlusion, who are able to help me hold and like we all work together to hold all of these contexts of all of these different projects sort of in our heads and together, and sort of make sure that like the Cosmos continues to advance as a whole. And really no one else does this, and this is sort of what our unique value proposition is, and sort of why we are in a position to be giving this particular talk. So yeah, this is sort of what we do. We have a new Occlusion website that sort of seems to explain better what we do, but this is hopefully makes it a little bit more make sense who I am and what is going on. Okay, so with that out of the way. The core values of what we're trying to do is one, is expand the number of ways to build on top of Atom. The panel on interchain security, Ethan's talk really touched on this. I also think Sunny's talk really touched on this. Whereas right now, our primary selling point to builders in Cosmos for the last year has been launch your own token, get it on Osmosis and other dexes in the Cosmos ecosystem, join this interchain economy, and if you wanted to build on top of Atom, well, the answer was pretty much you couldn't, or it's incredibly difficult. You have to like closely coordinate with the core team who works on Atom at IG. It's very painful and slow going. Interchain security, Atom 2.0, mesh security, all of these things are intended to change all of that, to allow every builder in the Cosmos ecosystem the opportunity, if they want, to be building on top of, aligning with, taking advantage of the network effects of Atom. So what this will do, if we are successful, is expand the world of contributors to the Atom ecosystem. Again, to move us out of it. And I think with both Prop 72 and with Neutron, we have sort of taken the first steps to expanding this universe. So we are moving so one of the things that we think we need to change is the way proof of stake works in Cosmos. We laid out in the 2016 white paper this like sketch of a interchain ecosystem. That system, you know, of adaptive inflation, targeting a certain staking rate, that sort of tried to balance the sort of competing use cases for the assets with the need to maintain security, has been the basis of many other proof of stake chains. But this has a number of downsides, and we are trying to explore what they are, but it's going to change Cosmos from what people are sort of typically used to now. Like, we branded ourselves as like these high APY staking reward driven chains, but that's not really a viable or sustainable path to the future. So where we are right now is, again, we have a chain that is, you know, a very highly ranked asset in terms of market cap, but generates almost no protocol revenue. Part of the reason for that was we couldn't figure out, well, or the toolkit to generate revenue without being adversarial and excluding potential users of our ecosystem has only recently become sort of something that we understand. So the key thing to understand about Atom 2.0 is it's not a secret project. I think that the meme that we've sort of propagated is that Atom 2.0 is the secret project that we've been dreaming up. I think to anybody who's been paying attention to various people in the Cosmos and what they've been talking about, they will very quickly see that like everything in Atom 2.0 has sort of been out in public for months, and that this is just like sort of an integration of a lot of different ideas into a coherent whole. So just pointing to a bunch of the pieces that make this possible. So Sunny's tweet about like the Olympus DAO as like a natural destiny or design pattern for some of what Atom could be doing in the future. You know, interchain security and its imminent launch. This great slide from the Flashbots team about the importance of multi-domain MEV. All of these things are sort of the building blocks, the atomic pieces of what has sort of been termed Atom 2.0, or what we view as the future of Cosmos economics. So why the secrecy? One of the aspects of this is that we wanted to portray like a coherent whole. Rather than hearing about like each atomic piece, we wanted to present to the community like one coherent picture. The other thing is that no one has ever attempted this level of economic rebuild of a large-scale cryptocurrency ever, and there's a little bit of showmanship that's required to make that all happen. Hopefully I'm providing that showmanship right now, and you know, this whole presentation has kind of done that. So there are three legs of the sort of new Atom economic model. There's the rapid adoption of liquid staking. So the reason why the Cosmos Hub has this like infinite supply of atoms, and like we felt that we needed to have this adaptive staking mechanism, was because we didn't know like what the DeFi ecosystem would look like. And when the DeFi ecosystem emerged, we realized that it would provide pressure. You would rather, you know, if we had low or a fixed supply, we could very easily get in a situation where it would be much more profitable to have your atoms in an Osmo pool than to have it securing the hub. And so we've had to constantly be competing against every DeFi application that wanted to use Atom. The second piece is this allocation module idea. The allocation module idea is inspired by the Olympus DAO mechanism and is basically the idea of using shared economic collaboration as a reason why you can build on top of Atom and collaborate with the Cosmos Hub, rather than saying, oh, we're going to create artificial scarcity around security or number of IBC connections, or you have to pay IBC fees and atoms, all of which are sort of rivalrous exclusive economic mechanisms. And then the final thing is that what we've realized is that after theorizing about MEV for like 5 years, it is actually a real market, that people will actually value block space and will participate in markets for them. And this gives us a really unique opportunity to, again, align the economics of Atom with the people who are deriving the most value from the Cosmos Hub infrastructure. Okay. Again, I'm going to go a little deeper into liquid staking. So many people are familiar with all of these liquid staking projects that are launching on Cosmos. Lido, Quicksilver, Stride, Persistence, all of these things. Why do these things matter? The reason they matter is they enable the Atom to be both economically useful out in the ecosystem and still securing the hub. So right now, one of the reasons that we see that basically the only form of DeFi that exists within Cosmos is DEXs. Because for lending protocols or anything else to exist, they have to compete with this 20% staking reward, which sort of curtails everything else in DeFi. Liquid staking and the adoption of liquid staking within the ecosystem sort of gets us to this point where Atom is now a useful economic primitive for stable coins and lending protocols and anything else that needs collateral and can do more than just be staked, while providing its core function of securing the Cosmos Hub. So one of the things that Occlusion did, Occlusion is, again, this very lean team, but we've invested a lot of time in sort of the next generation of the built-in Cosmos SDK staking module to improve the liquid staking UX to the point where you don't have to wait 21 days, you don't have to have unbonded atoms to join a liquid staking protocol. And what we're trying to do with that is accelerate the growth of all of the liquid staking protocols by making it so that they have a seamless UX for onboarding users. If we're able to then use that success of the liquid staking protocols to get atoms, the number of staked atoms to 80, 90%, we're really in a good position to now change how much inflation, new atom creation we are allocating to the security budget. And I just view the number of competing projects, the number of vendors, the level of innovation as one of the most bullish things for the future of Atom that we've seen. It's been fantastic to see all of the external capital come in to support the emergence of liquid staking in Cosmos. And by making it core to the vision of the Cosmos Hub, we're really saying that, no, this is absolutely the right way to be moving. All right. So then the next piece is this block space mechanism. So we do see that the Atom has sort of a durable advantage because of the way it was launched, the regulatory framework in which it exists, all of these things as the primary on-ramp and off-ramp into the ecosystem. We also think that that is a durable advantage, and that advantage will be sort of built upon by interchain security as the primary place in which you get on and off-ramp into the water interchain economy. So because of that, Atom is sort of central to the flows from centralized exchanges into the IBC ecosystem. And so there is economic value that the centralized exchanges have this ability to extract, because Binance knows when someone clicks the exit your atoms from Binance onto the Cosmos Hub button. They'll know when assets flow out through the Cosmos Hub, and they are, why not make them pay for sort of market making or trading or arbing that information across the entire IBC ecosystem? And what we're able to do with this concept of the interchain schedule is essentially by having a multi-chain block space futures market where you can not only buy the right to be the builder of a block for a future block, but you're also able to simultaneously ask for something like contiguous blocks across multiple chains. We're able to redirect some of that value capture that right now will primarily flow to centralized entities to the broader Atom holder community I think this is an enormous possibility, and like none of this stuff was really imaginable. But what we built in the last year is we have built with Tendermint 0.37, which is an alpha release now, which has these two new methods that we have attached to the application, prepare and process block, that are the API components of building this market. We built interchain security, which allows the same validator set to run multiple chains, which allows you to create an enforceable property right to block space. So now that we have all of these building blocks, this seems like finally we know what is the right way to sort of redirect value creation in the Cosmos ecosystem back to Atom. And so this is what's very exciting about this potential design, and why I think it beats everything else that has been done in terms of fees, et cetera, in the interchain, and basically is a much better design than like the idea of, oh, let's make Atom the IBC fee token. Sort of last major piece of this is, one of the challenges of sort of working in the Cosmos ecosystem has been, okay, I have to build liquidity for my chain, I have to when I get a new chain launched, how do I integrate with the economy? At the same time, in theory, we could do this with the Cosmos Hub today with like community spend proposals, but there has been like nearly zero effort to do community spend proposals, to produce economic alignment, to do treasury diversification, to expose the community pool to multiple assets. And I kind of view this as a tragedy, but there's also a huge amount of political overhead, problems with front running, all of these things. And then what we saw last year was the rise of Olympus DAO's bonding mechanism is an actual solution to this. Regardless of what you think about Olympus DAO's like core product as sort of this like memeable reserve currency, the fact that they were able to come up with a mechanism by which they were to deploy a treasury asset into an ecosystem, effectively build partnerships with other decentralized protocols has been a huge advantage. And so we've been incredibly inspired by this in trying to drive the allocator module as another core piece. Again, we think this is better than parachain auctions. This is kind of the missing piece of what it takes to have like the sort of foundational element of an ecosystem and then link it to everything else. So just to close everything off, our dear departed friend, Blue Kirby, has been memeing all of this stuff for quite some time until he deactivated his Twitter account, which is quite sad. Blue Kirby, if you're out there, we miss you. But what we are saying is we are trying to make EIP 1559 look like a joke. For people who don't know, EIP 1559 was this idea of this in-protocol fee burn that ETH added last year. And it was this idea of, and like one of the things that it does is it does align sort of MEV extraction and block space utilization better with Ethereum than their original fee model. But what it does rely on is this idea that like block space is somewhat scarce. And in a world of interchain security, in a world of rollups, in this interchain world that we're going for, where it's very easy to bridge your coins between chains, block space is not scarce. And block space will never be scarce. So what we are trying to do with this white paper is really look beyond even the current state of the L1 ecosystem to really where the world is going when the sort of interchain future is fully mature, and actually figure out what is sustainable value capture, what is a sustainable asset, what is a sustainable mechanism. So that is our sort of key place. And so why has no one else done this? This is a level of, one, you need a level of decentralization to even consider doing this. This is not something that can be executed by one team. Only the model that we've seen in Cosmos, where new teams spin up their own projects, but also are economically interconnected with all the existing projects in the ecosystem, could this ever be possible? The level of coordination that's going to be required to pull this off is something I think only the Cosmos ecosystem could possibly achieve. And so this is something that I'm very excited to be pursuing over the next couple of years with all of you. Thank you very much.
Warning.
All right, time for a coffee break. See you guys back here in 20 minutes. Drink all that espresso, get fueled up, and get pumped for the next speaker, Mr. Dow Daddy. All right. We got a few minutes until we start the next presentation. Let's get settled in. Get your coffee, snack. Do me a big favor and grab your friends. Tell them to come inside. We're going to start very soon.
You're going to want to come in and hear about Interchain Dows, Interchain protocols, and see really dope DAO V2.
The DAO Daddy.
Check. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Cosmoverse 2022. Once again, may I request you all to please come inside the presentation room. Make yourself comfortable. We are going to start our next set of presentations. Thank you so much. Please call your friends, colleagues, quickly inside. We're going to start this next set of presentations. Thank you.
go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Who wants to hear about Dows and Juno? Maybe some more alpha?
How about we do a quick exercise to get people in the room? Really loud. One, two, three. Hey, get in here! Let's go! Get in here. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Get in here! Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Get in here! All right. I call him Dow Daddy. He's going to talk about Juno Network. He's going to talk about Dows. The co-founder of Juno Network, co-founder of Dow, Jay Cardinal. To the stage, please. Round of applause, round of applause.
This is great. Love this music. Let's go. All right, where are the slides? Slide time. I'm going to talk about, So, DAOs are the future. And I'm here today to talk about my favorite DAO, or one of them. It's called Juno. Juno is a DAO of DAOs. It's a loosely collected group of organizations and individuals and projects. It's fully community owned and operated. This is not VC chain, not like Solana, nope. 100% community owned and operated, fully airdropped, pretty awesome and radical. And we're also radically sovereign. Like, our jurisdiction is the internet, and it's just that. That's pretty cool. And we're building an ecosystem of interchain protocols. And it's growing. It's growing a lot. Other people are going to do Twitter threads about all the different projects. I'm here to talk about more interesting stuff, the big opportunities. The secret that I want to tell you is that Cosmoverse is a Chad. It's like, seriously, it's the best thing out there. The best thing out there for building interchain protocols. We'll unpack that in a bit. But yeah, It's the future of smart contracts. You can use languages you already know, like Rust or Go, soon TypeScript, or C# or C++, or if you want formal verification, you can use Scala. It's easy to write secure smart contracts with Cosmoverse. You can use existing libraries. Get this, if you want to use a cool math library, you can just use it. You don't have to rewrite it from scratch in Solidity. And it's highly extensible, and my favorite thing is it's IBC ready. We're IBC ready. Yeah, you can write custom IBC applications. And the performance is actually really good where it matters. Like, a lot of people think about just transactions per second, but how much compute can a smart contract do? Each Fibonacci number is a lot harder to compute than the last. Cosmoverse blows away the EVM, it blows away Solana, and it blows away Polkadot. Now, what might this be useful for? Well, things like zero-knowledge protocols, like that's a cool buzzword, right? We like privacy, like real privacy. Rust has great ZK libraries, like ArcWorks, that compile to WASM, or WebAssembly. And we have the first ZK protocols that are starting to happen, and they're happening in the Juno ecosystem. Things like Web Protocol, Vectis with like private membership through verified credentials, Juno Juicer. There's a lot of possibilities. Mostly Cosmoverse, and this is like the setup for the more interesting stuff that all of you degens will care. It's the best way to build IBC applications. You have an amazing developer experience. It's way easier than building a Cosmos SDK module. You can just write a smart contract. Really fast go to market. You just upload a smart contract versus having to upgrade an entire chain and convince the entire chain to upgrade. So if you want to deploy your protocol everywhere, you just have to upload smart contracts everywhere. It's not that hard. And you can even do it via DAOs. And the cool thing about Cosmoverse is you can deploy it on non-Cosmos SDK chains, like Composable Finance. And who knows, maybe there'll be more chains. And you can interact with native modules if you have to. So we're committed to advancing Cosmoverse in a big way. We're funding these awesome core teams to build the core technologies to make them the best that they can be, as performant, as secure as possible. And we're really happy to be working with Confio, giving them the funding they need to like build the future. Notional DAO and Strangelove. Like, seriously, they're amazing teams. Like, so Juno's got a lot of firepower now. Now, I should also talk about the rest of the funding ecosystem, because what we're building is an ecosystem. The name of Juno is Juno Network. It's not just one chain, one block space. It's a network. So we have a funding ecosystem. We have the Juno Growth Fund, which is going to launch soon. That's investing in interchain protocols and early stage projects. We have launch pads, multiple launch pads. We have dev grants for like public good kind of stuff that might not be profitable. We have bounties. We've paid out actually some huge bounties that have been contributed upstream to the Cosmos SDK. We still have a network of private investors. Like, you know, just because we are not a VC chain doesn't mean that we don't have a network of people that want to invest in protocols around us. And we have sub-DAOs, marketing, delegation, documentation, more. There's these emerging movements of sub-DAOs. They're each going to have their own budget from the community to invest in projects that fulfill their mission. This is how you scale a DAO. Oh, and there's one more thing, is there's going to be a proposal on Commonwealth, like today or tomorrow, for specific developer incentives. Someone told me that this is going up, so I wanted to hype it. So there's going to be developer incentives for people that use your dApp on Juno. Stay tuned. But really, there's also Hack Juno. Over $2 million in prizes. If you're participating in Hack WASM, you're also eligible for Hack Juno. So like, let's go. Yeah. We're making such large investments as a community because the future is interchain protocols. What does that mean? Interchain protocols exist across many chains. Like, if you're a protocol, you want to deploy on as many places as possible. That's how you get network effects. We aim to create, fund, and incubate and house as many of these as possible. Here's a few examples. Wind protocol. They're building awesome interchain DeFi protocols. Protocols that live and have total value locked across multiple chains. Things like DEXs, order books, lending, stable coins, and more. Really excited about Wind. And they've decided to make their home for their DAO on Juno, which I love. White Whale is another one. Yeah, shout out to White Whale. They're one of the first interchain protocols. They're capturing arbitrage across the interchain. And currently they're deployed on Terra and Juno, which is great. We're happy to have them. Awesome. And we're also happy to potentially fund them from the Terra development funds. So Juno holders, you might be getting some White Whale tokens. Mars protocol, they haven't come to Juno yet, but they need to. I love them so much. Seriously, they have a really cool model with having a central hub chain and then these outposts. They deploy their contracts everywhere, so they have a presence everywhere. Interchain protocols are the future, and we're just getting started. I know of a bunch of other ones in the works, and by this time next year, the list is going to be too long to list because interchain protocols are the future. Here's some future potential interchain protocols. Just to get, if you're a developer out there, just get you a little inspired. What if we had private IBC, private cross-chain transfers? Newer versions of interchain accounts. For example, with interchain accounts, you send off a transaction and you don't get any callback. You don't know whether, if you're building a smart contract, you want to know if the thing you just sent off into the ether was successful or not. So you can do this in Cosmoverse today. Interchain DeFi, there's a lot of people working on that. New shared security protocols, like mesh security. New types of interchain fees for things like royalties or developer incentives. And one thing I'm particularly excited about is interchain governance. Because you probably knew this was coming, but Interchain DAOs need Interchain DAO tooling. And so we have DAO v2. That is not a mock-up, that's a screenshot. I want to talk you through some of the cool things that are in DAO v2. First of all, proposal inbox. A nice little inbox that shows all the proposals across all the DAOs you're in. Nice and handy. This one I'm really excited about. We have UI for sub-DAOs. Sub-DAOs are how you scale a DAO. You need a bunch of separate little teams, but you need them all discoverable from the main DAO. And importantly, you need them accountable to the main DAO. So we have now UI for seeing what sub-DAOs are a part of a DAO, where sub-DAOs fall in the hierarchy, and importantly, creating sub-DAOs. So you'll just be able to create sub-DAOs super easily from the UI. So if you want a marketing team DAO, you can do that for your protocol. Awesome. And we have NFTs. A lot of people really want NFTs in DAOs. A lot of people want to make NFT DAOs. This is great. So NFTs are coming to DAO in a really big way because it's just the fundamental building block that everyone wants. And if you zoom in there, you'll notice that those are Stargaze NFTs. So we have some more features. I'm just going to list them off because we've got to get moving. Auth-Z support. You're going to be able to grant permission on a specific contract for a specific message to an individual, another DAO. This is the most powerful permission system in DAO tooling. I'm really excited for Auth-Z and DAO. DAO run validators. You can run a validator as your DAO. Jack Zamplin already leaked this. But yeah, we've done this successfully on testnet, and it's going to be launching with DAO v2, and it will allow you to create a validator as a DAO, so that the income from people staking to that validator go directly to the DAO, which allows for a bunch of new exciting economic models for communities. Awesome. We have interchain accounts. So we've been talking about this for a while, but it's real. DAO v2, it's gonna happen. Interchain accounts. You can LP your treasury on Osmosis. You can launch a server on Akash. This is the interchain future that we want to enable. We have custom proposal flows, native token support, and we have more on the roadmap. So coming very soon, we have payroll, being able to manage payroll for all in smart contracts. Roles are very important for how we understand our position in a DAO. If you give someone the role of secretary, they're gonna just step up to take notes at the meeting, even if no one told them to. Give people roles. Roles are really useful for organization. Legal wrappers, that's a big one. We have a lot more integrations on the way. I forgot to list the most important thing. We're also working on fundraising contracts, fundraising tools for your DAOs. It's one of the fundamental things you want to do. And finally, we're going to be implementing private voting, private membership, and private treasuries, because privacy is important. And we're already seeing interchain protocols using DAO for their governance, for managing their cross-chain deployments. And so I'm excited today that DAO is partnering with WinDAO, who's actually a great contributor to DAO, to use their DAO tooling. And we've been talking with some others as well. So Interchain DAO tooling powers Interchain DAOs. And I might have said this before, but Interchain is really the new paradigm. People need to wake the fuck up to this. And we almost face some hard truths. For example, competition is gonna increase. Everything's gonna be copied. Protocols just wanna be everywhere. So if you're launching a layer 1 chain and you fund a protocol, you're gonna try to lock them in, it's gonna be like holding water. They're gonna wanna go to all the other chains because that's what's best for them. Block space is cheap and will be cheaper. If you're you're not that special anymore. This is the interchain. There's gonna be thousands of chains, Newcomers will beat you with incentives. They're just gonna launch a token, there's gonna be 1,000% APR, and they're just gonna be beating you. And moreover, the meta and the tech are constantly changing. Your Cosmos SDK chain that was state of the art early this year, well, guess what? There's gonna be new kids on the block. And how does your project thrive in such environment? Well, to thrive in a new paradigm, we must evolve. Yes. I see Juno transitioning from just an app chain, it'd still be that, to an interchain DAO. So for example, Juno will build and invest in interchain protocols, things like DAO. And we're gonna spread them throughout the interchain. But I think we need to think even bigger than that. We're gonna push Cosmwasm everywhere, because this is what will make these interchain protocols really valuable. We need as many places for these interchain protocols to go as we can get. Cosmwasm everywhere, even on the hub. I'm gonna put up the proposal again. Seriously, it needs to be on the hub. It was the people footing the security thing, they're wrong. Permissioned Cosmwasm, completely safe. Look at Stargaze uptime. Fucking perfect. And guess what? We're gonna create more Cosmwasm chains. This is a crazy idea, but what if we create more Cosmwasm chains for the benefit of Juno stakers and the Juno DAO? Because there will inevitably be Cosmwasm plus Celestia. It's inevitable, It's two good things, of course. There's gonna be Cosmwasm plus Ava X. there's going to be experimental Cosmosm chains using really cool things like maybe Narwhal, or like there's like a million cool things to play with. Like, and here's the point. If these Cosmosm chains are inevitable, why not launch them ourselves? We got to think Interchain. So, explain like I'm 5. That was a lot of stuff. How will this make number go up? How will this provide value to Juno stakers? Well, we're going to build cool shit and give it to the Juno community. What kind of shit? We're going to build new Cosmosm chains. Cool, yeah. Would you like a Cosmosm Celestia chain? I would. We're going to build interchain protocols. Things like DAO and, oh wait, there's this DAO token. I wonder what's going to happen with that. Like, maybe something for Juno because Juno paid to have it built. Like, because it came out of Juno. And we're going to launch a lot more cool DAOs. Just wait. When you make cool interchain DAO tooling, when you allow DAOs like new ways of raising funds, or whether that's selling NFTs or running validators, we're going to see a lot of cool DAOs. So be on the lookout for that. Moreover, we're going to be working to make Juno widely adopted as an interchain fee token. If you want to build complex interchain smart contract protocols, you want your fee token accepted everywhere. Now the flip side of this is that we're also going to accept other tokens as fees, but you know, free markets, they're great. Free markets won out over mercantilism a long time ago, because the idea of like trying to protect everything and trying to like guard everything off so that like only like Juno projects stay only on Juno, and that like we only have Juno as the fee token and nothing else, like it's kind of short-sighted. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. Eventually it's gonna like flow out or evaporate. But like, here's the big announcement, you know, is that we're gonna secure the interchain through mesh security. Yeah, that's right. Interchain collaboration. Interchain DAOs are great for interchain collaboration, and I'm really excited to build the future of interchain security. We're Team Mesh Security, and we're gonna be contributing resources and efforts towards making that happen. In fact, at HackWasm, which is October 1st through October 3rd, we're gonna be hacking on this. Sunny, me, Ethan, if you wanna join, come hang out with the cool kids. So to wrap it up, my vision for Juno, and it's just my vision. You know, we're a DAO, so I'm not like a dictator. I have to convince people that these are like good ideas, and the community will vote. But I think we should fully embrace being an interchain DAO. And because, you know, we don't really have a company or anything like that, I think we're best positioned for that. I think we're gonna continue to build interchain protocols, and we need to really double down. We're gonna invest in and incubate the future. And we're gonna launch more chains. Why not? It's a great way to create value. And do you know what? Because we have the interchain protocols that people want, because let's be real, like Neutron, they want DAO. They want, you know, the protocols that like are being built on Juno. So like, let's just send Cosmosm everywhere. What if we made our own, like, if everyone thinks ICS is the best thing, let's make our own ICS chain and deploy our protocols there. We're going to continue to be the home of Cosmosm innovation and experimentation. And we're going to adopt good ideas from the community. Like just the other day, like someone was like, let's do developer incentives. Well, guess what? That prop's coming up on Commonwealth. From the community, not top down, bottom up. And we're going to scale our DAO through better DAO tooling. We use DAO. We embrace sub-DAOs for scaling. That's how you scale a DAO. We have a bunch of different teams, all accountable to the main DAO, but with their own funding and structures and ability to allocate resources. But mostly, I just want us to have fun and make friends. Because if we're not doing that, what are we doing?
All right, let's make some noise for Juno Network. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, Jake. Thank you very much. Dow Daddy. All right, our next speaker is going to teach us about Agoric blockchain. CEO of Agoric, co-founder of Agoric, Dean Tribble, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, Medellin. So I have a starting question. If you have an answer, just feel free to holler it out, at least if it's an entertaining answer. Oh, we don't have slides yet. Oh, they cheated. All right. Well, we won't get the animations. So my starting question is, what happened in 2013? Change the mic? Oh, okay. All right. What happened in 2013? And what happened in 2013 that impacts IBC, impacts the Cosmoverse a lot, is my co-founder, Mark Miller, and another of our co-founders, Bill Tulla, our economist, published a paper called Distributed Electronic Rights in JavaScript. And that did two really important things. It showed how JavaScript could be used for DeFi and showed us what we needed to drive into the JavaScript standard for DeFi and for smart contracts. And it inspired the core architecture of IBC, right? It articulated the notion of independent sovereign machines, servers at the time, connected with secure protocols sending asynchronous messages in order to accomplish cross-machine finance. And this was presented at Financial Cryptography. Now, since then, of course, we got blockchain, and that, from our perspective, creates machines out of agreement rather than out of silicon, right? Out of consensus rather than hardware. But it's the same basic idea, and so IBC was inspired, and Zaki can tell that story better than I, so corner him on that. But that's a core element that led to both Agoric being involved with Cosmos and some of the key elements of the Cosmos architecture. Okay, so we need the animation. Can you get the PowerPoint up? Anyway, so there was a blockchain after this 2013 paper. You may have heard of it. It's called Ethereum. It's the most recent proof-of-stake chain out there. And what has it got, right? It's got Solidity programmers, programming smart contracts, programming decentralized finance. And there's approximately 5,000, 6,000 people that can do a decent job at it, right? So you can see that dot in the upper right. There are more lawyers in Medellin than there are programmers that can program DeFi in Solidity, right? There are more lawyers in Denver, there are more lawyers in, it's one of those things where there's just not enough to be able to take smart contracts and carry it out to the rest of the world. So Agoric was founded on the vision of taking smart contracts, this ability to enforce the relationships among strangers, a business contract kind of relationship among strangers, and making it a thing that could enable lots of strangers to cooperate with each other. And you're not going to do that with just a few thousand developers. And even if you go down to the number of web developers, number of Web3 developers, crypto blockchain developers, that's only, best estimate, 17,000, something like that. As opposed to, and this circle is to scale, the red circle is the number of JavaScript developers in the world, right? 17 million JavaScript developers. That's what we need in order to take, DAO, in order to take DeFi, in order to take NFT, in order to take governance, all these things, in order to take them out to the next generation, out to mainstream use cases, out to mainstream developers is the path we need. Okay, so that's important, but it's not just JavaScript, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But first, what is Agoric building? Okay, so we are a proof-of-stake chain using the build token, built on Cosmos SDK, using, of course, the battle-tested Tendermint consensus algorithm. Right? And it is a chain where the core focus, I'm getting another picture, right, is building contracts in hardened JavaScript. These are the features, the lockdown, the key elements that we identified in that paper from 2013, and have driven into the JavaScript standard since. And this is what has made JavaScript be the thing that secures trillions of dollars on brokerage terminals. It's the core to the next generation of MetaMask extensible wallet. It secures Cosm.js. It's in light bulbs. And it's, of course, in the core of our smart contract execution model. Okay. Now I'll take us back a ways, because just for entertainment value, I got to do this, right? 6,000 developers, right? 14,000 lawyers in Medellin, right? 18,000 web developers, and a whole lot more JavaScript developers, right? Thank you. So, that's what we're building, is smart contracts, a platform for smart contracts in hardened JavaScript. But just like JavaScript was out there in browsers, and experts could do cool things, it's not about the language. There are other platforms that have tried to do the language, and they did not have the security elements we'd have. They did not have the ability to execute JavaScript deterministically like we do. There's a bunch of things they did not have that are essential. But the important thing that let JavaScript take over the world of application development is the frameworks, right? When React.js came out, or Vue.js, those are both architecturally frameworks to enable building applications. And the key thing they realized that they actually brought into the world is true object-oriented frameworks where you could grab components built by other people to combine them together into an application that could do more than you could program, right? Developers could now build on each other's shoulders. And so frameworks, the right kind of framework, enables innovation across a lot of skill levels and enables the exponential growth where developers are building on the contributions of other developers and making their own contributions back into the community. So NPM was how that happened at the system level, and React.js and Vue.js is how that happened at the user interface level. So we do the same thing, the same kind of OO framework that developers across the world are familiar with, but instead of the affordances being about mouse clicks and rendering, it's about pricing and negotiation and exchange, and is this the asset I actually wanted, and are you actually giving me what I need, right? And those are critical elements to get right. And it's clear that in lower-level programming languages, programmers do not get it right, to the tune of something like $9 billion in losses to battle test the relatively small number of contracts currently functioning and controlling vast amounts of money. So framework is important in order to enable the next generation of developers, and that's the primary thing and the primary architectural thing that JavaScript brings to the table. Okay. So we have a bunch of DeFi Legos. We have a bunch of Legos, not just for DeFi, the fungible and non-fungible tokens, semi-fungible tokens that one of our partners, mainnet application partners, encourage us to use. Vaults for CDPs, pluggable governance components, liquidation, DeFi Legos, etc. I could go into a lot of them, but you've seen some of those in the other talks. We're going to talk about what's different now. So, well, first, and all of these, as familiar to JavaScript developers across the world, a new component is just a single JavaScript module that exports a start function, somewhere in there. I don't know if you can see the code, but it creates a NFT mint, and another line just mints 1,000 NFTs, right? This is the kind of thing where having the right level of library makes that stuff really easy, makes it come together really fast, and makes it safe to compose these elements. Okay, so what's happened is several projects out there have taken those components. In some cases, they've started with bounties and built something that they will be deploying to the full mainnet of Agoric when it's available. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Okay, so we'll start with LH2 staking. Now this is like liquid staking. Everyone's very excited about liquid staking, but they're very focused on a unique feature of helping decentralization in chain. So smart contract components using some of the things that we've built for other purposes to do effectively cross-chain liquid staking that can help to decentralize the staking of Agoric initially and then other chains eventually around not just geo-risk and jurisdictional risk, but which data centers are they in, or what other chains that we're working with do they align with, and those kinds of things. So having that, not just freeing up the investment value, but really helping secure the chain is a huge step forward. Calypso provides a dashboard using ICA, using interchain queries, to be able to roll up a portfolio and manage assets across multiple different chains over IBC. AgreeWe is DAO tools. You heard a lot about DAO. Well, there's 14 million people that are going to need something like that, but they're going to program in JavaScript. And so this started with our governance Legos, voting components, what we use for governance of parameters, all those kinds of things, and now extends them and grows them so you can easily make subcommittees and change the voting strategies and that sort of stuff. So designed for small companies or small groups that want to get organized and do cross-chain agreement stuff. Crya does Creed, which I can almost never pronounce, which is an NFT creator. But it's an NFT creator that creates hierarchical NFTs, gaming characters that instead of it being randomly generated for you, you can go buy an item and equip it, and now you've got a structural NFT where you can sell the combo, right? There's those libraries I talked about, the framework in Agoric has rich notions of property rights and the ability to extend them with this kind of hierarchical property. And then finally, NFT lending, Crabble, which is being able to lend out NFTs, again, using some of the DeFi Legos, sorry, the NFT Legos we produced, and then enhancing them and adding more Legos to the pool for you all to build with. Okay, so one of the most exciting things to me is several of them are here. I see Crya over there. I think the others are in the back of the room. And they're putting on workshops. So right now, RL Labs is putting on a workshop about how do they do smart contracts in Agoric, right? And there will be other workshops here. You can see all of those. Sign up for them because the last time this happened, they were full. These are people that actually built stuff in the framework. They can tell you how it works. They can tell you why they're excited about going out onto Agoric mainnet. And that will be available, that schedule's available out there. So pay attention to the workshops. This is the second tab. If you go look at the agenda, there's multiple tabs. Okay, so that's for when Agoric mainnet is fully live for third-party contracts. There'll be there'll be a permission phase, and these are the ones that are sort of slotting in. There'll be competitions to add more, but getting these guys out, they cross a broad spectrum of the programmability, and we'll be adding Legos that are really useful for people to add their own businesses in all of these spaces. But we are in the process of mainnet 1, which is the first round of the Agoric chain. The first round of the Agoric chain, and the answer to when mainnet 1 is BC883B. For the geeks out there in the room, the other developers, this is the hash of a GitHub commit that is formally named that, colloquially named release Pismo for peg stability module or something, right? Or parity stability module. And really what it is it's the release candidate for the launch of Agoric mainnet 1. So this train is now moving, and it's going through, and I'll talk about what's in it, and then we'll talk about what the schedule is for that. So it is, of course, the Cosmos SDK, with the build token, and a few additional modules like our VBank to bridge Cosmos level accounts and IBC transfer in the bank up into JavaScript objects so you can trivially use them uniformly with JavaScript for non-fungible tokens, et cetera, and semi-fungible tokens, currencies built in JavaScript, et cetera. The Agoric JavaScript VM, so this will be the first launch of the Agoric JavaScript VM for hardened JavaScript, with all the checkpointing and restart and all that kind of stuff. The Zoe smart contract platform that provides offer safety, we've talked about that elsewhere, of these features about it to reduce risk, to make it easy to build components and put them all together. And then finally, the interprotocol. Now, this talk, I'm mostly not going to talk about the interprotocol. Zucky and I have a session about that on Wednesday, to make sure not to miss it. But that is the interstable token. This is the stable token that is built using these same frameworks. Several of the components in IST and in the interprotocol are being used by third parties. And so we've got a particular release that will be going out, and we'll talk about that in the future. Okay, but it'll be included. Oh, no, how'd that get in there? Never mind. I'm going to talk about back to those crypto hashes. So what happens from here, right? We're now in that engineering phase where the train of releases started leaving the station. You've got functional complete, passes test, all that sort of thing. And now one of the cool things about using the most common programming language with standard development tools and all that sort of stuff is all the standard practices and tools work. So we have performance engineering, we've got profiling that gives us breakdown and details of where time is being taken in various transactions. We've got lots of metrics on all of our data centers and multiple chains up and multiple test nets up for different purposes, with flame graphs to look at where all the time is being taken of contracts on chain or of systems that we're running or of particular test configurations using standard testing tools, right? The ability to do the normal engineering that millions of developers are used to doing in large-scale service stuff is just amazing. And so we're now in that process of going through, and it goes all the way through to testing our offer model on hardware like ledgers, where this is sort of the entirely readable and understandable worst case, and we're working with others in the community to build up what's called sign mode textual to make this experience and the Kepler and other wallet systems experience of fancy, interesting, complex offers and exchanges involving NFTs or other stuff, to make all of that much more understandable to normal humans just trying to get their job done. So very cool stuff. Whoops. And so where we're at is we've selected the economic committee. This is for the interstable token, and they're getting to work on what are the assets for the initial launch, what are the assets for collateral in the CDP launch, that sort of thing. We've got the release candidate running on DevNet. You can all go and poke and prod at it. We've got additional test nets that for validators to work on and for us doing perf and other system characterization. And we're in the midst of a couple of weeks of functional and security testing, right? Not just QA, but serious abuse by high-end product security experts out of the Web 2 space that are really good at this sort of thing. And there will be elements that we will then transition to that are not Agoric doing, but rather that are the community. We've done a lot of growing in not just the community, but the decentralization of it. They are heavily involved, the validators are heavily involved in the release process, and so they'll be going through a rehearsal, for example, to upgrade from the current live Ag0 chain that was launched actually just before last Cosmoverse, up to the core engine that has all the JavaScript running in it. And so this train is in progress, and then there will be the votes to turn on IST, decide what collaterals there are, and so forth. So this will take over the span of a couple of weeks. If there are no show-stopping surprises, that puts this launch in the third week of October. So we're real close. The train is moving. It's going to keep ticking along. And we will deal with minor crises as they arise, and we'll let people know if there is anything more than that. Right? So we're very excited about that. And so how can you get involved? Well, if you're a validator, there's going to be votes. You've already seen these releases come out. You already know there are test nets. Your guys are the ones that then bring it up and test it and make sure it's real, get ready to vote and decide on various parameters, all those kinds of things. If you're a developer, there are workshops happening right now, and there are more. They're quite worth it. Many of those businesses that are setting up to launch on mainnet once we get past this mainnet 1, those started as bounties, they started as projects, and they leverage our components, and they've contributed back components that others have used. So it's a very exciting interaction that really ties into the growing component community that will be the primary bridge or the significant bridge to these millions of developers into the cryptoverse, is being able to build and program the way they used to. And then finally, if you're a Cosmos zone, I mentioned interstable token and interprotocol, IST. And that will be coming out. That will be launching in this mainnet 1 release. We're going to talk a bunch more about it later, but several of you know about it. I know I'm excited about it. I'm really excited not just to see the first real production contracts in this hardened JavaScript, but also to have a stable token that is really focused on unlocking the asset value of the interchain. And so come talk to us at the booth. Come give questions that will be answered for answering in the fireside chat Zaki and I have on interstable token. And let's talk about how we can bridge IST to your zone. So, thank you all very much. I'm Dean Triple for Agoric, and I look forward to talking to you guys in the rest of the conference.
Well, guys, our next speaker is Hyung Lee, co-founder of Crescent. So please, let's give him a big, big applause.
Yeah, so hello everyone. I'm very excited to be here, like all the pivoting time for this Cosmos ecosystem, like growing fast as ever. And I'm very honored to be here to be a responsibility for this, all this financial application and all this support for the Cosmos ecosystem. So today, let me explain a little bit about Crescent Network, where we are, and all these products we are shipping, and also, interestingly enough, Crescent Boost future. So let me restate our vision. So first of all, for the Crescent DEX, we pursue smart liquidity. So there should be a sustainable way to provide the liquidity for the ecosystem. And also, we support diversity of assets. Now, like in Cosmos, we expect like more than 100 projects coming in every year in Cosmos ecosystem. And all of these new projects, they need liquidity. They need to raise funds. And all this financial demand should be met by all this infrastructure in Cosmos ecosystem. And we are here for them, support this growth for this Cosmos ecosystem. And also, we support DeFi composability. There are lots of DeFi products growing in Cosmos. And it will be amazing within a year, lots of different kinds of DeFi products coming into Cosmos. And they need all of this ingredient of this DeFi. So a lot of liquidity in DEX should be utilized for these different DeFis. And it should be IBC transferred to these different kinds of DeFi so that they can be used as a collateral. So we support that. we want to use it, reusable liquidity for different kinds of DeFi in Cosmos. And so, like in whole, we are here for Cosmos ecosystem, not for Crescent, but for Cosmos. So now we have 3 significant features, including AMM order book hybrid, which is maximizing liquidity efficiency. And the other one is range liquidity, which is making AMM free. And also, liquid staking is built in for inexpensive security. So I want to talk more about our feature in the future. So this is our roadmap for next quarter. Farming version 2, liquid farming, market maker incentives, and sequential type orders. So let me explain more about farming version 2. Now the farming is targeted to each pool, but we have multiple pools within one token pair because of range liquidity. So we provide this liquidity incentive computed from multiplication of amplification factor, so that we can fairly distribute this incentive among these different pools, so that we can free the liquidity provider to provide liquidity with different range of the predefined price of this each liquidity. And also, we are going to launch liquid farming next month, which is providing minting of liquid farming coins from LP farming positions. This is very necessary because most of the DEX, it lock all this capital within the liquidity pool. It cannot be reutilized for other activities. We allow this to be tokenized so that it can be sent over to any chain like UMI, Kava, and other DeFi blockchain, so that it can be used for other activities. So we value this interchain connectivity of financial application so that we can connect with each other, grow each other, and support each other. Also, we are going to launch a market maker incentive soon. We already have order book, but it is not fully utilized yet because of this lack of liquidity coming from market maker. Now, market maker incentive will be alive. Our functionality lies on this score system with B-scat spread, liquidity depth, and liveness considered so that we can calculate the quality of liquidity provided by market makers. Our team is the best team who can design and support all of this financial calculation and efficiency for this market maker incentive. So not only for the major tokens, but also minor tokens can be well provided for the liquidity with like maximized capital efficiency by partnership with other blockchains. And also we are going to support sequential type order. This is very unique context of ours because our DEX does not allow MEV because all these orders are transacted without any prioritization within a block. But now we introduce sequential type order, which is like very usual thing in any kind of DEX. So we have two kinds of it. One is pre-batch order, and the other one is post-batch order. So pre-batch order is for MEV feature. So all the arbiters are taking profit from this MEV action. And we are auctioning this slot, prioritized transaction slot, so that we can receive the fees from the arbitrators and not sending them to validators or delegators, but accumulating that into our community and ecosystem within the protocol so that all these users providing liquidity, they can be benefited from this fee. So this is our philosophy. MEV profit should be stayed within protocol and not goes to validators or miners. So let me also explain more about our new features for the first quarter of next year. So managed LP, fundraising, liquidity bootstrapping, and trading fee, and DEX aggregator. So let me explain why managed LP is necessary in this context. So if you see other ecosystem, basic AMM is extincting right now because it is not very efficient. So more freedom to AMM is the future of AMM, and this will be definitely happen very soon in Cosmos ecosystem also. But it brings freedom, but also it brings complexity. So if you pursue this efficiency, then there's always coming this complexity of like decision making and like all this freedom. This is really difficult for retail investors to understand and research and manage, monitor this kind of risk and return profile for all this DeFi position management. So we provide this fund management feature for Crescent DEX LP, so that if you invest into LP and if you want to use this range LP for this capital efficiency and leverage farming, then you can use this feature so that this professional fund manager can rebalance your position so that you don't have to worry about all this detailed decision making along the way with all this price volatility. Also, this fund token can be tokenized so that it can be utilized for other DeFi activities, especially outside Crescent. And also, we think that this is a pivotal time for Cosmos. We are growing as fast as ever, and this like unconventional growth, we need like extra effort to support this ecosystem so that all these new projects coming in, they need this support to continue their innovation. So like all these projects, they're coming with like 2 co-founders, and they need a small amount of money to continue their work. There are like very potential innovation coming into this Cosmos, but like not every DEX is very friendly with all these new projects because it is very small. And like until it getting big, they don't care. But we here for them. We need to support this new project, very small project, with a little bit of money for this development proceeding so that it can be the future of bigger Cosmos ecosystem. So we need this feature, connected feature, from fundraising to liquidity formation so that they have enough fund to continue 6 months or 1 year to provide the POC, and then they can fundraise later in any other platform. So also providing liquidity for the initial investors so that they can plan and execute on this liquidity. So this functionality provides multiple types of auctions for coin sale on Crescent DEX, and also utilizing our advanced AMM, which is ranged pool, we can provide investment opportunity who holds only one kind of token so that they can provide liquidity with only of this one token. So you don't need to swap half of them to other token to provide liquidity in Crescent. Connected to this, we are also designing liquidity bootstrapping functionality. So that all of this token can be guaranteed with some amount of liquidity locked in for this LP for several months so that it can be traded with all these investors. So this can be participated with other participants. For example, there is like one new token from ABC, and the other token which can be Bcree, and then Bcree holders participate the part, and these ABC token holders participate the rest. So this is very necessary from our experience, because like all these new token holders, they only have one of them, and it is not fair for us to force them to buy half of our Bcree to provide liquidity. So with technology, we don't need to do that anymore. So we are going to provide that opportunity for these new token holders. And currently, our platform does not have trading fee right now, but we are going to implement that in early next year. So we are a little bit special on this trading fee design because of the existence of order book. So order book has different category of participation, which is liquidity taker and liquidity maker. Those are having different characteristics on this platform because some of it are consuming liquidity, but some of it are providing liquidity. So we need to differentiate this so that we can support more traders using more providing liquidity than consuming liquidity so that there can be better liquidity quality over time. And also for the market makers are kind of partnership for all these DEXs using order book. And we need to be win-win situation each other. So we are going to incentivize a lot for these market makers, but in a very fair way, so that all these smaller market makers can also participate in this competition. And they need specific condition, like they are not gonna perform well if the condition is not really good, if the cost is too much for providing liquidity. So we need discount fee rate for market makers. So this kind of, all of this design should be well considered before developing this kind of characteristic. And also, in the far future, this fee will be the main source of farming for LP and also market makers. But we are opening this competition across this methodology. And LP and market makers are doing the same thing, providing liquidity in a different way. So comparing this like effectiveness liquidity providing with these two different methodology, we can fairly calculate the effort and result of liquidity provided from both methodology. So we are going to create this fair competition playground with these two methodology. So LP and market makers compete each other for better liquidity over time. So we are going to calculate all of this efficiency and fairly distribute the incentive for the longer run. And DEX aggregator, this is not landed in Cosmos in a big scale yet. So in Ethereum or other blockchain, this DEX aggregator is like a very main source of platform for trade any kind of assets. And it brings all the goodies. So for the users, the cost is lower because you can utilize all the liquidity from different DEXs. But now in Cosmos, this is not particularly not the case. There are lots of latency on IBC, and users are not very familiar with this concept in Cosmos. So it creates a lot of unhealthiness, like more cost to the users, and users are locked within a website. Users are locked in a website, jailed in a website, and they only use one DEX. That's Web 2 experience, and we want to break them. Innovation is coming from open competition, and this innovation should not be locked by this Web 2 experience. Opening up all this liquidity aggregated in one stop so that users can utilize this liquidity at once. And this is also better for the ecosystem because there are more DEXs coming in Cosmos. Not only Crescent, Shift Chain, Say Protocol, Kujira, all these different methodology with different advantages. We need to support this resilient ecosystem, tackling down with different technology. And it should be well connected to all these users. So we think the unbiased DEX aggregator is very necessary only for the users, but also for the development and growth of DeFi ecosystem in Cosmos. So now let me explain more about Crescent Boost. So let me state our vision for Crescent Boost. So first of it, we can make explanation of this Crescent Boost as one sentence, which is DeFi on DeFi. So a lot of DeFi in the world is very complex. So we provide integrated multi-DeFi experience and also lending from these DeFi funds and also creating derivative to be traded between DeFi position holders. And we also want to support multi-chain support. So these days, all of the products, these are blockchain agnostic. The barriers are breaking down, and there are like connected ecosystem coming in the near future. So Crescent team is breaking the barriers of blockchains, bringing a broader ecosystem to the Cosmos. The Cosmos ecosystem is rapidly growing, but still we need to invite all these other ecosystems in the world. So this is it. We are inviting other ecosystems, persuading those users into our application and then bring them to Cosmos. So now we introduce L2Fi, which is our new project, spin-off from Crescent. So L2Fi is layer 2 DeFi, which is a blockchain agnostic dApp operating upon layer 1 DeFis to serve an integrated DeFi gateway. So let me explain this when bootstrap. So all of you will be very excited about this information. So we are suggesting bootstrap replace to airdrop for this new token. So this new token distribution will be one-to-one airdrop of L2Fi token to big clear holders, and this snapshot will be like across the past time and the future time. More information will be publicized soon for all of you, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Well, one of the biggest barriers for mass adoption in Latam is the language. There is not many people that speak English, and most of the information is in English. Our next speaker decided to do his speech in Spanish. Así que, Federico, bienvenido, muchas gracias. Federico de Evmos.
¿Todo bien, Medellín? Bueno, hoy día les voy a presentar acerca del pasado, presente y futuro.
You about what Evmos is, the past, the present, and the future. Excuse me just a sec. There's something going on with the mic.
Ahora sí.
Now we're good. The other mic was not working very well. My name is Federico. Today I'm going to speak about the past, present, and future of Evmos. Here I'm going to start with a timeline about our project Evmos. First, Ethermint. Those that don't know this is the precursor of Evmos. It's the virtual Ethereum and the consensus mechanism of 2016. Based on this, our Evmos team, we created a proposal in the beginning of 2021. So we relived this project because it used to be like a dead project, and we made it live again. So we changed the brand. We changed from Ethermint to Evmos, creating a new vision based on an ecosystem of apps that were decentralized, interoperable through an EVM chain. We wanted to create decentralized apps with an alignment in the long term among developers, validators, and users at the same time, and this was going to be long term. Continuing with the timeline, we created a network of tests that were incentivized. Then we had the token model. We decided what were going to be the incentives for users, developers, and validators. Then we did our launch in 2022 with our rec drop. This was the name we gave it to the ecosystem, but things did not work that well, so we launched it again in May this year. So where are we now? After hard work and trying to perfection Ethereum, where are we now and where are we going? What's the vision in the long term? Our EVM of Evmos, we have a high-performance EVM created of module of UX, and it has the same experience as Ethereum. And we created a user experience that used decentralized apps. The blocks, we have it in less than 2 seconds. This promotes a more user-friendly and more users that are included in this. And we have customers that are using EVM platform and Cosmos, and they are integrating them both. That way we can have the best user experience for Cosmos and Ethereum. Two specific examples are Scan. It's a browser that we can see IBC and EVM transactions and smart contracts that we have in IBM. This is the first explorer or browser that we can see the consensus of the smart contracts. On the right hand, we can see the meta transactions that we can have with Cosmos, but using digital wallet, EVM, or MetaMask, or any other digital wallet that can be connected through Wallet Connect. Also, today we had an upgrade that allows us to create income for app developers that are decentralized. For the first time, these developers can have 50% of the transaction commission that are issued if a user interacts. So this changes the paradigm that we have of how these developers and these projects obtain income since the first day. So the more users they have, so as developers on Evmos, the greater the income for you. And in the long term, you're going to have a better project of decentralization. This, we do it through the division of the commission between validators and developers. Nowadays, it's 50-50, but this can be also configured through governance. We also launched our first dApp store. It's a decentralized market where these apps coexist and the users can have access to different apps according to their preferences. And they can generate recommendation systems through the transactions, or they can create specialized contents to recommend the apps according to the different uses. Now, what? So we have the virtual machine on Cosmos. We achieved what any other project couldn't have achieved in the last years. I have been in several projects. First, I was with Tendermint, ChainSafe, and then with Arces, that's the Evmos company. Right now, we're in the next frontier. We created an EVM of high performance. How can we scale in a meaningful way the decentralized apps that can use EVC? So first, one of the most important things is the liquidity of apps. TVL, total value, is one of the main metrics that measures the health of an ecosystem where we have decentralized apps. Today, the users, when they have access to the Evmos token, they have three options. The first one is to have a deposit in staking to supply liquidity in the liquidity pools, or use it in EVM. And based on these alternatives, they prefer to use these tokens in the option that will supply a higher interest on the tokens that they have. So this generates, at the same time, the number of tokens that you have and the liquidity in osmosis. Here you can see in the graph can be higher than the total value lock that we have in Evmos chain. So what can we do to improve the user experience so that this doesn't impact negatively the quality of the user? So that's why we are going to implement liquid staking. We believe this is the best option for the users because there's only one logical alternative or option, and that is to have those tokens in staking, then have the liquid Evmos token, and then use it to supply liquidity to Osmosis or other apps of Osmosis or in decentralized apps. This will give two basic things. One, liquidity for the apps, and second, security, because it will allow us to position us as the main hub of IBM in Cosmos. For the main questions that you've asked me separately, with the alternatives that we have today, like Strive or Silver, this is implemented natively in Evmos. This will allow you to have less latency and generate an app ecosystem that are specifically focused to provide services of staking. Create indexes, DAOs that use staking, or apps of DeFi that instead of having the tokens in staking, the app itself can provide those tokens and generate interest for the users. Income for the apps, and they are going to be distributed to the users. A specific case is over the lakes. Today, they're using a smart contracts on IBM to redirect the rewards that the validator has to the different users that the NFTs have existing in Evmos today. So the main thing here is that through this solution, we can create a rich ecosystem of staking and generate a new generation of apps dedicated exclusively to staking. But the main problem of scalability that we have today is that Evmos can use IBC. So the chain is linked to Osmosis, Osmosis Hub, Juno, and others in the ecosystem. But the main problem is that the decentralized apps cannot use IBC because it's implemented in a different module. So how can we scale a great number of apps that can use this solution of interoperability and have access? So the main technologies that we're using today are pre-compiled contracts and the IBC middleware. For those that do not know about the pre-compiled contracts, it's a specific terms of IBM. These are implemented natively and that are compilated before starting the chain, and they have a pre-established direction. Here, the address 001 is specifically focused in IC recover to have a public address through a message. So these fusions allow you to generate new contents, new solutions that are specifically implemented natively, for example, Go. In Ethereum, nowadays, by default, they're used for cryptographic functions. The main difference is that these pre-compiled contracts are going to be able to change the state. So that means that they are stateless. They can use staking, IBC, slushing, lending apps without having collateral, and many other functions that I could say. So it works like this. Here we have Evmos and the world of EVM that we developed. And on top of that, we have different contracts, smart contracts. And several of them are pre-compiled. For example, the cryptographic functions that I mentioned. But nowadays, we can also have a smart contract that speak IBC. So the apps are totally connected with the Cosmos ecosystem and Interchain. The other solution that I mentioned previously are the intermediate layers of IBC middleware. So in the IBC app is built upon the core NIBC ecosystem, so we can have middle layers that we can modify the content of the message and redirect it to IDM. So an app that can send a token of Cosmos Hub, Juno, directly to IBM, we can redirect it like RC20. One of the main things that we want to do additionally is to consolidate Evmos as the EVM hub. This is going to promote more movement of tokens and transaction volume among the different chains. In the chains that use different solutions of interoperability, like IBC, this can give access to Cosmos to these bridges and have access to the dApps through bridges of IBC, like the pre-compiled contracts and IBC middleware. This is going to increase liquidity for the apps and an improvement in the user usability UX. So let's see how you do a transference of IBC and use the Atom token, for example, here in IBM. Here, we do a transference from the hub to Evmos, where the balance is kept in the bank module. Then the user has to do a conversion to change that token to an RC20 of IBM. Through the IBC middleware that we are implemented, we reduced the need of doing a manual conversion. So every time the user sends a token to Evmos, it's going to be represented as an RCV20. So you can use all the tokens that exist in the internet directly in EVM without doing an extra step. So from Ethereum to Evmos, generally we use different bridges. For example, connected directly like Cellar Moon, Multichain, and Nomad in the past, where you can do that transfer to IBM of Cosmos and directly manually to the token of RVC. Then through this pre-compiled contract, we reduce the conversion so the user can have easier access to the Interchain ecosystem as using Evmos as a router and redirect all these transactions through Ethereum ecosystem, Evmos ecosystem, to the outside. That's what I wanted to mention. For example, the bridge of EVM pre-compiled contract to Ethereum, that you can do the redirection automatically without executing another message through this pre-compiled IBM contract. Something else that I wanted to mention, here you can see the representation, the different staff of IBC with the different standards that we have today. And like you can see, it's the chains, not the apps, the ones that are connecting one with another chain. So what we want is to scale the apps so that they are connected in Evmos through IBC. So how can we do that? It is through exposing exclusively a precompiled contract that sends data packages through other chains. This is going to allow that each one of the decentralized apps at the same time they become apps of IBC, not only implementing it as a module in Cosmos, so the decentralized apps are compatible with IBC. So we can change this. It's a decentralized app store, what you see here, to this. It's decentralized apps that are totally compatible with the IBC system without having the need that Evmos changes something in the protocol. They're going to have direct access to Cosmos Hub, Juno, Osmosis, and all the other chains that exist nowadays in the ecosystem of Cosmos. And this is going to make us the main hub, the main supplier of infrastructure, of Cosmos infrastructure, of Cosmos ecosystem. Thank you so much. Now I'm open for questions.
Now, our next speaker is Eric Chen, co-founder of Injective Labs. Eric, welcome.
One moment. Okay. We're going to play the video first, and you can come upstairs. One second.
Ninjas, get in position. Engines engaged. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have liftoff.
That's the first time I watched that video, honestly. Hey guys, this is Eric, a co-founder and CEO of Injective Labs. We're core contributors to Injective blockchain. And today I'll walk you guys through a short overview of Injective and how we're pioneering a new age of connected finance. So Injective is the blockchain built for finance. But let's take a trip down memory lane and how we got here. Initially, we set out to create a fully decentralized exchange. No decentralized order book exchange existed back in the day, so I also wanted to create a solution to a pressing need that I wanted to address firsthand. Coming from kind of like a cryptography and also finance background, this is a very natural first step in combining two of my own personal passions. So when my co-founder Albert Chan and I tried to create this ideal solution and what we envisioned, we began by experimenting, like most developers, on Ethereum. But why didn't that work? So as of early 2018 or so, we've already noticed some of the initial hazards of front-running and MBV. And back then, there were initial papers published around it where researchers have heavily capitalized on it before it turned into a multi-$100-million industry. And more importantly, it's also very infeasible to implement an on-chain order book simply due to the cost of placing and canceling orders. And especially, and even in a generalized environment, the cost has to be both low and consistent to prevent the economic issues when it comes to market making. Now, obviously, off-chain order book would address this issue very easily, but at the end of the day, it still prevents composability and compromises one of the most critical advantages of DeFi over CeFi. And obviously, there are L2 solutions, which is a slight step up from the composability issue, but faces pretty much the identical problem as building on top of a generalized environment, where gas economy is essentially shared with all types of applications. So during our long search, we kind of found the promised land of Tendermint and Cosmos. So Cosmos allows for high levels of customizability and also performance upgrades. And in addition, we saw very early on the great promise of the ecosystem as a whole as it tries to bring about a tightly connected network of blockchains. And this ultimately led us to create an app-specific blockchain for decentralized finance. And by being an app-specific blockchain, it has a few very easy and addressable properties. It prevents front-running right off the bat and also all MEV-related issues. It has a very robust and tightly aligned governance around the community that's focused around DeFi. It's also right off the bat highly scalable and secure with optionality and path to expand for the next billion users. And on top of that, and most important for traders, is that there's execution stability and safety. And with all that in mind, it led us to create one of the marquee dApps built on top of Injective, which is Helix. So it originally launched under a different name. Helix is one of the first on-chain order book exchange to also enable derivatives trading. It's really important and revolutionary being the first cross-chain derivatives-enabled order book platform where users can leverage the best of DeFi and CeFi. And more importantly, all of the features and bells and whistles of CeFi, like conditional stop loss, take profit orders, limit orders, spot markets, perpetual markets, expired futures, binary options, are all offered on top of Helix. And another really interesting part is that those are not offered by CeFi, like very exotic and interesting derivatives using price feed that are sent from IBC are also possible. And all of the things that are offered by Helix are only possible by building on top of an app-specific blockchain like Injective. And obviously, the success of Helix has really translated over to the success of Injective as an ecosystem and as a blockchain. It has really far surpassed a number of industry benchmarks, and since launch of the last Cosmoverse conference, Injective has exceeded 108 million transactions. For context, this is more transactions than a lot of popular chains today. $7.3 billion in cumulative trading volume, 0 network downtime, and 150K community members / ninjas all over the world. And as Injective continues to grow, the scope of Injective and what it's looking to offer also grows as a result. And this is very much in line with what we initially envisioned for the ecosystem of Injective. It began to grow beyond just providing solutions for one application, but began to providing solutions for an entire sector. What we ended up building was not only for one of the fastest growing exchange apps on the market, but also a set of very robust and composable financial primitives that can be used to create a whole host of very powerful interchain applications. Now we're looking into the future and working towards creating one of the best sector-specific blockchain for finance. But what does that even mean? And that basically means that Injective provides developer with a set of very powerful and a set of very shared and composable on-chain financial primitives that are not found elsewhere. Obviously, for start, there are on-chain order book, derivatives, binary options, and much more. You can combine these primitives together in order to build a truly innovative financial applications that would not be possible anywhere else. And on top of that, it takes a step further by also enabling developers to utilize some of the best products on chain. There's obviously an innovative Explorer, and also an Injective Hub, which gives you direct access to features like wallet, staking, and also governance. And there's also a very unique cross-chain bridge, which we'll get to that later. And of course, there's much, much more to come. Another really important philosophy of the Injective ecosystem is that every new innovation for a chain is always built for the unaddressed needs and wants of DeFi developers, whether they're unsatisfied or constrained in a generalized environment, or they're facing issues or have a certain idea that cannot be implemented in anywhere else. For example, interoperability for us is at the core of every single product and application. The ability for the users to utilize any type of asset and to enjoy true composability across chain is very, very important. And Injective as a blockchain is perhaps one of the most interoperable blockchains out there. First of all, of course, we're IBC enabled, which allows you to access chains such as Osmosis and Junos with ease. And down the road, also compose and build atomic applications on top of it. We've also built one of the first bridges to Ethereum and became the first Cosmos-enabled chain to have MetaMask compatibility, which is a major gateway to onboard Ethereum users. And since then, we've also added access to new chains such as Polkadot through a bridge to the Moonbeam parachain. And with our upcoming integration with Wormhole, we will also allow access to a number of EVM chains such as Polygon and non-EVM chains such as Solana for the first time ever. Interoperability for us is not just for assets, but also data, as shown by our very novel Oracle module, which brings price feed natively via from the IBC world. And as a result, Injective to this day is still one of the most active IBC zones out there based on transfer activity. Our work with interoperability is not only a major paradigm shift for Cosmos native users, but for crypto user as a whole to demonstrate the value and benefits of having an interconnected ecosystem. Of course, all of our work and gateways have led to far more interest from some of the largest financial institutions. In fact, to date, Injective has received backing of nearly $60 million from some of the leading institutions in the space who are aligned with our vision to creating a truly free and decentralized financial system. But we're not going to stop there. We're continuing to push out new innovations and new products and new features, and one of the biggest is our new Cosmoverse smart contract layer, which allows for a range of new applications to finally be built on top of Injective. Injective's Cosmoverse implementation is uniquely different because it allows Injective to be one of the only blockchain capable of supporting automated executing smart contracts. And with the primitives coupled with the Cosmoverse smart contracts, it allows for a number of new applications and new paradigms to be built. For example, Frontrunner, which is a really innovative, decentralized sports betting platform, it utilizes the binary options primitive, the order book primitive, the Oracle module, and many more. And new projects has been continuously entering the ecosystem through DAO government proposals, as have projects like Aperture has recently done. But not only new projects are building, the Injective Labs is also building as well to focus on a particular issue when it comes to mass adoption into DeFi. We understood and we've witnessed too much of the pain points of DeFi developers and decided to develop primitives and features like automated smart contracts to make it easier for them to build. And this also allows for Project X to be built. And for the first time ever, I'm excited to introduce Project X.
There it is. What is this Project X?
All right, so what's Project X? So Project X really revolutionizes the way in which both users and developers access finance to bring true mass adoption. It's a combination of strategy votes for passive yield generation, AMMs with no impermanent loss risk, and interestingly, a one-click launchpad. We've been working on this for the better half of the past year and built all the fundamental primitives that leads up to Project X. And for the first time, it's being presented to the end user. The secret code name is Project X, but whoever can guess the final name of what this project will end up being will get a special prize. And for context, so traditionally, institutions and hedge funds pour billions of dollars into creating the most advanced quantitative financial modeling to generate insane rates of returns. But these type of returns are generally not accessible by the general public. And it's because it's for a good reason. Some of them are risky, some of them are way too advanced where sharing with other people with all those alpha, it probably doesn't even make sense. But one of the biggest innovations in DeFi is really to democratizing the access to these strategies and market making. And to really ensure that everyone has a chance to provide liquidity, everyone has a chance to bootstrap and generate liquidity, and everyone has a chance to access and deploy strategies. But the problem is that smart, sustainable strategies are really hard. These AMM and different types of on-chain strategies are extremely simple and extremely easy to be taken advantage of. AMM does lower the barrier to create and access liquidity, but they're riddled with impermanent loss, and also 10 to 1,000x lower in capital efficiency. And overall, this is obviously bad for not only the LP, but also new projects where they need to put up a large amount of asset. And it's also bad for traders since the fees and slippage are higher. And it's for a good reason, and there's a reason why this is a consistent problem. It's because sophisticated on-chain strategies are extremely difficult to implement in any generalized environment. There's so much computation and access to data that's required to make sure that these state-of-the-art institutional models are applicable. Now, even let's say you're just someone who already knows how to operate a trading bot and has been leveraging or capitalizing on on-chain strategies like arbitrage and et cetera. It still requires a lot of active management, a lot of execution and networking risk, and probably years of quantitative background to understand what the hell is going on within those models. And honestly, sometimes people might just be lazy and you just want to leave it, forget, like all automated strategies. But with these trade-offs in mind, the purpose of innovation is to alleviate them and remove them completely. And that's why we built this. Project X basically democratizes the creation and access of smart and sustainable strategies. And in the fundamental layer, it can do anything. It utilizes an auto-executing smart contract mechanism, COSM-WASM layer that's well integrated into the exchange module, and an optional Oracle module integration for extra market signals. It brings a sophisticated technology used by Wall Street to a decentralized and permissionless network. And the first strategy we built on top of Project X is a very, very exciting one. Now, for context, a lot of folks at Injective Labs used to be quant traders. And trust me when I say this, we had so much fun doing it. We work with quantitative researchers from some of the largest institutions out there and develop a new market-making model tailored for on-chain order books that can be used in any market. And for those who are interested, there are a lot more academic works to follow that formalizes this. But due to time constraint and due to just the depth of it, let's take a look and check out what the users care about. So in this interface, you're going to see Project X will mainly work in two parts. It first creates automated trading vaults that allowed end users to pool liquidity together and take advantage of trading strategies that are previously impossible or inaccessible. And there will be multiple strategy vaults with an associated on-chain strategy, and each strategy will be executed through the Cosmoverse smart contract. Now, as you can see, there are a lot of different names. A lot of them are quirky. This one is called Nebula. And it basically is a automated market-making strategy using some of the current models to market make for the perpetual market of BTC USDT. And as you can see, it's just one click, and you're done. Now, these base-level models are all submitted through governance and can be utilized for any type of market, whether that be spot and perpetual, that exists on the Injective ecosystem. These vaults will change the way that end users can utilize the DeFi primitives because it takes market making to the next level and allows general users to really level the playing field against institutions by accessing the same technology. And obviously, over time, it will truly benefit the entirety of DeFi for really expanding the offering. And the second portion of Project X is something I'm incredibly excited about, because it's essentially utilizing the same model and underlying primitive, but giving it a different twist and a different application for it from the end user's perspective. So Project X will also include a launch pad, which allows any developer to launch tokens permissionlessly in one click. Now, all you need to do is to specify the token denom, and for this case, let's say we're launching a token called Project Protocol. And there's some parameters to set up. Obviously, in this case, there are also different ways to offer out a token. Most people might be familiar with the Dutch auction mechanism, which is used by most DeFi platforms, but that's boring. Let's look at direct listing. And there could be optional fields for people to discover and explore these the launches on-chain. And within a few clicks, you basically get to initiate and launch a token. From an end user's perspective, you can access all of these things all in one place, and it essentially allows you to kind of explore and access it all in just another simple click. So the beauty of this is that all these apps are interlinked. So once the project token is launched here, it can be accessed in exchange apps like Helix. And also one of the most interesting mechanisms here that I'm going to get into is a direct listing mechanism. So let's jump to the Helix interface and why direct listing is such a huge paradigm shift. So previously, direct listing or launching a token like how Coinbase, et cetera, did it is impossible in DeFi. And obviously now with the enablement of Project X and the model that kind of supports it, no longer will projects have to spend months and months working with market makers, spending millions, providing liquidity and integrating with exchanges. And all of this is basically just done in one click. Let's see a simulation of direct listing from the beginning, because this is obviously testnet. So the vote is initially created with only 500K in project token balance. So as you can see, initially the order book only has ask orders. But over time, obviously, as the market opens, as the activity starts, that's when all the bids started coming in. And one of the most fascinating parts is that it's kind of like a leave it and forget launch. Because essentially, it'll sell the project token slowly and turn it into a standard market making vault. And as a matter of fact, because it's selling it over time in a fair basis, it allows for proper price discovery and figure out the best possible offering price. Let the market decide the offering price. So let's see, right now the price went up from $1 to 1.9, which is crazy. But even during this extremely volatile time, the 2% slippage is maintained at roughly, let's say 20,000 or so. And a quick math shows that you basically need $2 million in two-sided liquidity on AMM to kind of show the same level of liquidity. But on Project X, you save all that USDT that was probably really, really hard to get, and 2.2x in project token to achieve the exact same level of liquidity. That's not even mentioning right around here when the volatility kind of tapers over time and the liquidity thickens to $50,000 within 2% slippage. Now you're looking at 10x more capital efficiency with $5 million in liquidity pool for AMM to even match that. So to summarize, this process can achieve at least 10x capital efficiency, more efficient price discovery, and save millions for projects and participants alike. And here's the amazing part. All dApps in the ecosystem can leverage the same primitive of Project X and build exciting and new innovations on top of DeFi. And as a matter of fact, there are already a few new exciting projects that are joining the Injective ecosystem for Project X at the start. Now, it'll be a secret as to know who they are. Too much alpha, I guess. And it overall, as a primitive, takes DeFi to a whole new level by basically bringing Wall Street technologies to everyone. So Project X is already being used internally, and a beta version will be released pretty soon. Overall, I just wanted to take a chance to say that Injective's entire mission is to pioneer a new era of finance. And I'm beyond excited to kind of share with you guys some of the other innovations we've been working on. And there are a number of also groundbreaking projects that are currently building on top of Injective and integrating with the ecosystem, which I can't disclose for now. Otherwise, marketing will kill me. And since this is a lot of alpha, let's save it for another time. But just so you know that it'll fundamentally reshape how the DeFi landscape and how crypto works as a whole. And if you guys resonate with this, please join our team. Injective Labs is always hiring. And please make sure to follow us and keep up to date with the latest updates on Twitter. Thanks, everyone.
It's almost lunchtime, guys. Don't worry, after this next speaker, we'll go to lunch. One announcement to make also, anything that has been lost, you can probably find it over here on this side. There's a few items that they found. I think it's like a hotel pass. So if you lost a hotel pass, just head over here and grab it. And a few announcements. After this event is over, there's a few parties. We got the Mars Protocol and Osmosis event at 7 p.m. and also the OmniFlix FlixFest 2022 today at 7 p.m. at the Envy Rooftop in Medellin, Colombia. For our next guest, we have core developer at Gnoland, Manfred Turan. Please put your hands together for Manfred.
Hello, hello. So I'm Manfred Touron. I'm working at Gnoland as a core developer and core contributor. And I used to work for years in the peer-to-peer cryptography and infrastructure worlds, most of the time by being an open source maximalist, which is all the recipes behind Gnoland. So what is Gnoland? Gnoland is one chain, which is based on Gnolang, the language we developed, that will be used for other chains, but we are currently having only one chain with Gnolang, which is Gnoland, with a GNOT token. The Gnoland chain won't use proof of staking or proof of work, but proof of contribution. So we introduce a second token, the Gno share. And it's based on Tendermint 1, but we made massive changes that will eventually become the Tendermint 2 library for future chains. Gnoland is also a community and a platform, so not only a blockchain. The community is mostly building contracts to govern Gnoland and the platform and the ecosystem around Gnoland. So this is the Gnode. Gnode is our approach to manage DAOs that we will use it to manage ourselves. And Gnoland will be kind of the hub of other Gnolang chains for two things. One, for providing the best libraries to use on other chains, and the hub for licensing fees, so you can be rewarded for your contribution by writing good libraries on Gnoland, even if the code is executed elsewhere. And so Gnolang is today only in Gnoland, but the plan is to use it on many other chains. It's based and inspired from Golang in the Web2 world, which is basically a language with a very good sweet spot between being very simple, very easy to learn, very easy to maintain, and have good performances, being fast, reliable, efficient, etc. There are today multiple millions of existing developers in the Web2 world. Our plan is to make it like writing a standard app, but for the contract. So we hope to be a good entry point for the Web3 for those developers. And Golang is very good for reusability and composability. We consider that we are more ambitious than Golang, so we extend it in some ways. One of them is because we are not compiling a program and running the code in a different phase, but we interpret the code. So basically, the transparency is enforced by the chain itself. It's integrated in the chain, so we made a smart contract language that is not sandboxed too much. It has access to a lot of features from the chain. It has access to other contracts very cheaply, fastly, and efficiently. It's designed as, like IBC, as an internet of not chains but contracts. And we want to extend this approach to multi-chains with an evolution of IBC, so what we call IBC2. We want to make it metered very accurately, so we don't want to measure the elapsed time by the validators, but to be able to say accurately how much gas take a code based on each opcode. We want to make writing code incentivized in a way that if the code is used or imported by other libraries, we will count exactly how much of your code is used, and you will be rewarded for this. And we consider that we made kind of MMORPG because Golang and other languages are most of the time having two different phases, the build time and the run time. And actually, we are in always building and running big, not metaverse, but big world where everyone can build new contracts, use the contract, interact, etc. So yes, the contract sources are always available. That enforce thanks to the interpreted approach. So it's not possible to run a code that you can't read. You run a code, you are able to read what is happening. You can investigate, etc. We upload also the unit test. So we have transparency about how the code was tested, or the developer suggests to use the chain. The chain understands the code to be able to run it, so it also generates some automatic documentation based on what are the available commands and objects, what kind of parameters they can take, etc. When you develop a contract, you will define actions and methods. They will be the same for the transaction, for the web interface, built-in web interface, and for cross-contract calls. So if you develop one action, a DeFi action or whatever, you can call it from another contract with the same API. We have a built-in rendering system. So imagine like running a contract, but in read-only, but without TX fees. This can allow the app developers to not rely on external servers, or even to just make their interface in Gnoland itself. And if you want to know more about this, we have a workshop tomorrow. So feel free to come, especially if you already know how to write Go code. We will help you write your first GNO smart contract. So today, GNO, just the word GNO is a little bit abstract because it relies on the community, the project, the language, everything. So Gnoland is one chain, and there will be one Gnoland chain, but we plan to have many Gnolang-based chains. They will be interconnected, at least for the smart contract feature, and we want to put our own ecosystem of chains inside the bigger one, inside the Cosmos ecosystem with IBC. So you can imagine having Gnoland using proof of contribution and Gnolang and connected with IBC with Cosmos. You can have another Gnolang chain managed by any company that will use proof of stake and Gnolang and connect it to other chains, etc. So proof of contribution is the way we imagine to secure the chain, the consensus, the transactions, the validations. It's very similar to proof of stake, except that you can't get tokens and stake them. You can only earn GNOSH tokens by making contributions. And at the end, the mechanism is very similar to proof of staking. All the chain fees are placed into a big bucket, and this bucket is distributed amongst the GNOSH holders first, then with the validators, and with the contract writers. So we want to reward the contributor of the chain even for non-technical stuff, the actual contract developers, so the top-level contract, but also the imported libraries developed by other developers, and the validators for their infrastructure stuff. Now, Gnode. Gnode is completely linked to the proof of contribution, and it's a way we imagine to manage the ecosystem in a very dynamic way. So the goal is to have a kind of tree. You can see the layers, but actually it's a top-to-bottom or bottom-up approach like a tree, where you can imagine at the center the top-level budget that will be splitted into smaller DAOs, and each DAOs can also split to recursive levels. And at the end, from top to bottom, you can give missions and budgets, while from bottom to up, you can give the current state of the actions, etc. So at the end, you can have a summary of what all the sub-DAOs at any level made to make a global progression. It's just a Gnolang smart contract. So at the end, we will be very strict between the collaboration between DAOs, but the implementation of the contract is very free. So you can imagine having DAOs managed by one people, by many people, by other DAOs, by robots, etc. It's inspired by IBC in the approach of interconnectivity and independence, and it's designed to run in IBC2 in the future, where a DAO can be managed on one Gnoland chain, but linked with another from another chain. And currently we focus on use case, which is GNO ecosystem, but at the end, the ultimate goal of this is to propose an approach with very high flexibility and independence and good collaboration that could fit for the whole world to give an alternative to the current government system, etc. So you can see on the left the notable milestones we made until today. And you can see what we have to do before launching the mainnet. So we are still in the building phase, so maybe you have any ideas to share with us. Right now, the main focus is to hire the core team. We have some things like tweaking the storage or the opcode that are mandatory before launching a mainnet to have a launch which will be fair for everyone, including validators. We need to tweak the airdrop because it has some issues and we want to make it very fair. To be transparent, the airdrop is going a little bit in the opposite way as the usual airdrops. And we try to make it in a way that will mimic exactly Atom at the date of the snapshot, including the atoms on other chains. So for instance, we won't freeze, we won't skip the exchanges and the escrow accounts used by other IBC chains. We will instead freeze them and ask the exchanges, the other chains, to prove us they can distribute their amount of Atom. So at the end, we will make an airdrop based on Atom on our part, and we'll allow any other chains or exchanges to make additional airdrops in the future. And we will make Game of Realms, but I will tell you more in a few moments. And yes, G-Node v1 is important for us to start with a DAO governing the chain, managed by the contributors. Now, if we look at the very, very far, in 100 years, so after the mainnet, the goal is that we are not a DeFi product or something, so we won't have our own application. We want people to write their application on Gnoland, but we'll have other missions, technically to be the most fair proof of contribution system. We will need to extend it in a way where writing good code gives you many money. And writing good code on Gnoland or a contract or contributing in general. The G-Node framework will be pushed to its limit because we want to manage all the exotical approach the DAO can want, like what about some sub-DAOs managed by only one leader, which is obviously the best one in a specific area, how to manage DAOs that will change very, very frequently, etc. And yes, the ultimate goal is to create liquid democracy where each DAO can be focused on an expertise and they can vote or delegate their vote to other DAOs or to other people on very specific topics. We want to switch from voting based on just the power to having different level of powers depending on your expertise. And GNU VM will eventually be a plugin, so you can even plug it in existing IBC chains. Game of Realms is a competition we plan to do. It's completely based on Game of Stakes a few years ago, and the goal is to make 2 months of competition to identify the best developers, the best contributors, to push the chain to its limits, and to reward good contribution and hire the best team. So we will make announcement very soon. Stay connected. The current focus is about hiring a core team, and that's strange, but our main focus is not about Web3 profiles, but about Go profiles. For instance, I think we have challenges for people just writing good compilers, transpilers, or developer tools, because maybe half of the project is about writing a language. So yes, we are hiring a lot of Web2 developers. We hope to convert them in our world. So we have a boss. Please come discuss. And just as usual, we can join the community on Twitter, GitHub, and even Discord. Or yes, discuss at the booth, coming tomorrow to the workshop. Or yes, just come. Thank you.
All right, time for lunch, everybody. Make sure to bring your ticket and make sure to bring your badge with you. Lunch is on first floor to the right of this building. Let's go. Welcome back. How was lunch, guys? Good? Good, good? Are you guys sleeping or what? Let's go, let's go. Up next, we got Neutron. And I want to welcome up to the stage Mike and Andre. Welcome, guys.
Hello, 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 good people of Cosmoverse. Hello, good people of Cosmoverse. Really excited to see everyone here. My name is Andrei Zavgorodny, and this is Mike Mazhayev. And today we're going to be talking about Neutron, the new hot Cosmos zone. So before we start talking about the technical details about governance and tokenomics, and even before I tell you what Neutron actually is, I think it's gonna be good to understand the motivation behind Neutron. So, what can we say about, I don't think that, oh, nice. So everything works. Okay, so what can we say about the Cosmos ecosystem today? I think it's safe to say that the Cosmos ecosystem is doing really great because there is more than 40 Cosmos chains that you can see on MinScan, and last month the IBC volume was roughly $600 million US, which is pretty amazing, I think. We can also say that interchain technologies are becoming more and more mature and usable. I mean, like a year ago, what we had was the simplistic IBC transfers, and today we have interchain accounts, and we have not one, but several implementations of interchain queries coming up. So I think it's safe to say that it's a very exciting time to be a developer in the Cosmos ecosystem. But of course, there is some challenges. First of all, even though we have the amazing Cosmos SDK available, which makes your life as a blockchain developer much easier, for smaller teams, launching your own blockchain, an independent application blockchain, might be a difficult task, mostly because of the resources that are required to maintain and support an independent blockchain. Next challenge that we have now is the relatively low liquidity and economic security. I think that currently, arguably, only the Cosmos Hub does not have that problem. And last thing to mention here is that although IBC is an amazing technology that allows you to build complex protocols, interesting applications that use the interchain functionality, due to its asynchronous nature, without a common execution context of some sort, it might be a little bit tricky to compose services and make them work together. So, how does Neutron help us with those challenges? Well, first of all, let's talk about what Neutron is, like a quick primer. Neutron is a custom-awesome smart contracts platform that is permissionless and that supports everything that is related to interchain and IBC. Let's decompose that. So let's talk about the security first and foremost. Neutron is going to be one of the first zones that are going to be secured by the Cosmos Hub. That means that Neutron will have the same economic security as Cosmos Hub, which is the top security in the ecosystem at this moment. Next thing here is that Neutron is going to be a permissionless Cosmos chain. That means that you won't have to go through the long and tedious governance process in order to launch on Neutron. Combined with the fact that Neutron is going to fully support IBC, so it will give the smart contract developers the ability to use interchain accounts, interchain queries. Combined with this fact, Neutron is actually this desired single execution context for various interchain services that can be built by the Cosmos developers. So how does that work? We're going to go a little bit technical here. So we'll start with the interchain security, then we'll move on to interchain accounts, and then we'll discuss the interchain queries. So interchain security is something that has been already discussed here. We talked about this technology, and we'll talk about it more maybe during next presentations. But in a nutshell, interchain security allows you to launch a new chain and immediately benefit from the economic security of the provider chain. In the case of Neutron, this is going to be Cosmos Hub. Next thing is the interchain accounts. So the situation with the interchain accounts is as follows. Interchain accounts allow you to execute transactions, like trigger execution of transactions on remote zones from your own zone. So, but the problem with the current state of affairs with interchain accounts is that the IBC Go implementation does not provide like regular standard SDK messages that allow you to register an interchain account and trigger execution of a transaction on a remote zone. You can, of course, implement all of that on smart contracts level using like raw IBC packets and basically duplicating the ICE code, but arguably this is not the desired way to go. So Neutron solves that problem by providing you with the interchain transactions adapter module that handles the creation of interchain accounts in remote zones and the management of those accounts, so you can basically execute transactions on remote zones. This adapter module is able to dispatch various IBC events such as acknowledgements, timeouts, the events that are related to the opening of a channel, to the smart contracts that own the respective interchain accounts. It allows for multiple interchain accounts to be registered within one zone by a single contract. Of course, a single contract can register accounts in multiple zones. And to sum up, it's an easy-to-use solution for smart contract developers to actually work with interchain accounts, which I think is great. Next, we're moving to the next hot piece of technology, the interchain queries, and I think that Mike is going to take from here.
So yeah, unlike interchain queries, unlike interchain accounts, interchain queries allows you to read data from the remote chain. And it allows you to build even more complex and interesting interchain projects like interchain liquid staking, money markets, etc., etc. So let's see this on some pretty simplified examples. So there is a protocol on Neutron, a remote zone, for example, a Cosmos Hub, and there are users. If users stakes their assets on a remote zone, for example, Cosmos Hub, the protocol on Neutron can check that user can actually stake their assets on the remote zone, and it can execute some business logic. For example, issue some derivative for these staked assets. So how the interchain queries can be implemented? There are actually two ways to implement interchain queries. The first way is using threshold-based solutions with using of oracles, some kind of oracles. This solution requires some operational costs. It has high latency and it's trusted, meaning you have to trust all the participants which are running all the relayers and stuff. The second way to implement interchain queries is IBC-based solutions, meaning you send the query data in the IBC packet, and the query result sends back in the IBC packet acknowledgement. That is what Strangelove is doing right now. The second way to implement interchain queries using trustless solutions is raw key value queries. That is what Neutron is doing right now. Our solution is trustless, so you don't need to trust the people. You can trust only the math. Simple queries are cheap, so you can. Simple queries doesn't require transfer a lot of data between the chains. It's fully compatible with Cosmoverse smart contracts because we have nice Cosmoverse bindings. And we have callbacks for immediate processing of interchain query results. But the developers must be aware of the storage layout on remote chain. So it can change because of some chain upgrade or something. So the contracts must be updated too on the Neutron. And complex queries may be more expensive because it requires a lot of data to transfer between the chains. So how does interchain queries works? It's pretty simple. Some business logic from Neutron can register an interchain query contract on the Neutron, which describes what keys should be read from the remote chain. The ICQ layer sees that registered chain query and try and read the values and the defined keys on the remote chain. It submits it on the Neutron. Neutron verifies that the values are actually valid using cryptographic proofs, and it sends them back to the business smart contract, so it can do some business related stuff for your DeFi project. Also, Neutron allows you to query not only the data from the remote chain, but also the transactions. It may be useful if your DeFi project your DeFi project can check that users actually did some action on the remote chain, and you must be aware of it. It works in a pretty similar way. You just register an interchain query on Neutron, which describes what kind of transactions you want to receive from the remote chain. So you receive them, and you can execute some business logic on Neutron. It sounds very complicated, but actually it's not. Neutron SDK, we have a Neutron SDK for the smart contracts for the Cosmoverse, and it's shipped with a lot of helpers for different interchain queries. And if you didn't find some interchain query implemented in our SDK, or like some kind of helper, you can always open API in our SDK, and we encourage you to do this because it improves Neutron and makes it better and better.
Yay. So, to conclude, Neutron makes it easy to use interchain accounts and interchain queries. And I would want to point out that Neutron is going to be shipped with our own implementation of interchain queries, which are based on key value queries. But as soon as there is an implementation of interchain queries that is based on pure IBC packets, we are going to start supporting it. And there is a Strangelove implementation that we're really excited about. And I think that we're going to use them at least for some time alongside, because it might take some time for all the zones to upgrade to be able to support the IBC-based implementation of interchain queries. There is detailed documentation and step-by-step tutorials available. You can use the QR code to have a look at it. And yeah, I think that's it about the technical side. It was a wild ride. And now we're going to move towards the arguably more pleasant part, which is our tokenomics vision. So the thing is, when you're launching a new blockchain, especially if it's a blockchain that is interchain secured, you have to answer the question of whether or not you want to have your own separate token. And if you do want to have this token, then probably you need to understand what kind of token that should be and what purposes it should serve. So in the case of Neutron, we decided that we do need a separate token. And there is basically two types of arguments in favor of having that token. The first argument is governance. So basically, we just don't want to outsource all governance to the Cosmos Hub. That is because this will increase the load on the validators and on ADA holders in general. And especially, like, you know, remembering the fact that Neutron is not going to be the only chain that is going to be interchain secured by the hub. There's going to be multiple chains. I don't think that we want to give the example of, you know, just moving all the governance to Cosmos Hub. Next thing here is that we actually want to build a separate Neutron-centric community that is supposed to be able to influence the future of Neutron, and we think that having our own governance token here is a good thing because it will help us with that. And next thing is the funding. So we will absolutely have to face the cold start problem at the very beginning, right? And we'll need a way to provide funding to early builders. We'll need to give long-term incentives to our key partners. And a separate dedicated Neutron token is going to be good for that also. The name of the token is Neutron, by the way. Let's talk about the early funding, I think. So we're only going to use this money printer approach at the very beginning, because we think that a healthy economy is a self-reinforcing loop, and that the projects that receive this early funding, as they evolve and grow to be profitable, they will generate transactions that we can collect fees from, and then direct that money to the community pool, and then fund and sponsor new projects with that money. So basically, the money printer, the quote-unquote money printer approach is going to be used just at the early stages of Neutron's life. And there is also a couple of words about our vision of governance. So at the very beginning, we're going to be centralized but agile. So we're going to be dealing with this cold start set of problems. But this is not the way we want to do things. We want to move steadily towards the more decentralized version of governance. So we're going to have decentralized grants, retroactive funding, decentralized retroactive funding for interesting projects that contributed to the ecosystem. We're going to use more interesting decentralized technologies, governance technologies such as cages, to make it easier for our users to vote on multi-option proposals. And later on in the future, I think it's a good idea to think about using like the very advanced technologies such as quadratic funding, probably to solve the problem of the representation of the smaller holders of Neutron tokens. So to sum up, we do want Neutron governance to be as decentralized as possible. We know how we want to do that, and we basically going to just adhere to that plan. So what's next? What we have next is basically we need to run the test nets, then we have to launch, and then we have to work on the ecosystem. So there's going to be a lot of test nets. Currently we're in DevNet. We submitted our code to audit just like a week ago. There's going to be several test nets, some without interchain security, some with interchain security, and then there's going to be the launch. Yay! But we should understand that launch is conditioned heavily by the development of interchain security. So until this technology is ready, we cannot launch because we want to launch with the hub. Yeah, so, and then we're going to work on the ecosystem. You'll be able to do a lot of things on Neutron right away. There is going to be liquid staking, auto-compounding, auto-compounding, and a lot of other stuff. You'll be able to do trading and lending and borrowing. There is a couple of placeholders here. We cannot tell you yet what's going to be there, but I absolutely assure you that this is going to be exciting. Yeah. So, basically, that's it. If you want to build with us, if you want to support Neutron, or if you even want to join the team, please reach out to us. We have a booth right across the building, and we'll be happy to answer all of your questions. So, thank you very much.
Hey, is it true that there's a massage parlor outside of this event? Really? How was it? All right, I definitely need a massage after this. All right, up next is Babylon Chain, and speaking is the co-founder, David Che. David Che.
Me? Whoa, I can't see people. Okay, great. So this is the first time we're here at Cosmoverse. I realized that you have to do some rapping. I didn't prepare for that. Is it okay? All right, good. Okay, so, yes, good. All right, so our project is Babylon, and our goal is to bring Bitcoin security to Cosmos. Before I explain what that means, let me, since this is the first time we're here, let me just give a brief introduction to who we are. Okay. So I'm from Stanford. We have a research lab which does security design and analysis of consensus protocol. And I'm really glad that this morning there were so many talks and attention to security, okay? Because that's all we do at Stanford, to design secure protocols where the security can be proven with a formal proof. So just to give an example of a project that we've been recently working on is this project of attacking and defending proof-of-stake Ethereum. So as we all know, the merge has happened already. But actually, 2 years before the merge, our lab discovered an attack on the beacon chain Ethereum protocol. And that was 2 years ago. We reported to Vitalik and his team at the Ethereum Foundation. No reply. No reply. And then a few months later, we found another attack, this one much easier to mount with very, very little stake. And then we got a reply. The reply was Vitalik have redesigned the beacon chain protocol to include a technique called proposal boosting. And then at that point, he said, hey, let's start collaborating, and maybe your group, us, can prove that his proposal was secure. However, unfortunately, instead of proving it secure, we found more attacks on the protocol. And as we find more attacks, they find more fixes. So it just keeps on going back and forth. So when does this end? When does this end? Well, the good news is that just a few weeks ago, we finally came up with a design which is very close to the existing design, but not the same, which we can prove is secure. Prove is secure means no attack is possible anymore. The bad news is we didn't make it before the merge. So the one that was merged is actually not provably secure. On the other hand, there are no known attacks on that either. Hopefully, they will replace that protocol with our protocol in the Shanghai merge. That's the hope. Okay, so that's sort of a rough background that we do serious analysis and design of secure protocol. And I think that's in line with the Cosmos community, because Tendermint, the workhorse of Cosmos, is actually a protocol that came with a formal proof of security. So I think we're in line here. All right, so about 9 months ago, end of last year, we came up with some ideas on, and then we formed this team called Babylon. And this is the team. The research core is from Stanford. Our engineering team is headed by Fisher, our CTO. And these are engineers from all over the world with a lot of experience in layer 1 design. And we have our advisors. Of course, I would like to point out Zaki. So, you know, we thought, before today, we thought we're the only project that Zaki advises. We thought, wow, we're special, man. And then this morning, I realized, oh, we're one of the many projects he advises. But nevertheless, he gave us some really good advice, and really enjoyed interacting with him. We're lucky that we also live in the same town in Palo Alto. All right. Okay, so we have 5 team members in addition to myself, 4 other guys here. So if you see them, please say hi. And we have a demo booth also in that very, very crowded space over there. Okay, so maybe now let's get to the main point. What are we trying to do here? So our goal is to bring Bitcoin security to Cosmos. So what's the thesis? There are 2 theses here. One is that Bitcoin is here to stay. You may like it or you may not like it, but it's here. It's not going to go away soon. And it's a really, really secure, demonstrably secure, a lot of hash power. And what we want to do is to say, hey, it's kind of a waste to just have it isolated by itself. Let's try to bring a security to help with the rest of the blockchain ecosystem. So which ecosystem is the question? We looked around different ecosystems, And we identified this one. Oh, no surprise here. I'm standing here talking. So that's the second thesis, which is the app chain thesis that we really believe in. And I believe this kind of ecosystem will really also benefit from the security that one can derive from Bitcoin. And so our project is really how to extract, in the best way, security from Bitcoin to benefit the entire Cosmos ecosystem. And after several iterations, we came up with an architecture which involves building a new Cosmos zone called Babylon, which will extract security from Bitcoin and will distribute that security to all the Cosmos zones that are interested in through our favorite IBC. Okay? So that's the very high-level view of the project. So as I mentioned, that all our work is based on formal security analysis and design, and this project is no exception. And the base of this project is a paper we just wrote. It's a technical paper really on exploring the question that if you have a chain like Bitcoin, what is the maximum amount of security that you can extract from it to benefit proof-of-stake chains? And we call it possibilities and impossibility because we show that there are some stuff that is not possible to do, stuff that's possible to do, and our protocol that we designed, Babylon, the protocol achieves what is optimal. So this is kind of our theoretical basis of the project. And from this theoretical basis, we identified and are working on multiple concrete use cases of how to and exploit this security. And I won't go through all of them, but I would like to highlight, for example, this protocol of ours actually is able to provide increased censorship resistance or stalling resistance to Cosmos zones. So Cosmos zones have a 1/3 resilience. That means if 1/3 of the adversary decides not to vote, they can censor transactions. What we can do is we can improve it using this protocol, improve it to 1/2, which means it's now the same level as proof of work. So this is the kind of use cases we can achieve. But today, just to emphasize on one concrete one, I will talk about this one, and instead of me talking, we created a video to demonstrate this. All right, so let's see if this video actually works.
In a blockchain, blocks are validated through primarily one of two mechanisms, proof of work or proof of stake. Each has strengths and weaknesses. For example, a proof of work chain like Bitcoin is extremely secure, but it also consumes lots of energy and has a slow confirmation rate. Proof of stake is faster and more energy efficient due to the fact its validators stake tokens instead. On the surface, this appears to make proof of stake a more attractive option, but it's not quite so simple. Because of the lack of work to support its security, proof of stake chains have many more attack vectors than proof of work chains. Through intensive research, the design of proof of stake protocols has been improved to repel many of these attack vectors. But one attack vector remains: stake reuse attack. All proof of stake chains suffer from this attack. This is where an attacker can reuse its stake to build an attack chain after unstaking on the correct chain. The solution to this is called social consensus, where the community of users agree on the correct chain before unstaking is allowed. However, this is far from rigorous and very slow, meaning validators who want to unstake tokens can wait a long time, typically 21 days for a Cosmos zone. Suddenly, proof of stake doesn't feel quite as fast or efficient. An alternative to social consensus is the use of an external secure blockchain to timestamp proof of stake blocks. This way, the correct chain is established as rigorously as the chain with the earlier timestamps. For example, a secure blockchain like Bitcoin can confirm a timestamp in a matter of hours, meaning unstaking can happen much faster. Unfortunately, Bitcoin's low throughput is a major barrier to this happening for many proof-of-stake chains, and mass adoption of this technique would undoubtedly cause major scalability issues. But what if we could remove this barrier and make the best of both worlds to create a better blockchain? Babylon, a timestamp aggregation service which bridges the security of Bitcoin to multiple proof-of-stake consumer chains at the same time. Designed to transform the way proof-of-stake chains communicate with Bitcoin. Babylon works by aggregating the timestamps of multiple proof-of-stake consumer chains and then uniquely submitting them as one to Bitcoin. The size of these Bitcoin stamps is also minimized through cryptographic techniques, meaning the footprint of Babylon on the Bitcoin network is extremely small and does not scale with the number of consumer chains. The outcome? A brand new solution that combines the energy efficiency and speed of proof of stake with the enhanced security of proof of work. Babylon, the future of proof of stake.
All right. What do you think of that British accent? You like it? We paid extra for it, man. Hope you like it. All right. Okay, so now let's do a little bit of a deep dive before I finish. So this is the architecture of Babylon, and it consists of 3 types of chains. 1, Bitcoin, the provider chain, security provider. 2, Babylon zone, which is a Cosmos zone. 3, all the other Cosmos zones that uses the security. Now, there's a division of labor across these 3 layers, which I want to highlight, because that will help to understand the role of our technology. So, the Cosmos zones have their own validator set. They do the normal thing, ordering and execution. Okay? Bitcoin is a timestamping service. It timestamps, but it timestamps important transactions. So the ordering of regular transactions is done by the individual Cosmos zones. The Bitcoin is done to do timestamping on the important transactions. So in some sense, it's a shared security between the Bitcoin and the Cosmos zone, but the sharing is a light type of sharing. Light type of sharing. So what are examples of important transaction? From the video earlier, the stake withdrawal request is the important transaction. So that request is now timestamped on Bitcoin, and when it's confirmed, then the stake withdrawal can happen. So another important transaction, for example, if a transaction is censored on a Cosmos zone, then a Cosmos validator can send that transaction, timestamp it onto Bitcoin, and keep that transaction alive. So that's another use case of an important transaction. And there are many other examples, which I have no time to go through. So you may ask, hey, what's the role of Babylon zone? The role of Babylon zone is to basically aggregate all these checkpoints across so many Cosmos zones. We're hoping that eventually many Cosmos zones will use the service, and this Babylon zone will allow the aggregation, as was described in the video. So through this aggregation, timestamps of transactions on each Cosmos zone is obtained in an efficient manner. Okay. All right. So I forgot a very important point, though. Whoa. Which is, okay, so how is this checkpointing done? Well, we discovered something quite amazing, maybe known already to some people in the Cosmos community, but actually, inter-blockchain communication, a bread and butter of the Cosmos ecosystem, is actually a natural checkpointing mechanism. Checkpointing mechanism. And I would like to highlight that because I think that is of interest, broader than just for Babylon. So let me highlight that point. So there's a more technical slide. So IBC, what is IBC? Is a communication from the sender zone to the receiver zone. It has 2 layers, transport layer and application layer. Now, how is IBC achieved at the transport layer? Well, it is achieved by sending from the sender zone signed header of the sender blocks into the ledger of the receiver zone. This is the light client. Okay? So therefore, to achieve IBC, the receiver zone should maintain a light client of the sender zone. Basic knowledge of IBC. But a light client is precisely a set of signed headers, and that's exactly the checkpoints. So we come to this quite interesting fact, which is the fact that the receiver zone maintains a light client of the sender zone means that the headers of the sender zone are automatically checkpointed at the receiver zone. And we apply this in Babylon because once we obtain the checkpoint on Babylon, so Babylon is the receiver zone, then through the aggregation, you can get timestamp onto Bitcoin. Okay? All right. All right. So you may ask, okay, if you are a Cosmos zone, how do you integrate with Babylon and get Bitcoin security? Okay, so first, you should open an IBC connection between your zone and Babylon. Through the IBC zone, you are checkpointing signed headers, and you're receiving Bitcoin timestamps with proof. And then we will give you a module, 2 modules. One is a new module, timestamp processor, which allows you to process these timestamps and reinterpret them. 2, we give you a modification of the unbonding of the staking module so that you can now use Bitcoin timestamp instead of waiting for 21 days to unbond. So that's roughly how the integration would happen. All right. Now, this design requires some trust on Babylon. And if you're really nervous, then you could actually run a monitor program which allows you to minimize the trust on Babylon, only trust on Bitcoin. All right. Okay. So we worked hard in the past few months. Fisher and his team worked really hard on building the MVP. So what is the MVP that we built? So the MVP that we built is the square, which is Babylon zone checkpointing onto Bitcoin. This MVP meant to demonstrate 2 aspects of our technology. One, how we can efficiently timestamp onto Bitcoin. Using aggregate signature and epoch rotation, we reduce the footprint into 2 Bitcoin transactions every 30 minutes. 2 Bitcoin transactions every 30 minutes. Very, very small footprint. Second, we want to eat our own dog food. So Babylon is now playing a role of a Cosmos zone that get benefit from this timestamp to do fast unbonding. So that is the MVP that we built. And if you go to the demo booth next door, you will see that right now, Babylon is actually checkpointing to Bitcoin mainnet and enjoying fast unbonding right now. So if you look at the numbers, then you will see that our unbonding time is, at this moment, I think about 3.5 hours. Okay? And we'll be very happy to discuss with you more details of the project at the demo booth. We're really interested in looking for partners who will work with us and integrating with us, test out various use cases that we're interested in, maybe find new use cases that are of interest to the Cosmos zone, etc. All right. So you can go on the website. We have more information, blogs, videos, etc. And then you can also follow us for updates on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have an Interchain panel. Your moderator, Sebastian, welcome to the stage. And then we have Owner, and we have Marco as speakers. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
So I'm Sebastian Couture. I'm the host of Epicenter in the Interop, and I also do a couple other things in the space. And I'm really happy to be here today with Owner and Marco. We're working on the Interchain Builders program. And also happy to be here because I almost didn't make it. I was not paying attention to the time.
I was preparing to interview myself,
yeah.
like how you rugged us, but then you came.
So I wanted to, we only have 20 minutes here, but I think, looking at some of the talks this morning, it's clear that there are values in this ecosystem that we all share, or that sort of like align all the people here. What are some of the core values that you think are important in the Interchain ecosystem, and how do they apply to what you guys are doing with the Builders Foundation, or Builders Program, sorry.
I feel like you asked me this like a week ago in Berlin too, but like at the end of the day, like Cosmos is a really big family, and no matter how like dysfunctional, functional it is, we all just come together because that original vision that Jay and Bucky proclaimed to the ecosystem and kind of proclaimed to the world, it was so powerful that it just held everyone together. And at the end of the day, it's like we love what we do. We love working on the tech we do, and we're just a big family, and at least that's for me the most important stuff.
It's a somewhat dysfunctional family, but it keeps
dysfunctional but functional.
Yeah.
I can confirm. I felt very welcomed when I joined the family. In my mind, the Cosmos ecosystem is just super interesting in the sense that it gives you the right balance between opinionatedness and sovereignty. And this just allows you to build things the way you want them to look like. And I think this is one of the core values, just the flexibility and the freedom to do things the way you want them to be, but at the same time provide you kind of the primitives so you don't have to reinvent the wheel each time.
Yeah, I think also I agree with this this sovereignty, but also some amount of opinionatedness, and I think like opinionatedness will probably increase over time, but hopefully like sovereignty will remain constant. So yeah, let's dive in. So what is the Interchain Builders, and who is it for, and what does it do?
So the Builders program is basically for anyone who wants to build in the Interchain ecosystem. And one way to describe it is basically before the Builders program, you would just have a paper map to navigate, kind of getting to your destination. And we're just kind of a navigation system that helps you and tells you, hey, like turn left here, turn right there. This is the people you need to talk to. This is the documentation you should read here. These are the partners maybe you should have a conversation with. So we really try to help teams that build in the ecosystem, and building applies to both things. The technical part, which Marco's taking care of, but also kind of the business, legal, fundraising, all the other things that I'm working on with the team.
Anything to add?
It's to me the most important part is kind of like the high level idea of the Builders program and what it's really doing to the Cosmos ecosystem. It ties into Bucky's talk earlier of like right now we're in between this integration and illumination phase. I've been describing it as like Cosmos entering terminal velocity, where the ecosystems, and we're starting to see it now compared to last year with like Cosmoverse last year, it's really entering a phase of like it's about to go parabolic. It's everyone in the ecosystem, everyone here. The conference is twice as big as last year, and we're really starting to see the Cosmos ecosystem take off on its own without having to be shepherded by some of the core teams and the ICF, as we've seen with the talk from Bucky, that the ICF also wants to bring in more public good funding from other chains in the ecosystem to help fund these core teams.
So as a program mentoree, someone who enters this program, so can you walk us through the process of getting into the program and specifically what can one expect when they come out of it?
Yeah. So there's a website, it's called join.builders, where we have an application form. So after the application form, and we kind of do a quick assessment for whether the team is eligible. The eligibility criteria today is basically whether you use a component of the stack, which is Tendermint, SDK, IBC, but we also expand into WASM projects. And then there's a quick onboarding phase. And what we don't want to do is, we don't want to basically drag teams through lessons or things that they already know. So what we do is, we show them an a la carte menu, and we tell them basically, hey, you can choose between whether you want to look into token issuance and incorporation, fundraising, pitch deck review, or you want to look into go-to-market governance, a mainnet checklist, bootstrapping your validator set, and so on and so forth. So based on the requirements, we then go ahead and just schedule sessions with the teams, and again, like connect them to the people, whether that's opening a channel on Telegram or that's just scheduling a call or providing them with the resources that they need. So I would say what they get out of that is, at the end of the day, time, saving time.
And do you also connect mentorees with, say, like partners that can better help them? I'm thinking one thing that's really important for a lot of blockchain projects is like token engineering. Yeah, and so there are people who are sort of specialized in this one field. Do you also partner with other organizations that can maybe help guide some of the mentorees in more specific things?
Yeah, we do. So obviously we're 4 people in the team, so we cannot guide 50 teams ourselves. So we have partners on basically every side of the spectrum. We have a partner on the legal side, and then there's eventually law firms, but we also have technical partners and also validators, that at the end of the day help us to work with the teams.
It's a bit two-sided in the sense that you have these new teams in the ecosystem that are trying to bootstrap themselves, and we're kind of like showing them the foot guns that other teams have run into and how to avoid that. But also these new organizations in the ecosystem, funds, tooling, these companies that aren't actually blockchain companies, but they're building their company around the software. We want to bring them into the ecosystem and also help them become successful with these new teams coming to the ecosystem and existing teams.
And so I think you guys also, you mentioned funding. So what, by which means does a project then like go on and get funding? Are you allowing them or facilitating pitching to funds, or are there other organizations like the Cosmos Hub or the ICF or other funding mechanisms that you guys facilitate?
Right, at least right now, it's a very naive way. It was like we help them go through their pitch deck, we help review it, and then also we do the intros to potential investors. And I think that's like the kind of the V1 of that. And then the next phase is like something that I'm excited about is for community pools to start investing in these projects. So it's like the community of the Cosmos Hub also benefiting from the success of a team joining the Cosmos ecosystem. And so kind of like expanding into on-chain means of funding teams.
Yeah, I would say, there is kind of an understood way of funding, which comes also from the traditional VC world, which is there's pre-seed, seed, Series A, and so on. But at the end of the day, if you build an organization, you need to make sure as a founder or as a team that your organization is capitalized, right? And VC funding is one way to do that. And there we kind of educate the teams on what stage we would say they are in, and basically what type of VCs would be interested there. But at the same time, there's non-dilutive funding. There's other ways to basically secure funding for the project, and just creating education on the whole spectrum, and then kind of working with the teams towards the best possible funding mechanism is usually how we work. But yeah, we don't fund into teams directly because that's a very specific skill and task that you need to do, and we're no fund managers. So yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, no, and I think, yeah, connecting teams with funds. I mean, like you're also going to fall into a situation where you have certain funds that are going to be, on some vertical, and attracted to some types of projects and others that aren't going to be. And also, if you have projects that are building, say, on the Cosmos SDK or like on Interchain security, they may want to get funding from from the hub or maybe from some other organization that's funding projects like that, and maybe not funding projects that are building on Evmos or some other chain.
Yeah, definitely. We do talk to funds and VCs and everyone alike, and kind of get understanding of what they're looking for as well. So we know. So we're not just like, because they are busy themselves. We don't want to just send them 50 teams and just they have their pick. It's like we want to send them teams that we believe that they would be successful with, and teams that they would be interested in to make the team successful as well.
So I want to ask a bit of a spicy question. It's only a little bit of spice, though. So you guys were talking about this last year, I believe, at Cosmoverse. What's taking so long to sort of like? What's taken a while to get this kind of started and kick-started, and yeah.
I mean, we actually recently had to slow down applications. There's 300 applications in the pipeline.
Okay.
And there's like 30, 40 teams that we're like...
I was misinformed.
that we're like having almost weekly calls with. On top of like everything that owner mentioned, there's also like architecture calls. I also work on the SDK, and so the teams also have direct access to developers and developer relations within the Interchain stack.
All right. Well, then, what kind of projects are you seeing, and what are the most, say, like promising things that you've seen come through the program?
I mean, there's projects from all sorts of areas and all sorts of stages, but I would say most projects are definitely interested in building public blockchains, and this was also one of our theses, to basically, with the Builders program, help to increase the number of chains, the number of IBC connections, the number of transactions, just basically contribute to adding more zones to the ecosystem. So in that sense, I would say, I mean, there isn't really one specific area I would be able to point to. There's DeFi, there's gaming, there's a bunch of interesting things. We also work with, more established teams that are kind of bigger and known. It's not just the kind of very young teams or founders that just get started, but also, for example, if you are a team, looking into getting into the ecosystem, we might just have like 2 or 3 checkpoints, but we also work with you. So it really can be anything.
So we were talking about this at dinner last night, and one of the things I think that is maybe lacking in the ecosystem, or is taking some time to get moving, are, I guess at some point I would have called them enterprise use cases, but I don't really like that term. I think more use cases that interface with real businesses, that interface with more tangible aspects of our existing economy. And I have this conviction that the Cosmos stack is really well positioned as a technology to onboard just like tons of institutions and more traditional types of businesses, just because it is so modular, and you can build it in a permissioned way or in a permissionless way, and there's ways to kind of gradient your way from being fully permissioned to then being permissionless. So for like an enterprise company that wants to build some sort of decentralized system, they can start fully permissioned and then move to permissionless. And I kind of have this, I wish that the ICF and Cosmos institutions would be spending more time on this. And in the Ethereum side of things, we've seen like the Ethereum Enterprise Alliance do a lot of work there. Consensus has also done a lot of work there, but I haven't seen this in the Interchain so far. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? And is this something that the Builders Program could also take on at some point, or maybe as some other organization?
Yeah, definitely. So there are some teams in the Builders Program that are more of an institutional play. It's been very interesting talking with them about different designs, because they know what they need out of a blockchain. And it's not like, usually with teams that are like building public blockchains, they're like, okay, we're going to build this application, but they come with a different need, and they're like, we have these things we have to meet, these are the nice to haves, how do we do that? And then it's like me or someone from the SDK team basically just sit down with them on a call, and we're like, just kind of go through random ideas of like how we can create this with the Cosmos SDK and Tendermint. so Tendermint's kind of entered a phase of like it's becoming the de facto consensus within like even research and schools when they study. And so I think that's lending a great hand to the Cosmos ecosystem to bring in institutional players, because everyone was kind of looking at Quorum and these kind of like well-established things, and now Tendermint's become that well-established, stable software. It's funny to think of it as like old software in blockchain, because in the reality it's like 6 years, 7 years old, and for us that's like 20 decades or something. And the real world, it's like it's in infancy. So that's really lending a hand to like bring in more people. We want to do more institutional within the Builders program. I think they need more handholding on the tech side.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's something we haven't scaled up as much as we could.
And I think just like a framework to a framework that allows a company or some consortium or group of companies to start implementing this technology and have a roadmap to connecting to IBC or like basically decentralizing. Yeah.
So the stage we're in right now is basically we're building the foundation and this framework you're describing, which is really like just the path from an idea or a project to a live chain. And we consider this a public good. This is knowledge that should be available and accessible to everyone. I think, as Marco said, working with enterprises definitely requires a more professionalized services organization with solutions architecture and all these type of things. But they can, basically, once we open source our knowledge hub, which is going to happen 100%, there can be any organization, any services organization that can provide this enterprise services. Whether we are going to build that or not, I'm not sure yet. That definitely requires to scale up the team in terms of architects, but with the underlying knowledge base, I think it will be much more straightforward to enable this type of work.
Yeah, it would be great to see this, and I think it makes sense to, maybe the Builders program can act as a way to kickstart this initiative, but it makes so much more sense to have like channel partners and consulting firms that have solutions architects use this technology. And I mean, one way to get into this world may be to like seek partnerships with like the big fours or whatever, who have like all of these enterprise clients and are also building blockchain stuff. Like I mean, KPMG, I know in France, where I live, they just recently, like 2 years ago, bought a blockchain consulting firm, and they're not using Tendermint. They're using, I don't know, Corda or something. Yeah.
It's kind of funny because throughout the years, I think even when I started in 2019 in Cosmos, like I heard rumors of institutional players using Tendermint, but they're not willing to say publicly that they're using Tendermint.
I mean, they were using Tendermint in 2015 when, this company that I co-founded back then, we were doing institutional stuff and we were using Tendermint, and that company failed for other reasons. But it always felt natural to me. Like it always felt natural that Tendermint was a good match for like these types of use cases that we don't typically see sort of like in the DeFi, NFT, like degen world. Maybe just to end on here, like just your thoughts on public good funding and the role that the Builders program can play in maybe stewarding some of the stuff that's happening on the public goods funding side and funding infrastructure.
So this kind of goes back into Bucky's talk and the idea of like terminal velocity in the ecosystem. And one key objective within the Builders program is how do we get the next 5 chains that are going to be above 100 million, above 500 million, above 1 billion, and how do we grow those ecosystems to a point where they are as big as the ICF, as big as Osmosis and all these foundations in order for the ecosystem to really grow. I think Cosmos is really like the only ecosystem that has multiple foundations as big as the originating foundation, and that's something that's like heavily overlooked. And this kind of ties into like the Cosmos Builders Foundation, which is meant to be a public good funding where teams can donate funds to help fund the core teams. And this is along the lines of the ICF also willing to release the reins and work with the ecosystem, be more transparent to bring in these other funding sources to help shepherd the ecosystem.
Okay. This is the Builders Foundation, which is another.
It's not a Cosmos project unless there's a naming conflict.
Okay. Where can people go to learn more about the Builders program and maybe even apply?
That would be join.builders.
Join.builders, that's the URL. Guys, thanks. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Oh, welcome back. There's a lot of people that are just now getting back from lunch, which is good. Well, guys, as you might know, Medellin is all about innovation. Now that is the new word. So today we have here Carlos Jaramillo, who is part of Ruta N. He's going to tell everything about that. It's basically innovation, so please welcome him. The stage is yours.
Hi everyone, how are you? Good afternoon, I hope you're doing fine and you're having a really nice time in Medellin. For you that probably don't know where we are located, because probably it's the first time of some of you in Medellin. So for you to know, we are located in the north part of South America, just right here. And the state of Antioquia, this blue region you're seeing right here, represents around the 14% of Colombia's GDP. And specifically Medellin, that little point right there, I'm sorry with this. This little point right here represents around the 8% of Colombia's economy. That's Medellin in economical terms. Now, what we do in Ruta N, or probably you have heard about this during the morning, this is part of our story. In 1900s, we were known as the industrial center of Colombia. And around 1974, we started having a crisis, an economical crisis, because our economy was so close to foreign competition that we were very competitive. So if you add to that the violence related to drugs in 1985, you will have a really important crisis, because the legal economy was not performing that good and the non-legal economy was performing so good. So right here we had the worst case scenario, and in 1991 we were known as the most violent city of the world, right? For you to have an idea, we were, the homicide rates were 381 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants. That's a complete war. That's a complete war. That was 1991. And in 1991, Colombia, as a country, decided to open the economy. So we have an economy that was not performing good, a non-legal economy that was performing really good. And an open economy without getting the industry ready to face that. So this was our darkest days. Now, and in 1998, the manufacturing companies that were here were leaving the city. So we were training people to be part of an industry that is not going to exist. So we decided to transform our economy in 2001. And we decided that what we needed to do is to create a knowledge-based economy. That's why we started to create a new generation of entrepreneurs and startups to move forward to get that goal. And between 2003 and 2011, there were created around 3,000 companies in the city of Medellin. That's really good. But when you double-click that number, you realize that the great majority of those startups were startups to survive, not businesses that you can scale up. So that's why that is one of the main reasons why RotaNet was created. RotaNet was created in 2009 because we need to focus on high potential growth businesses. And this is our main purpose. What we need to do is to improve the quality of life of the people of this territory with science, technology, and innovation. And we have three main pillars that help us get to hit that purpose. And those pillars are to attract global companies, capital, and talent, to develop our innovators and entrepreneurs, and to solve with science, technology, and innovation the needs of our city. Probably you have heard about that during the morning. You will realize why is Colombia in the map now. Basically, Colombia is in the map because we have an IT industry that is growing a lot. And that IT industry that is growing a lot is the fourth largest IT industry in Latin America, after Brazil, Mexico, and Chile. Also, Colombia is now really well globally connected. We have around 11 submarine cables that give us the best broadband access provided possible at this time. And Colombia is also a country that is, we have exportations expertise. So when you see our local companies like Fluid Attacks, in example, they are exporting now to 7 different countries. You see companies, local companies like MVM, they are one of the main IT energy solution suppliers in Mexico. That's why Colombia is in the map now. And in terms of talent, Colombia is the third largest workforce in Latin America and the first in terms of growth and training. Now, what happens in Medellin, right here in this city that we are right now? The first thing is there's a lot of companies coming to invest here, mainly from the IT industry. We have attracted so far 448 companies from 33 different countries. And mainly is because we have a really strong corporate sector. Out of those 8% that we represent in Colombia's GDP, let's say that 6 to 8 companies represent the 8% of that. I mean the 6% out of the 8%. And there's a lot of business opportunities here with these guys. But we want Medellin to be used as a platform. Obviously, we are an interesting market, but the size of our market is not that big. And the environment is really good to invest right now. Now, also we have an scalable talent pool. Just to give you an idea, out of those 448 companies that we have attracted in the last 10 years, 34% of those companies have more than 200 employees. And there's one success case from Argentina, that is Gnoland. Gnoland is more a Colombian company than an Argentinian company, because they started here in 2013 with 6 employees in Medellin, specifically at Ruta N, our building. And now they have more than 2,000 employees in our city. That's a demonstration that you can scale up an operation here anytime. Now, also it's important to realize that we have the biggest young population of Colombia. And that's why we have more than 500,000 inhabitants between 14 years old and 28 years old. And that's why we are so attractive to foreign companies that are landing here to serve other markets. As well, we are an ideal location because we are really well connected with the Central Time, US time. And that means that you can solve problems in the IT industry at the same time that someone is working in the US as well. Also, in terms of quality of life and cost of living, the cost to live here is 26% cheaper than the capital city. And at the same time, the public transportation allows you to lose less time in traffic. Now, let's talk about crypto and let's talk about blockchain. So we have a study and a report that we call the Observatorio, or how do you say observatory in English? It's like a repository of information. We have found some opportunities here that regarding our capabilities right now is really easy to take advantage of this. The first 5 options you see here is something we feel you can use and take advantage of in the short run. And we're talking about applications for mobile devices to perform person-to-person loans, virtual store for virtual currencies, platforms for collecting money with virtual currencies, software to authenticate before third parties, and software to verify identity, origin, and author, and web platforms or mobile applications for access and expert consultation. This is what we see huge opportunities in Medellin that you can take advantage of. Obviously, blockchain has a technology and crypto has a new way to produce money is so new that probably our financial system will present some resistance. But we're working on that because sadly with our past on drugs and violence, the financial system is not that open to this kind of new technology. So they have to really take care of the kind of money that is entering, that is getting into our economy. This is some of the companies that are working in these kind of solutions. So here I would like to highlight this one that is called Saga Software. These guys are performing so good, and these guys are trying to get more international. Also, to end up, I'll say, what do we do to help you grow here? What we say is that you can start a company anywhere, but you can grow from Medellin. What we offer is we offer talent. We go beyond just telling you that Medellin has a talent pool that is really interesting for you to take advantage of. What we do is we have a whole offer. You can take advantage of that. How? We can supply CVs. We can also give you funding to train the people that needs to be trained, tailor-made to your company, and you don't have to put one penny in the table. The only thing you have to give us is information, and we can take care of the rest. Also, what we do is we do a lot of events. We connected, last week we had the MD Talent Fair, where we connected 2,000 IT talents in one building. Also, what we do is we can set up training, recruitment challenges to fit your company's needs. And at the same time, we can set up training challenges to fit your company's needs. At the same time, we work a lot of networking. We have at least 3 weekly events so you can connect with peers, potential customers, potential allies, and potential talents. We do this 3 times a week. We have a market access network where you can find all the professional services you need to go international, to go global. And at the same time, we have some funding lines where you can get some funding without losing equity of your company. Right now, we are launching a strategy that is called the entrepreneurship route, where all the startups can get all the advisory they need at no cost. And that is starting to probably in the couple of months will be launched. And from the capital side, we are looking for new ways to fund entrepreneurs, and we are open to hear proposals. Also, we have the Smart Capital Network. The Smart Capital Network is basically we gather and we lead a network of capital or venture capital investors, family offices, and angel investors. So you can realize the best innovation projects before others. That network handles around $350 million in resources to invest in innovative projects. And we are ready to connect you with these guys. So now, in June 2021, Medellin was nominated as a special district on science, technology, and innovation. Probably you have heard about this during the morning. I can tell you for sure that this week is the last debate on the Congress and our Parliament to make this happen. It means that we're going to have better incentives so companies like yours can develop their operations in this territory. You're probably going to pay less income tax and other incentives related to hiring junior talent. These are some of the companies that have grown with us. They decided to grow with us. We have attracted 448 companies in the last 10 years. And we have success cases like Mercado Libre from Argentina, an example. They have more than 200 employees in Medellin. We have attracted companies like Gnoland from Argentina as well. They have more than 200 companies, 200 employees in Medellin specifically. And there's a lot of companies that are trusting in what we're doing. So we are ready to help you grow. And thank you so much for your attention.
The Monastery exclusive community. Members will get access to Monastery Festival in Cartagena, eligibility to own a part of Monastery, elevate your networking at the Monastery Convention in Medellin, and receive unique clothes from this collection, both physical and for the metaverse. How to enter? The key will be the Gyatso NFT collection from Monastery and RMA, an NFT based on the Ethereum blockchain technology. See you in Cartagena and inside the Monasteryverse. Go to monasterynft.com now.
So the first time that I met our next speaker was, of course, through Twitter in a space where we were talking about education and how education can actually help us to move many of the crypto companies to Latam because it is needed. Now I'm really happy to introduce her. And Angela, the stage is yours. Please take it. She's also Latina, so please welcome her.
Hey, thank you so much. Hey, how are you guys? Welcome to the Cosmoverse and welcome to Medallo. So yeah. Can we put the slides right there? Cool. Well, we're ready then. Do you know that Web3 monthly active developers are growing up year by year? This is really incredible, not just with the possibility that we have to change the world across the new era of the internet, but the money that we can get through that. And yeah, this is a possibility. Blockchain developers per year, as an average, we can get like $800K per year. And this is pretty awesome, not just in US or not just in Europe, but mainly here in Latin America. This is pretty cool. And not just blockchain developers as a, as a path, but we have a bunch of options here in Web3, like Node developers, React developers, etc. But before I can talk to you about the road to Web3, if you want to be a Web3 developer, let me introduce myself. My name is Angelo Cando, and I am the blockchain school director at Platzi, which is the largest educational platform here in Latin America. We have more than 4 million users, and right now we're focusing on development ecosystem blockchain in the region. But let's talk then about the road to Web3. Web3, more than a technical topic, it's just the evolution. It's the new era of the internet. It's the possibility that we have to get control to the users. Now, data, it's the real goal 2.0. It's not Bitcoin, honestly, and I love Bitcoin. But data, it's most important. And users right now, they don't have the control, and we have the opportunity to help them. And right now, if you are a Web2 developer, or if you want to learn about programming, it's the best opportunity to do it. Because you're not gonna learn or not gonna build, but at the same time, you're gonna create a huge impact in the region. And there's some topics that you can learn if you wanna, like jump to Web3 from Web2. First one is understand what is blockchain. And not just blockchain, like a transaction, but the infrastructure. And it's pretty important. Blockchain and Cosmos blockchain, which is, Cosmos is not just a blockchain, it's a network of blockchains. So you really need to understand the ecosystem and the infrastructure if you want to build. Understand, learn, then build. And then the apps. I think the apps are really important because can help us to understand why people need this. I don't have to prove that I am from Venezuelan if you want to use DeFi, for example. And that's pretty huge. You understand this, then you want to build, and then you want to learn, and then you want to teach. And second, I guess, it's tokenomics, which is the main reason that you need to understand just to build. Is like the strategy in your products. But cryptography is one of the most important things. And when we are looking about learning about Web3, we're always looking about, yes, Web3 stack and Web3 tutorial, but we have to focusing in the main stuff. And cryptography is one of them. Today, I just want to recommend you 2 books, Serious Cryptography and the Code Book. And you can right now, like asking like, hey, but why cryptography if you want to just learn about Web3 development? Web3, it's not about typing. It's not just put a button in your platform. It's about infrastructure. Because we really need Web3 to build. But if you won't have infrastructure, then it's going to be a pretty difficult to achieve it. And if you are a developer in Web2, it's pretty common, like use memory, right? Like, yeah, like the cycles, etc. But here in Web3, it's pretty important that you have to learn about memory management. Why? Because blockchain is something that it's like in nodes and computers and etc. So we have limited resources. Once you understand that you have to manage the resources, then you're ready. Then you're ready to jump into Web3. Because you know the fundamentals, and you now have to take a decision, which is mainly, okay, you want to be a DApp developer, which is basically or build products for the people, or you want to be a smart contract developer, which is basically the infrastructure, or you want to be a protocol developer, which is mainly be Cosmos core developer, like the way that you can use it, and then how can we use it, and how the final product that can go to the users. And Cosmos is pretty cool because they have a pretty good friendly way to develop, which is Cosmos SDK documentation. And they have basically 3 steps. Gnoland for building replicating states machines, or Ruby on Rails or Rust for blockchains, or Tendermint for the consensus. You don't have to do anything or everything. It's just focusing one thing. One thing that I really love about this ecosystem is they are like the platform, like the infrastructure. Right now they have more than 200 apps and services, and that you know that one of the most important blockchains for the users here, it's built in Cosmos, BNB Chain, for example. You know it. And I don't want to talk about tools for you, because I know you're gonna, like achieve it with curiosity, as this kitty. But what I wanted to do or talk to you right now, it's about the possibility that you have as a Web2 developers to change really good issues that we have now and we can solve in Web3. But at the same time, tell you that Web3 it's fucking broken. And yeah, we can be optimistic about it, or we mainly can, we have a bunch of options and we have a bunch of solutions and we have a bunch of ecosystem. But people are not using Web3. I mean, not as a massive adoption. And this is pretty important to understand, because right now we have a bunch of opportunities. If you want to be a Web3 developer, right now, as a junior developer, you can find a job. But with a project or with an opportunity, now you have a bunch of responsibilities. And what I would like to do, I'll tell you right now, is with this responsibility, you have the opportunity to work in the new era of the internet. Think always about the decentralization. Think always about the users. Think about why people use this technology, and not just, I'll become a Web3 developer because there's a bunch of money. You're here because we need you. We need you to build new solutions, but for the people, not for you. And that's pretty important. And I think there's a bunch of ways that you can interact with this ecosystem. Mainly, if you can go to a hackathon. I think Cosmoverse it's gonna be this weekend. But mainly about this is that you can meet your friends, maybe your next co-founder, maybe your team, your future team. But at the same time, you're gonna understand what you need, what you're needing right now, right? So hackathons are a pretty good opportunity to understand why do we need products. And then you're gonna understand what you're coding and what you need to build for people. Again, not for you. Communities are important for the same reason. You can learn about people. You can learn from their stories. For example, if you're here in Medellin, come to the streets and ask somebody about, hey, I don't know, how are you working with your savings? Or what do you think, do we need crypto? And something like that, it's gonna give you a bunch of ideas about not just about the people, but what we need crypto. Not for money, not for X10 of X token, no. It's about the real applications of blockchain. And it's not like a particular way to learn about Web3, but it's something that I really love it, and it's learn about everything. Web3, it's a good topic. Build here in Web3, but then teach. Because if you want to teach, or if you want to build massive adoption, Web3 massive adoption across the world, we need to teach. I mean, we just not need a developer in the region, we need thousands of them. And if you can learn something and then you can teach it, Web3 it's gonna be cool. Web3 it's gonna be awesome. But mainly because now you're gonna teach about the possibility that Web3 can be for people. From people for the people. Not the same that we did in Web 1 and Web 2, which is give control to the companies. Nah, we're here for us, for the people that we need. And the solutions that will help us to achieve massive adoption across the region. And if you think about it, and now you are a Web2 developer that want to learn about Web3, and then you're learning, and then you're building, and then you're teaching, we all gonna make it. And that's it for today. Thank you so much.
Now, we're going to have one of my favorite panels, to be honest, that is the Latam panel. We have a lot of talent here. Y bueno, voy a continuar en español porque lo merecen, obviamente. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Milstein, que es mi hermano del alma. Nadie mejor como él para moderar este espacio.
And he is going to be the
Estoy muy feliz de
moderator.
tenerlo acá.
I'm glad,
todas las
I'm
personas
very
que están
happy to
acá,
have him here.
increíbles. Entonces,
And
un aplauso
everybody that's
gigante
going to
para
be here, they
Milstein.
are
Y
incredible.
bueno, te los dejo para
A
que los
round of
introduzcas.
applause.
Excelente. Hola, buenos días a todos. Esperamos la cortinita. Bueno chicos, bienvenidos a todos. Esto es Cosmoverse. Acá ahora vamos a hablar en español porque estamos en lo que es el Latam Panel. Queremos demostrar acá con este hermoso panel que está el día de hoy cuál es el potencial.
Today we want to show you what's the potential of crypto in this region. Crypto in this region is not only an innovative technology, but it's a need. With Xenomics, we are used to this. And I challenge you to look at the graphs in any platform, how the Argentinian peso, for example, is devaluated face to the dollar. We've had 100% inflation. Ask Michael Saylor what happened with his dollars that were in the Argentinian banks. Here we have Diva from Lemon Cash, Mireya. expert in crypto, here from Colombia. We have Mark Crypto, founder of Crypto and partner of Compass. Emilio Pardo from Bitsoft. He's in charge here of Colombia's region. Welcome, everybody. Let's have a talk. Please be seated. Okay, guys, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let's start with the local lady, the Paisa. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you and speak a little bit about this progress in Latin America and especially in Colombia. And I really have lived my country, the history very closely. I really like this stage. I like the crypto winters because it allows you to focus on what is really important, development, technology. And the people that are here are really committed with everything that we're living today. Colombia is a very interesting country. Like our friend was saying here, we have seen the devaluation is exponentially growing in other countries like Argentina, and also the pandemic affected us. So here we can see two things. The digital interests has been increasing and in the new technologies. This is a reality worldwide, not only Latin America. And the interest in the new transactions and refuge currencies have made us to look at this world. In Colombia, we are living a very interesting experiment called the regulatory sandbox with the participation of governments, some exchanges, and some common people that are interested in the operations cash in, cash out, and we are going to learn more about how to do things better. Why don't you tell us, Emilio, what's the situation today of crypto and the Web3? What's your vision? It's a difficult question. It's not easy. It's not an easy question. I believe that we are in a very good stage in Colombia. It's one of the countries of highest adoption in the crypto world. Of course, there are some instability in the economy, politics that we are aware of. On the other hand, when we launched Bitso this year in May, we have had exponential growth, 2 digits growth. Not so much for the investment, but in the daily revenue. A lot of people doing international transfers, people wanting to look for other things than the traditional scheme. So we want to make crypto useful. It's not only for the experts, we want to democratize crypto. Yes, the case uses are very interesting. Okay, what's the situation in Argentina? How do you see it from Lemon? I share what Emilio was saying. The use case that we have in Lemon is to make crypto most accessible possible. And Web3 today sometimes doesn't have a very good experience for the user. So what we want to do from Lemon is to improve this so that the users, with 2 clicks, they can buy the first crypto coins, cryptocurrencies. What we're trying to do is to make that bridge between the traditional financial system and DeFi or Web3, because the barrier for entrance is a little bit difficult sometimes. It's too high. If I ask my father and to give me some money and I invest it and I lose all the money, when that's irreversible. So the idea is to improve the user's experience. And like you said, in Argentina, the situation, the growth of the adoption was exponential. We have more than 1.5 million users in Argentina. And well, I share the vision of what you were saying, and I'm learning a little bit about what's happening in Latam, other places. So, Mad, you have a vision from Mexico, but also Latam, because you have a broad scope. You are an influencer in the region. So what do you see with your community? And you have a lot of contact with people. You communicate with people in Latam. Well, it's very interesting because each country is a little bit different. The reason why they go into crypto, Mexico doesn't have such high inflation as other countries in Latam. And our currency, compared to the dollar, is pretty stable. So in Mexico, we have a local transference system that's very good inside Mexico and also abroad. So, for example, in Argentina, they're trying to protect the capital not only against inflation, but expropriation as well. Something else that's also very interesting is the Latin people in the United States, and it's a very big market. A lot of Mexicans, of course, but from other places in Latam also. Also, the exponential growth of crypto in the latest years, I believe it's going to continue growing. And there's already a culture. And in English, the crypto culture is being shared in Spanish. And I have also seen that the projects are more focused in creating Telegram in Spanish, the documents in Spanish. And maybe 2-3 years ago, it was not that common. And I believe it's going to continue increasing. And let's hope that more people are jumping into the crypto world. And if you can be developers. It's a great opportunity. Like it was mentioned in the previous talk, not only for money, but you can create your own things. You don't have to work for somebody. You can be independent as well. So each country has like a specialty. And, well, let's see what's happening in the next few years. Okay, beyond the users, because it's an important pillar, of course, for the adoption of crypto. The developers are also very important. Mireya, what's the situation of developers in Colombia? And also for you, Emilio, how do you see the human capital of the region to work in this industry? There's something very interesting. Colombia has a center for the development of 4.0 technology. We have the Software Valley. We have some buildings like Ruta N. And each weekend, you can choose to go to the air shop of Ethereum or chainlets. Everybody's here. They are all offering a lot of training. And that gives us like a light of hope. And that is how to decrease the technological gap. All these possibilities get us closer together because sometimes we are isolated. There are some NGOs, for example, Macaya. It's a non-profit organization that works to close these gaps. So we have a lack of developers, like many other parts in the world. But in the medium term, I believe this is going to change. Emilio, it's funny because before opening Bitso, we had hired Colombians. So with a paradox, we were not operating, and the developers were working for Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Europe. So we had a company that was not operating, and this reflects the talent that we have. In Bitso, we are more than 30 people from different nations all around the world, and with no doubt, Colombia is one of the main ones. We continue hiring, and it's not easy to find developers. If there's a good developer, somebody will hire him. But I believe we are on the right path, and there are going to be a lot of opportunities in the future. We are both from Argentina, and Deepa, we know how this is in Argentina, but how did the community grow? Well, the community, the users grew exponentially, and Vitalik, in December last year in Buenos Aires, said that they felt like a rock star because he was walking around and people recognized him. So he felt like a rock star. And Shana, everybody that you do meetups, every month they do meetups in different cities of Argentina. The last month, there was a hackathon in Buenos Aires, and it called it Bear Builders. So there's a lot of talent in Argentina. There are many projects. For example, Open Zeppelin, RCK, Mint Finance, project of DCA, Exactly Finance. Well, there are many, many projects. And for me, well, they always ask me about the laws and regulations in Argentina. Regulations are unavoidable. So let's try to educate the regulators to kind of make the best possible. In El Salvador, Bitcoin is an accepted currency, and it's favorable for finance, for the country. In Argentina, it would be great, like not to put a lot of obstacles. We have to help all the developers and have a good regulations. Okay, this opens the door to the next question. How do you see the regulations, the law, the advancements? It not necessarily is negative. We want to normalize the industry and have laws. Yes, I feel that sometimes this closes some doors for new competitors, but at the same time, it's very important to protect the users. In the few months, we have seen companies collapse and the users lose millions of dollars. So it's very important, the regulations, the laws, to protect the user. And I believe that there should be a model that allows the operations. Of course, there has to be innovation, but at the same time, protecting the user. It's difficult, but it's necessary for the next years. I feel that there's theft, sometimes daily yield, for example, etc. Here, there's a situation. There are many people that are developing in the metaverse because it's the boom. And you say that your company is in the metaverse. And I believe that we need more education when the lawyers are getting involved in all these new technologies. Of course, we need lawyers, and we need to protect the user because it's an unknown topic, and the communities are very important so that these projects will continue in the medium and long term. Because if not, they will be kind of forgotten and not useful. So it's important that everything works hand in hand, the regulator, the laws of the metaverse, and the developers. I am self-critical in regulation because if we that are part of the ecosystem, we don't push on the regulators. For example, we are in favor of regulations, and in Colombia we said, yes, we need regulations to protect the user. The only way is doing an intelligent regulation and educating the regulator, because most of the regulators, let's say, maybe 30, 40 years more than Vitalik. So when you sit down with a regulator, they don't understand what you're speaking of. And they have been doing the same things for the last 40 years in the same way. So I say, if I haven't been able to explain to my mother what I'm working on, then I won't be able to explain it to a regulator. She thinks I'm playing Monopoly on the internet. So imagine somebody that in the political agenda, they don't have crypto as a priority, and they don't have that hunger for knowledge and to understand crypto. So we, as a community, we need to explain to them what crypto's about, what the platform's about. And we agree that we have to educate the regulator so that we can have smart regulations. If not, it will be something that will kill innovation, it will kill the ecosystem and new opportunities, the democratization of everything that we have. Yes, you said a keyword, and that's education. I believe this is a very important pillar, and we have to work on it, not only for the users, but to be able, of course, they have to understand the system, but like Deepa was saying, for example, if you don't include a number, a symbol, then that will be a bad operation and you can lose money. But education is important. What can you say about education? I can speak if you want. Yes, that is something that I have been working on in the latest months. On September 21, it was the Day of the Students. So we made the announcement that maybe next week we'll have an exact date. We're launching an open course in Lemon. It's open for everybody. There was a need for content. Well, we have a lot of content out there. If you Google Bitcoin in Google or Cosmos, whatever, it's not very clear. You don't know which step is following. What do I read better? How do I read things so that I can understand? Do I trust the source? So we made like a summary, and we put it in a course. We brought experts from the Argentinian ecosystem that works in Maker, Mundo Wallet, and we began a course from 0 to 1 until DeFi, DAOs, NFTs, and anybody that says, okay, where do I start? I want to learn, but where do I start? So this is a great course that we have set up. It's very important so that people can have good and ordered information. Somebody else that you want to say? Yes, this is much needed so that people know what's the real things, what can they do, what can they reach, what projects can you work on, so that people learn about this world and about people just say, I'm buying because it's going up, and they don't know exactly the reasons. We know that Web 3.0 is focused in decentralization. Everything's horizontal. Everybody's owner of everything. But we still need more. Still, we need centralization because the elemental tips, for example, only have one email for your cryptos, only one telephone for your cryptos. I see a lot of thefts. And that's a difficult point, and it's a basic, easy point, an easy thing to do. So it's very difficult to be decentralized. So definitely we have to work on. It's something that we have to work on together. If somebody has a bad experience, then the whole ecosystem is going to be affected. I agree. So to wrap up, would you please, each one of you, tell the audience, what is your vision in the close future? What's the potential that the region has of the crypto industry? What do you see in Latam? Besides what we have spoken, how do you see the future here in Latin America? Maybe Emilio can start? It's a difficult question, very complex. I would change it. What couldn't we not see in Web3? Recently, I went to a talk where we spoke about Web3. How many people from the financial industry is here? And very few were financial industry. There were some industries that were there to improve their own industry according to some use cases. Well, in the 90s, when we began having internet, I believe in DAOs. Not yet, but that is going to be a revolution. I have close colleagues that are working on very interesting projects. There's a huge space of possibility. Web3 is huge. Everything we can solve it in Web3. Yes, it's a difficult question. And that's why it's last question. I believe that more products are going to be developed because DeFi are in an open, decentralized way. But it's not just products of the financial area. There are other products that this technology, for example, Superfluid, it's a streaming So you don't have to wait until the end of the month to cash your salary. So as the months and the years go by, these kind of new products are going to be coming up. And they're going to be more revolutionary and with more emphasis if we continue working on it and not placing obstacles. But we have their interest, the talent is there, and well, there are many people here interested in these topics. They are here to get educated, to learn. I am very bullish when speaking about the future of Web3. For example, what happened with Tornado Cash. So I'm very bullish. Mireya? I believe that the future, we have the native generation. And let's hope that the schools and the academic gap can be closed. And everybody here knows that the professions have changed. You can get educated from home, and that's changing your mindset. Like you said, those that are 50 or 60 years of age, maybe they don't understand what the young people are speaking of. So the young people are doing a lot of interesting things. Well, I have a vision that's more conservatory, so I would like that everybody can open their bank accounts and do transferences. For example, in the rural area, they have smartphones. So the banks don't go there. But I would like to integrate everybody so that they could send, borrow money, etc., and not be isolated. So people still do not understand this dimension, for example, of sending money in a fast, easy way that blockchain supplies. People are looking beyond, but we still haven't finished the integration today. I wanted to add something. The user's experience in Web3 and DeFi has to improve dramatically, exponentially. And going to the side of what Matt was saying, the future is that everybody has a wallet and that maybe we're using crypto in the back and we don't really realize this. So the idea is that everybody, even my mother, could use it. Yes, and to close the panel today, the user's experience in the next months, years, it's a debt that we have that crypto has to overcome. That's the goal, and many people have realized this. And I listened to Ethan in a podcast saying that read the code. That's not like that anymore. That has to change. So thank you, everybody, for being here in this panel. Emilio, Madipa, Mireya. Thank you, everybody. And let's continue with...
Gracias.
All right, before you guys leave, really quick, important announcement. We have some learning workshops. So if you're interested in learning how to build, there are several workshops available daily from Agoric, Hellborn, and Regen. So please check them out today. The workshop rooms are upstairs near the main lobby.
Well, now we're going to have Rebecca Liao from Saga. She's the co-founder and the CEO.
It's time to build. It's time to build without hurdles, without limits, without bullshit, gas fees, congestion, and low performance. The only thing holding you back is your imagination. The book is binding. The pages are blank. It's time to write your story.
What's up, Cosmoverse? How are you guys? It's the evening, finally. It's time to party, right? Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here. I'm Rebecca Liao, co-founder and CEO at Saga, and I'm so thrilled to share our project with you this evening. So our Saga begins with a question. Why are we here? Not here, Medellin. We know why we're here. But why are we here generally? Why are we building in Web3? Let's do some real talk, which is that we've let other people define us. What they say, that we're speculators, we're tech opportunists, we're anarchists, we're nihilists, we're solutioneers for non-existent problems. We're wasting our time, basically. So why are we here? Because we build, we own, and we choose. We build, we own, we choose. We are here because Web3 is about self-determination. We are the heroes of our own sagas. Our mission is to take you on a hero's journey. This is a quote that defines this project and continues to inspire the entire team and all of our contributors every day. It comes from Joseph Campbell, who has inspired many, many franchises, including Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, etc. So what is a hero? A hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered, and a decisive victory is won. The hero comes back from his mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons on its fellow man. Welcome to Saga. So let's go through our product first. The world of Web3 is the metaverse. The metaverse is becoming the multiverse. Saga is the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. For those of you in Cosmos, this will be no surprise to you, but developers want their own chains. Chains want to connect with other chains. And therefore, Saga is a chain to launch chains. Let's go through the product. Here we have the Saga mainnet. That's a lot more complicated than that, but you get the idea. Here we have the Saga mainnet. XYZ developer, a project, another layer one. They request what we call a chainlet, which is a dedicated chain on Saga. The mainnet will then provision that XYZ chainlet, and it becomes a part of the Saga ecosystem. The XYZ smart contract binary is then deployed. Now, what does all this mean? Developers like to develop in virtual machine environments, and therefore, we are enabling developers to automatically deploy their single-tenant VMs onto dedicated chains or chainlets. The first kind of VM that we support is the EVM, because we see how popular it is with developers. But our ambition is to be VM agnostic, and therefore, we will support CosmoWasm next. We may support a Move VM, a Solana VM, calling out contributors out there. We'd love to help you build out our ecosystem. All right, so as these chainlets proliferate, we get to the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. All right, so what is Saga for? Who is it for? It is for developers, as you probably get the message already, but it's also for other L1s. Saga is also a great way to horizontally scale your block space on the back end. It is also for new, as well as established projects. And I'll explain a little bit more how that works in a bit. Let's focus on developers first. Developers are the heroes at Saga. Everything we do for the developer community. So how does a developer deploy on Saga? So first, the developer is going to select a chainlet subscription. Doesn't sound very Web3. Sounds more like a cloud service. Well, that is deliberate. We think that block space should be a commodity. block space should go to a developer as long as they're able to pay the fee to maintain that block space, and as long as they're able to deploy their application onto it. So that brings us to the second requirement, which is a fee bond. This is not Polkadot bullshit style fee bond. We do not run auctions on the front end. We are trying to make block space a commodity. We are trying to make block space as cheap as possible for developers, and therefore your subscription is tied to the fee bond, and it is a bond that you put up front so that you are compensating the validators for providing security for your chainlets. However, that fee bond is by design supposed to be as low as possible. All right, then based on a deploy command, the Saga validators are going to automatically provision a chainlet for you. Going forward, the developers are going to continue to do smart contract deployments, and those will go directly onto the chainlets. So after that first deployment, you are on your own chainlet. This is your space. It is, for all intents and purposes, your own sovereign chain. So what used to take you 8 to 10 months of engineering time, effort, resources, you name it, to recruit a validator set, to come up with a security model, a token model, et cetera, now it is down to command line. All right, so once the chainlet is running, so there's an application that's running on the chainlet and interactions are happening in the ecosystem. What do those look like? So the developer in our ecosystem is responsible for coming up with the business model for their application. We do not charge gas fees directly to the end user. Let me repeat that because it's a promise. We do not charge gas fees to the end user. We think it is a shitty user experience, and we want Web3 to do better. So it is up to the developers to decide on a business model for monetization. Some of them offer their applications for free. Some decide they want to continue to use fiat because that's what their users like. Some of them decide to use the native token for whatever virtual machine they use to deploy. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. But at any rate, once your application starts running, then it'll be the end users who are calling the smart contracts. As traffic goes through the system, the fee bond that the developer had posted at the beginning is going to start to diminish because you are paying those validators for keeping that chainlet alive. That means computing power in addition to security. So your fee bond is going to start to deplete as traffic goes through the system. However, a developer is always able to keep replenishing that fee bond. All right, and where do those fees go? They go to validators, and the validators are also compensated by inflation, of course. And then what happens for the stakers? The stakers see the inflation net of commissions. So once we have the application on the Saga ecosystem, this is what it looks like. Rinse and repeat to the next 1,000 chains. All right, so I've covered the use case so far where we are talking about a developer launching onto a chainlet. But what about other L1s? What about other ecosystems that are looking to scale because they have scalability issues because they don't have their own block space? So this is what it looks like. So these partner networks of ours, they obviously have their own ecosystems of developers and applications. We don't want to replace that. These partner networks worked hard to get those ecosystems up and running. They've been servicing those ecosystems, and frankly, their dApp developers and their users are accustomed to being on those partner networks. So we don't want to disturb those front-end relationships. We take care of it with the partner network on the back end, same way that we do with the developers on the front end when it's just a developer deploying a chainlet. So once again, the dApp developer is going to go ahead and deploy their smart contract onto the partner network. They don't notice anything different other than the fact that it might run a little faster. All right, and then the partner network is the one that's going to request a chainlet, and then they're the ones who are going to post the fee bond or the fee deposit. So again, we are invisible on the front end to the dApp developers. We deal directly with the partner networks here. What's nice for the networks is that now all of a sudden they have horizontally expanded their block space on the back end. All right, the Saga mainnet, once again, will automatically provision that chainlet. The dApp developer, whether they know it or not, is now interacting directly with a Saga chainlet that belongs to that partner network that we've worked with. Now let's run through the ecosystem flow again. The end user, once that dApp has been deployed by that partner network, they're the ones that are going to make the smart contract calls because they're the ones who are using that application. Once again, end users do not pay gas fees on Saga. So then once the end users are using the application, then there will be a fee withdrawal from the fee bond that the partner network had posted. And the partner network is going to continue to replenish that fee bond or deposit over time, same way a developer would. Now, what happens when the partner network starts to reap all of these revenues from the fact that they have horizontally expanded their block space, but their token is now being used in many, many more use cases and across many more applications at a far greater capacity? They're able to distribute the balance of whatever they make on a Saga chainlet to partner network stakeholders, or they can retain it as revenue, up to them. All right, so to review, the Saga product is permissionless, automated deployment of VM-based applications. I know you guys are going to ask this question later. How are you guys different from the Hub Interchain Security? Hub Interchain Security is permissioned. You have to go through a governance route in order to get a consumer chain on the Hub. A great model for many projects out there. We believe if you want a chain, you get a chain, as long as you can pay for that fee bond. And there are ways that we can help you with that as well. But that's why we have made ourselves permissionless. For the validators out there, you understand the challenge. If you are asked to stand up a chain on command, it is a new model for you. So we are not going to ask our validators to maintain these chains via Telegram group chats, Slack chats, or however you now do it. With the chains that you validate. Of course, we're going to have automated validator orchestration, as well as a set of tools to help you automate those processes so that you can get the rewards from validating those 1,000 chains. All right, so we've talked about the product. Let's go to the next phase. We launched our AlphaNet September 8th this year, so 2 weeks ago. Now, we believe very deeply that in order to build a successful Web3 project, you need more than just the infrastructure. You need a set of tools around your application. You also need a business ecosystem that really supports your objectives. And so it's never too early to build ecosystem. That's the philosophy we follow at Saga, and we've put that into practice. We opened up a Saga Innovator Program in May when we closed our seed round, and we opened up 55 slots for innovators. These are path-breaking projects that have chosen to build mostly in gaming and entertainment, and they are the first ones to get chainlets on the Saga ecosystem. So we opened up a slot for 55. We filled that along with the launch of our AlphaNet a couple weeks ago. So who are these innovators? They're games, lots and lots of games. We are focused primarily on gaming and entertainment because we see that that is where the most urgent need for your own dedicated chain is. That's not to say that DeFi couldn't use this, as you will see some of our innovators are DeFi projects, but for gaming and entertainment, this is existential. You cannot have a compelling game and entertainment experience if you have low performance, expensive chains to build on. So lots of games. Gaming platforms and infrastructure, like I said, there are many, many things that go into building an application. It's not just the infrastructure. So it's important for us to work with partners early on who have understood the problem of building games in Web3 or building really compelling NFT projects. So we have quite a few tooling and infrastructure partners to help out our innovators. Gaming DAOs, also very important. These are where the players are, and of course, games want players. They also have really great insight as to what makes a great Web3 game. NFTs and entertainment, big category for us. We would like to see even more projects in this space, but we think that a world in which people are able to stand up NFT projects, those NFT projects are interoperable with one another such that you can send your entertainment assets anywhere across the Web3 ecosystem is the holy grail for NFTs, and that's definitely an objective that we have when we're building. All right, and finally, DeFi. Like I said, DeFi will always be at the heart of crypto, and I think there isn't a single person on the team who is not a big consumer of DeFi. So we understand how important it is. But again, having your own dedicated chain is a nice to have. It is not a must have for DeFi at the moment. So we're honored to have these DeFi partners. However, most of our go-to-market BD is focused on seeding a gaming and entertainment ecosystem for the moment. All right. Coming soon is cohort number 2 of Saga Innovator. So there are 55 who made it into the initial cohort. We are going to open up a second cohort now, basically. We thought we would wait until beginning of next year because we want to give our 55 innovators a lot of time and attention, and we will continue to do that, but the demand has been such that we don't want people to wait 4 months before becoming a part of our ecosystem. And so that second cohort is open now. If you are a gaming and entertainment project, if you would like to build on a dedicated chainlet on Saga, we would love to get in touch with you. I promise you, you will get a response. Our team is incredibly BD focused, as you can tell, and so we reach out and interact with every single project that comes across our way. So we'd love to hear from you. All right, let's get to the last part, which is our roadmap. What do you have to look forward to? All right, so what we have right now is what we call Andromeda. This is the very first version of our AlphaNet. This is a chain launcher developer tool. It allows you to deploy and manage cloud infrastructure for your own EVM chainlets. 2023 Q1, so in a few months' time, our second version of AlphaNet will come out. And this is a chain to launch chain. So this is where you start to see Saga really come together. It is beyond just a developer tool. It is now a protocol secured by validators that these projects are able to launch, again, EVM-based chains. Towards the middle of next year, we're going to get to DevNet and TestNet. Now, what does that mean? I mentioned that a lot of the magic that happens at Saga is really on the back end. It's really with respect to the validators, because spinning up a new chain is on the validators at the end of the day. And so between now, essentially, and second half of next year, most of our developer time is going to be spent on that automated validator orchestration. With DevNet and TestNet, you're going to see a lot of the features that you love about Cosmos as well. You're going to see IBC interconnected chains, shared security, validator orchestration, and of course, incentivized testnets. So keep an eye out for those. It is a little ways away, but we are looking to have a very robust environment in which people can build on the testnets and of course, see what needs to be done on Saga in order for them to successfully deploy. All right, and last but certainly not least, mainnet. Mainnet is scheduled for second half of next year. We will keep you updated with more precise timing as we develop. We do follow a monthly release cycle, which is pretty fast as far as crypto projects go. But our goal is to be iterative. We are interacting with a lot of projects every day. They're building on Saga. They're giving us feedback about the product. And that feedback is getting reflected back into what we are building. And so we want to release that as quickly as possible to get more feedback, so on and so forth. That's how we build at Saga. So by middle of next year, you'll have a mainnet to look forward to, and that will be the Saga protocol. It will have the fully decentralized validator set. It will allow you to automatically spin up, once again, those EVM-based chainlets. We may support another VM at that time, not too sure right now, but that is what we know and love as Saga. And with that, I'm going to play a short video to really illustrate what you guys have to look forward to. Thanks so much, guys.
How are we doing? We're almost done with the day one of Cosmoverse. And now we're going to do something different. So please help me welcome the team of Composable Finance.
Mic check.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brainjar, the founder and CEO of Composable Finance. And today I'll be speaking about the vision of XCVM, which is our solution for cross-ecosystem orchestration and chain-agnostic applications. So we believe that in order to onboard the next billion users into DeFi, that there needs to be a cohesive fabric maintained that allows for developers to be able to construct applications that span multiple different ecosystems and user experiences first and foremost that are slick, unique, and allow them to compose functionalities across multiple different ecosystems. So what this actually looks like in practice, typically, if you wanted to perform a cross-chain function, these things would be costly, expensive, and quite filled with a friction-filled experience. So Composable, we're essentially trying to create a solution that allows for people to be able to specify swap on one chain, land on another chain, liquidity provide on a third chain, all from one central application.
Put it on full screen. Mm-hmm. Wait, it's not showing. Wait a second. Full screen? Okay.
Awesome.
All right. This one?
Yes. So what this means for us and for the Cosmos ecosystem is, of course, Cosmos is built on the app chain thesis. For us to scale to multiple different applications running at full capacity to actually onboard the next billion users, the app chain thesis needs to be validated. And we believe with our technical stack that we're doing this to be able to provide a full-fledged interoperability solution for the modular stack, which is begetting these app chains. IBC inevitably will become a protocol that shares states across multiple different ecosystems and chains. And due to this, we have then built XCVM, which is fundamentally an execution layer that becomes dedicated to composing functionalities across multiple different ecosystems and execution environments for then settlement on one specific chain. What this then looks like from a technical perspective is a full-fledged stack dedicated to building these ecosystem-agnostic applications. We have XCVM, which begets applications called modular applications that allow for, again, having an application that runs composed of multiple different chains underneath the hood. This could include as many chains as the developer sees fit. You then have the routing layer, which allows for this agnostic execution of these specific functionalities, which are then communicated via IBC to then settle in these different ecosystems and execution environments. Now, we are the team that is building IBC cross-ecosystem, so for the first time, we're bringing IBC to Polkadot and to Near, and also as many ecosystems as we possibly can. And for this, we've fundamentally invested a lot of resources into this and time because we believe IBC is fundamentally the most secure protocol out there for trustless bridging. And essentially with trustless bridging, we no longer need trusted bridges at all or composing applications comprised of trusted bridges. So XCVM essentially allows for composing applications on multiple different chains. Typically with a cross-chain SDK, you would be limited to just simply 2 different chains, mostly in the EVM context, and a significant lack of orchestration, and also trusted infrastructure. With actual XCVM infrastructure, you'd be able to now orchestrate these various functionalities across multiple different execution environments, meaning that between the EVM and the non-EVM perspective, if you wanted to build an application that was like a perpetual protocol on Evmos but tapped into osmosis for swaps, you'd be able to do that without even knowing Cosmoverse or Golang. So what is XCVM from a developer perspective? Well, it's multiple different SDKs across multiple different frameworks. The first one is the Cosmoverse SDK. After that is the Solidity SDK, and we're also creating front-end tooling in the form of XCVM.js and a multitude of other cross-ecosystem tooling frameworks to build front-end applications and these chain-agnostic applications, such as our stepper, our transaction visualizer, and also CNS, the Composable name service, to map different accounts across different ecosystems. And what my colleagues will be demonstrating later on in this presentation is an actual transaction visualizer that lets people be able to build these applications knowing what's actually happening cross-chain for the first time. With that, I'll hand it off to Carol, our CTO.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol, Composable CTO. I'm going to keep my bit really short because I want to reserve enough time for technical failures during the demo, just in case. So, real quick, we use IBC as our fundamental transport layer, but IBC in some cases can be quite limited, as well as not really ecosystem agnostic. There are some assumptions about Cosmos really built into that, as well as it sometimes sends very unoptimized messages across. You do a lot of round tripping, as well as that sometimes there are better solutions to doing very complex cross-chain interactions. XCVM for us handles identities and proxies. So interchain accounts is the obvious solution in the Cosmos ecosystem, but they don't exist in Polkadot, for example. They don't exist in Near, and they don't exist in Ethereum. So how do we scale that with our XCVM? We handle account state, and we handle bridging as well. Because even though IBC and trustless bridging is great, in Polkadot we have XCM as well. So there are alternatives to get the same amount of security. Really, as a cross-chain application, you want to be agnostic across different trustless bridging methods, as long as they have the same security. So to kind of summarize, to us, IBC is the very lowest level layer, TCP, providing really secure communication. But what developers want on top of that is something that's more sophisticated, based in API layer protocol, something that is language agnostic. You don't want to deploy Solidity contracts on other chains if your main application is a Cosmoverse smart contract. You might not have that experience in-house. XCVM provides the abstractions to be able to interact with DeFi protocols on other chains without actually needing to deploy contracts on those other chains to handle those messages. So instead of needing to run the server example of contracts on both sides, you can just have one contract interacting over XCM to other chains. How that works for an incoming message, coming over IBC into a new chain, into our gateway contract, which basically annotates it, adding some bridging info, in the case, is it IBC or XCM, and handles sending the funds to the accounts. Our orchestrator contract is the singleton contract for each chain that handles a lot of bookkeeping, a lot of state management and governance. For each account on another chain, we actually deploy an XCVM interpreter contract. This contract makes it so that your accounts on one chain have their own address. This is basically the equivalent of the interchain accounts, being able to own your identity across a different chain. Once a message arrives in the XCVM interpreter, we execute a series of instructions, because we're not just doing generalized message passing, we're not just sending opaque bytes, we're actually sending small programs to other chains. The advantage of doing this is that you don't need to send back a message to your original smart contract on the home chain. You can actually handle the result of your contract calls on the destination chain. And based on that, you can choose to continue execution. You could go back to your original chain, or you could hop to a third chain. You could even split out and hop to multiple chains. This is a way more cheaper way to do very complex cross-chain interactions, because round tripping is kind of the death of paying for gas, because obviously each IBC packet is actually quite expensive. So what do these kind of programs look like? It's just bytecodes. This is obviously the formal definition. If you look at our specification and you're interested in formal definitions, then this should be a good read. But we're really sending very simple bytecode to other chains. And our interpreter contract acts as a VM on top of a VM, executing these transactions. Here we're spawning to another chain, which bridges. And then inside the other chain, we can execute a smart contract call. We can transfer funds to specific accounts. And we can do further spawns to bridge out even more. This is a really flexible way to actually express what you want to do, which also guarantees that's the most optimal way to do this. If you were to handcode this with IBC, you could probably do so, but you'd be deploying contracts on every single chain. With this, you just need one contract on the chain that hosts your main application, and you can still do all of these very sophisticated interactions. I'm going to skip over this, but if you were to handcode this, you'd still be kind of going through this sequence diagram. With XCVM, it's all handled for you. All right, so now our programmers have been working a long time on this demo, and I really want to give them some time to show their stuff. Hussein, our lead developer, is going to walk you guys through the demo, and then June, our lead front-end developer, is going to kind of explain how we visualize these interactions.
Thank you. All right. As just mentioned by Carol, the idea of XCVM is to be chain agnostic and also protocol agnostic. So in this example, we are going to walk through how to do a cross-chain swap using XCVM. And I really wanted to show you at first that XCVM is like an endpoint to the chain, and that just require a bridge, in this case, which is trustless by default, which means no custody of funds. And unless you guys have a PhD or know really well how things work, it's quite difficult today to do cross-chain operation. You need multiple wallets, sign multiple transactions. You need to see whether it succeeded or failed. It's kind of difficult. So the XCVM architecture instantiated to two ecosystems, in this case, in Dotsama, our parachain, which is Picasso, and on Cosmos, the Juno chain. So you can imagine in another universe where TerraSwap was deployed on Juno, which we did there, and XCVM powered for this demo by CosmoSM on both ends, because we support CosmoSM on our parachain, with the bridge being instantiated for Century. So it's an IBC bridge, fully trustless, no custody of your funds while you do cross-chain operation. In this example, you can see, you can imagine that we will start with a bunch of Pika on Picasso. We have an account there. We have no account on Juno, you can imagine that, and the idea is you would like to swap your local tokens against a token that is available on Juno, but not on Picasso, for instance. This is really agnostic because you can imagine this with any chain, with any token. So what you will do is, as Carol previously mentioned, do a spawn, what we call a spawn instruction, which say that you want to move the next instruction of your contract to another chain along some funds. So the idea of a contract is that an XCVM program is that you have multiple instructions, and at one point you can move the continuation on another chain along some funds you have with the program. It's pretty similar to what you are used to in smart contracts, where you have a contract that holds funds, but he's really static on one chain. In this case, he can move around back and forth. So once the program has been moved, the next instruction is what we call a call. It's really protocol agnostic, which means that the call must be encoded for the local protocol. In this case, TerraSwap is a CosmoSM contract, so of course the call will embed a payload, which is a JSON message that will execute the swap against TerraSwap. After that, the account of the contract will hold the USDC. And at this point, we don't know how many USDC we get, right? Like, because you started on Picasso, you don't know the ratio at the moment the swap happened, and you want to bring back absolutely everything. So in this case, you can say that you spawn back to Picasso pretty much like what we did in the first step, using 100% of the USDC. So no matter how much I swapped, I come back with the whole funds on Picasso. And I will now let you see the demo with the wizard behind the front end, which make this all live with a fancy UI. June, thank you. I can hold it.
Wow, that was a marvelous introduction of something mind-bogglingly complex. Trust me, I've lost hair working with that. Smashing work team. Hi guys, I'm Jun. My focus will be explaining our thought process, mindset, and why certain boxes aren't 2 pixels to the left. Yes, I'm the monkey brain amongst gigabrain goblins of the XCVM team. I'm a front end. At Composable, we believe that blockchain tech is not enough with being revolutionary. What is the point of revolutionary tech when delivered with a terrible dev experience that makes you want to smash your keyboard on every error? This is the screen that the average blockchain dev has to work with while trying to grep errors, events, transactions out of the console. Sure, it's not impossible, but it's an asymptotically growing net loss for some of the most dear engineers in the IT industry. We at Composable care that devs are using their time efficiently. We want to make sure they can focus on writing core business logic, spend less time debugging to the best of our ability. Henceforth, we believe that a solid, slick, easy to understand UI is of paramount importance and should not be taken lightly. Which is why it's my greatest pleasure to introduce to everyone for the first time officially the XCVM developer interface. Now, at first glance, it's just another bloody interface, isn't it? Well, not really. Then what makes this one so special? Well, the Web3 UI UX in the Cosmos ecosystem has tremendously upped this game since Osmosis and Kepler did a bang-up, outstanding job in focusing on terrific UIs for Web3 applications. However, this interface is in a league of its own. It's currently aggregating from 2 different blockchains from 2 different ecosystems, Cosmos and Polkadot. It shows real-time chain data bouncing around asynchronously on different chains, all stitched together based on the initial program composed on the Picasso network. Now, let that sink in for a bit. It's not a blockchain interface. It's not just a cross-chain interface. It's a cross-ecosystem interface, designed without cutting corners for the utmost perfection, tailored for devs exclusively. Rule is for feedback from devs, and always will be. Now for the details. Transactions, instructions executed, XCVM transactions are all updated in real time, making sure you know when chain activity has halted, and when graph data is integrated, when it's halted. Orchestrations, searchable by tag to make sure you can find your program with the least hassle. In the future, you'll be able to search with a time frame so you can find your program even without tags, and just a general sense of when it was composed. Processing times, streamed directly from blockchain events, updated in real time. And the visualization screen. We at Composable want to make sure you have all the relevant data as soon as possible, which is why in a single screen you can see the summary of the orchestration at the top and the visualization at the bottom. With this layout, the state of your cross-ecosystem program is noticeable immediately. Pending instructions in the visualization are grayscaled, so you notice the progress of your program virtually instantly. Events, in order of when the program spawned, paired with the executed event cross-chain, also updated in real time, adjacently for those who need to view the raw data as soon as possible. A copy button, so you can copy any part of the orchestration in JSON format whenever you want, whichever part you want. And last and not least, a rundown of the fees, processing times, and which chain executed which instruction in a more visual format. We're already discussing alternative ways to populate this real estate, as we felt the space had repetitive elements that could be replaced with more relevant insights and data aggregations. As aforementioned, even before the official launch, we at Composable are continuously focusing on what makes a better UX for the developer as a developer, and we have no intention of stopping anytime soon. It's you guys here, the passionate frontrunners of the blockchain industry, daredevils, fearless of bleeding-edge technology, who will be the paradigm shifters, composing cross-ecosystem Web3 applications into reality and lead the next wave of game-changing innovation. It's our mission here at Composable to facilitate your cross-ecosystem development journey to be as streamlined as possible. Thank you. Muchas gracias, and viva la cross-chain, viva la fiesta.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I just got word about some major alpha. Literally like 10 minutes ago, I was talking to Hi Z. He said tomorrow Axelar's token goes public for launch. So I would like to welcome up to the stage so we can talk about Axelar.
Hey everyone, I'm Hai from Axelar. Moment. Oof. Good. Hey, super happy to be here today to talk about how could Axelar power the cross-chain future and what does it mean for the whole ecosystem. So to start with, let me show you a bit about Axelar. So Axelar is a permissionless proof-of-stake network that connects different blockchains and delivers a secure cross-chain message. We have connected to 24 chains, including 7 EVM chains from different ecosystems like Ethereum, Avalanche, Moonbeam, Aurora, and 17 chains from Cosmos ecosystem like the Hub, Osmosis, Juno, so on and so forth, and much more connections are coming. As you can see from the graph, we use the hub and spoke model that bring us powerful network effect. So a newly added chain can seamlessly talk to all the connected blockchain on our network on day one, so which is really powerful. So let me talk about why should developer build cross-chain on Axelar. So first, like many of us, Axelar is built on top of Tendermint and Cosmos SDK, which bring the most robust and secure way to deliver cross-chain message. And as I mentioned before, we have unparalleled network effect. Developer gain the full connectivity and liquidity from different ecosystems on day one. Also, we tried our best to simplify the integration process. Developer can build native cross-chain application with simple API calls and won't need to worry about message relaying or gas payment. It's all handled by the network. And last, we aim to have one-click user experience. So we want our user can interact with any asset on any chain from anywhere. So moving up, let me talk about how we build our stack. At the very bottom, we have the network layer. It simply allows you to connect and route message between different blockchains. And on top of the network, we have the service layer that help developer to relay transactions, paying gas on different blockchains, or monitor cross-chain transactions. On the very top, we build an API layer. This layer hides all the complexity and only exposes simple-to-use API for developer to use. You can go cross-chain with a single API call by specifying where you want to go and what you want to communicate. So we launched our network earlier this year, and we have seen good adoption. We've generated more than 1.3 billion cross-chain volume and delivered 250K cross-chain transactions. We also heavily rely on RBC that generate about 260 million volume in the past 1 month. And last but not least, we now have more than 96 projects integrating cross-chain with Axelar. So I think some of you is already familiar with our token transfer functionality, but today I want to share the most exciting feature that we introduced today, which is the new programming model in the blockchain ecosystem that supports arbitrary message passing between any chains, or what we call is Turing-complete cross-chain communication. So traditionally, when we think about cross-chain, we are mainly referred to the functionality of sending token from A to B, which is great. Bitcoin used to do the same. I have a Bitcoin, I can send it to another user. Then we have new technologies like Ethereum, which really allows us to build kind of Turing-complete application that have all kinds of rich functionalities and minimize the complexity for user and developer to interact with. So the same concept applies to cross-chain communication. So all of these stuff you had to write out manually to a user today, like get a token, go to a bridge, get some native token to pay gas, and interact with a contract, bring the asset back. So all the instructions now you can automate into a single message with a set of instructions and encode into a single message to pass. So user can send all his intents within one transaction with one click. We're also working hard on extending the general message passing to Cosmos ecosystem. We will use RBC interchain accounts by becoming both host and controller chains that pass arbitrary message between EVM chains to any dApps or chains in Cosmos ecosystem. We believe it could further unlock the power of Cosmos ecosystem. A simple use case would be you can send and list your NFT from MetaMask on start date with one transaction and get USDC back directly to your MetaMask once it's sold. We can really build powerful application with general message passing. Let's look at a few examples. The first one I want to show you is the universal cross-chain swap on any blockchain using osmosis. Assume I have ETH on Ethereum and I want to get some Avalanche. I want to get some AVAX on Avalanche. With cross-chain swap, I only need to send a single transaction on Ethereum, and once my transaction is finalized, I will get my AVAX on Avalanche within a few seconds. So under the hood, the transaction I sent contains both ETH and the payload. The payload indicates my target asset and destination. So Axelar will route ETH to Osmosis with the payload. Osmosis then parse the payload, perform the swap, then call Axelar to route AVAX to my wallet on Avalanche. And the cool thing is, any application on any chain can integrate this functionality on their front end, which enable user to on-ramp from anywhere. And we have another cross-chain example, cross-chain swap example, but with slightly different architecture. In the Osmosis case, both liquidity and computing logic resides on Osmosis itself. And we only need to do an atomic swap. But Squid uses a different approach. On a high level, Squid enables a native token swap between any user, any application from any chain. It utilized the liquidity between USDC and all other tokens on each DEX that sits on every chain. And each swap in Squid is a combination of 5 steps. First, so assume I have some ETH on Polygon, and I want to get Glimmer on Moonbeam. First, Squid will swap my ETH to native USDC, and then swap USDC to Axelar USDC on Curve. Then it will use Axelar USDC as a routing asset to bridge to Moonbeam. Once the token arrived, it will convert back to native USDC, and from there, it will swap to Glimmer. But from user's point of view, I only send one transaction. Squid compose all the steps into a general message and execute each step once the message got delivered. The cool part of Squid is it does not maintain liquidity itself. It uniforms and connects the fragmented liquidity on each DEX. But the drawback is the swap is not atomic, so my transaction could fail along the way and need recovery. Here I have the final example, which is the cross-chain loan. So Prime is a cross-chain native loan platform that allows users to deposit assets as collateral from any chain and receiving liquidity on any chain, no matter where the collateral is logged. Prime has a notion of satellite contracts and the main contract. The main contract sits in the middle of the graph. It's deployed on Moonbeam. So the main contract tracks users' global balance and manage all the interest rate, positions, and the liquidations. So assume I have some Bitcoin on Avalanche, and I want to use it as a collateral to borrow Prime stablecoin on Phantom. So first, I'm gonna deposit my Bitcoin to the lending contract on Avalanche. The contract will lock my asset and send a general message to Moonbeam to update my global balance. After that, I can request a loan. I can request a loan to the lending contract to say, hey, I want to get some stable coins on Phantom, use Bitcoin as collateral. From there, the lending contract will send a message to Moonbeam to say, hey, could you check if this guy qualifies for a loan? And the Moonbeam main contract will perform all kinds of checks and calculation, then send a general message to Phantom to say, hey, I approved the loan, and the loan agent on Phantom will release the token to my wallet. Prime is actually running on testnet. I can show you a quick demo. Okay. No? So, could you show me how to play? Okay, here we go. Here, I can deposit some Bitcoin on Avalanche. So under the hood, my Bitcoin is logged in the lending contract, and in the meantime, it sends a general message to Moonbeam to update my global balance. It probably needs to take a while. Okay, we can see the message got delivered, and my total deposit increased. And from here, I can ask to take the PUSD loan on Phantom. So at this point, the lending contract on Phantom will first send a message to Moonbeam to check if I'm qualified for a loan. And from there, the main contract will do the calculation and calculate the rate and my liquidation position and send a loan approval message back to Phantom. Okay, now you can see the loan is complete and I have balance in my wallet. Awesome. So, as we always say, interoperability is not a destination, it's a journey. We will continue to build with our partners from different ecosystems to have a better multi-chain future. I will stop here with few QR code. Please let us know if you have any good cross-chain idea. You can find us on Discord or find me or our team around. Thanks for everyone. Have a nice day.
Hi, sorry I butchered your name earlier. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna have to buy you a few drinks, all right? All right, so our next and final panel will be talking about IBC. Who's ready for an IBC chat? Yeah? Let's go, come on, let's go. We're just waiting for the speakers to show up. All right, moderating the panel will be Charlie Fay. Did I butcher that name too? No, good, all right. And next we have Camila, and then Federico, Susanna, and Fig. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, testing. Okay, cool. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the panel on IBC. We're going to talk a little bit today about what IBC is, but most importantly, what it can actually enable for the Interchain ecosystem. So first, I'd just like to ask all of you to introduce yourself. You can.
Hi, I'm Federico. I'm one of the co-founders of Evmos. I started my career in Cosmos in 2018. Where I started working on the SDK. Then I transitioned to the team that shipped IBC in early 2021, and then I moved to Evmos.
I'm Susanna. I'm currently working as the product lead.
What happened?
Yeah, the product lead for the IBC team at Interchain. Before that, I was first introduced to the Cosmos ecosystem when I was working at Zero Knowledge Validator. And before that, I did a PhD in biomanufacturing. So yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Fig, co-founder of Squid. Squid is building on Axelar. We're building a cross-chain swap and liquidity routing protocol, which is connecting EVM chains and other chains that Axelar connects into the IBC ecosystem.
Hey everybody, my name is Camila Ramos. I lead developer relations over at Fuel Labs, and I'm going to have a very different perspective than a lot of the amazing people on this panel because I'm relatively newer to the Cosmos space. I come from the Ethereum ecosystem, and only in this year have I started getting into the Cosmos world, so I'm excited to bring all the questions. You know, have you guys seen that meme where it's like every team needs at least one dumb person to make sure the team is actually like knowing what they're doing?
The puppy shooter.
Yeah, that's me at this panel.
No, I think it's a really exciting thing that we have both, you know, the old guard and the new guard. So it's great. Yeah, so the first question that I have is really about the expansion of use cases in IBC. Because as we all know, IBC has been the core of interoperability in the Cosmos ecosystem since its launch, and it has been one of the core value propositions of this kind of architecture. And the idea of interoperability as something more than token passing or something that can be highly secure with this native light client security is something that's really only starting to trickle into other ecosystems outside of Cosmos. So I think what's really interesting is that we can look at how IBC is developing in Cosmos to get an idea of what developments might actually happen, you know, across interoperability, but it also even in other ecosystems as time goes on. It's kind of like a precursor. So with that in mind, I just want to ask, starting with you, Susanna, what kind of use cases do you see happening in IBC as an expansion of token passing?
Yeah, so I think as Charlie mentioned, like IBC launched with token transfer as the original use case. And I think something really exciting that we can look forward to is token transfer with an instruction on something to do when you reach the destination. And this is harnessing the power of token transfer and interchain accounts. And I think this is really exciting because from a user perspective, you can do things like send your Osmo from Osmosis to Juno and immediately swap it for Juno when it reaches Juno. Or you could do something like move your atom from the hub to Osmosis and immediately deposit it into a liquidity pool. So it's just really expanding the functionality of token transfer, which is the main thing that IBC is used for right now. So I think that's the most exciting use case to look forward to for me.
Yeah, and Federico, I guess.
Yeah, I think like initially like we created the protocol so that we have the base layer, which is the core IVC or IVC tau, and on top of that we have applications. The first of them was IVC transfer. And now that Osmosis kind of like did their go-to-market for IVC transfers, being like the first Interchain DEX, but now we're starting to see like new applications that are creating new IVC apps, like for example, liquid staking is relying on interchain accounts and interchain queries. And for example, Evmos, we're using an IVC middleware to like automatically convert those tokens to ERC20s upon receiving them, or creating like, for example, new IVC precompiles so that we can expand IVC to not only chains, but now decentralized applications.
Yeah, I'd agree with both of those. I guess the reality is that building cross-chain is like really hard, interacting with a bunch of different validator sets and even different virtual machines or ways of executing transactions. And yeah, we need to start with the simplest of things, which was token transfers. Now we've got swaps, and then yeah, building up these primitives so that we might even, you know, one day reach a point where we can build applications. You don't even think about hitting different chains. You're accessing functionalities in different applications, which is the Cosmos vision from the beginning. But we've got to get there slowly, so just taking it step by step.
What am I most looking forward to about IVC? There's nothing that they have said that I can speak to, so I'm excited to see all of this get developed. One thing that's like maybe an interesting parallel that I can speak to is that, so at Fuel Labs, we're building Fuel, which is a modular execution layer, and one of the kind of thesis of what we're talking about is for modular blockchains that share a data availability layer, you can do trust minimized bridging. And for me as developer relations at Fuel, I've been thinking about kind of like what are the different trade-offs between using something like IBC in terms of trust assumptions versus using the trust assumptions that come with sharing a DA layer. So for me, that's something that I'm interested to learn more about, especially as like this stuff that you guys just talked about develops more. So protocol developers who are building modular blockchains can have these options and know the differences in kind of like the security guarantees and trust assumptions that come with them.
Wait, I think we forgot the most important one that we've been talking about in the past day, which is interchain security, of course. The main of them like being the hub, but also I'm excited to see how new applications in the space, app chains also transition into taking more like a hub position using interchain security.
Yeah, I guess like one way to think about different IBC features like interchain accounts is rather than having all of these AppZones being, I mean, of course they're sovereign, but rather than also being siloed and sovereign, they can be much more interoperable and kind of offer their services in a very bidirectional way. I mean, you know, interchain security right now is one of those ways, mesh security will be one of those ways, and obviously as you guys have discussed, these other use cases will be there as well. So yeah, I mean, given that now we have this understanding of IBC as something much more than a token bridge or something, you know, much more than kind of hand-holding your tokens across these different zones, I'm interested to hear about your experiences onboarding people onto this topic, because I think it is a very different way of thinking about bridging or interoperability than is generally being thought about right now in other ecosystems. So yeah, starting, I guess, with your experience in the EVM.
In our experiences has been better onboarding users directly from the Ethereum world into IVC, especially with our airdrop, because a lot of them were used to 15-second block times on Ethereum, plus the confirmation time, whereas on Cosmos you have the transactions that are involving the transfer itself and then receiving the acknowledgement on the sending chain. And so it can be at most like 30 seconds, which is like a huge improvement from like what users are traditionally using on other networks. So I think like has been a positive experience. And if you have chains that have like lower block times, like for example Evmos, we have like 2-second block times, it can actually be even faster for chains connecting through those.
Well, I think like onboarding into the IBC ecosystem could be kind of taken as the bigger question of like, is IBC going to move beyond Cosmos blockchains? And I guess when IBC launched, it was originally just intended for the first kind of use case of these Cosmos chains. So using the Tendermint light client. And I think we've already seen a lot of interest from other ecosystems to plug into the IBC ecosystem. I mean, maybe the first ecosystem is going to be Polkadot with parachains and the work that Composable are doing. And actually at Interchain, we recognize that there is a need to move IBC beyond just the Cosmos ecosystem. And like our team directly is working on that to make it easier for chains to develop other light client implementations. And this work will be like complete at the end of next quarter. But yeah, it'll be really exciting to see which blockchain is going to be the first to actually plug into a Cosmos chain, which isn't using the Tendermint light client. So
yeah, I guess
onboarding in that regard, I guess.
Yeah, the ongoing ones being, you said, Substrate, Near, and the Zero Knowledge EVM clients?
Yeah, so like something quite interesting, which I think has been like spoken about a lot on Twitter lately, is using IBC to form a direct connection to Ethereum. So there were some teams who are using like a ZK Snark-based light client to try and approach this problem, because to date, basically the gas cost of updating a light client on Ethereum has just been way too expensive to make it like a reasonable thing to be doing right now. But I think in the future we will see development going in that direction.
Yeah, in terms of onboarding into the IBC ecosystem, that's what I'm sort of doing every day, trying to convince EVM projects to understand cross-chain, because they've been forced to do this multi-chain but not cross-chain vision, or like setup. And when you talk to them about bridging, they just think of token transfers, and they don't think of the sort of app chain model of things. So they still think they have to, deploy in multiple places. And I think what we're trying to do is create this state where IBC will inevitably come to all these ecosystems, but now that we have this, Axelar has connected the ecosystems which don't have IBC yet, we've just made the IBC sort of vision undeniable. They're a part of it whether they like it or not. So we can start building these cross-chain applications almost in first just onboarding users into the IBC world so they can get assets into there and start get a couple of wallets, start using all the apps. But then eventually we've got a lot of the infrastructure there ready for when IBC hits, so we can start building proper trustless applications.
I'm curious, just as a follow-up, what are the metaphors that have been working the best for you, or how are you able to best describe, or what are things that people automatically pick up on when you're talking to these projects?
Yeah, I think if you just imagine all the blockchains as one blockchain, so you should be able to just send a transaction, call a smart contract anywhere, whether or not it's on your chain or not, and then you really have to step it up. People just don't understand. You can say over and over and over, but then you show them the thing and you talk them through it, and they're like, oh, that's yeah. And then I think we've just got to do it one by one, and yeah, that's the only way.
Cool.
Again, I think as someone from the Ethereum ecosystem, you're describing me and my crowd right now. Where a year ago, we're like, what? No. And I think recently there's been kind of maybe a slight narrative shift for the Ethereum ecosystem, from going from this idea of one chain to rule them all to being multi-chain to now being cross-chain. So I love what you were saying about how this is what you do every day, and kind of I think for the Ethereum people, it's just now kind of getting on our radar, the idea or the possibility that Ethereum could one day use IBC. I don't have any specific direct experience, obviously, with onboarding anyone directly to IBC, but I just thought it was an interesting point that we're on the opposite sides of this kind of conversation, and that there really is a shift going on in the Ethereum community that is something that's very new to me, and I think to a lot of people, to have this mindset shift of app chains are going to be a thing. Like, this is the direction that we're heading in, and that's why I'm here. I'm like, IBC, I believe in it. I fuck with IBC tough, you know?
And I guess like maybe as a Ethereum representative, maybe you could speak a little bit more to kind of, you mentioned something about the paradigm shift from moving from multi-chain to cross-chain. Maybe, you know, with obviously DYDX joining Cosmos and other kind of, you know, the latest AIP for cross-chain communication, maybe if you could talk a little bit about how you see this paradigm shift more specifically in Ethereum.
Yeah, so like right now in the Ethereum community, there's a few different teams working on protocols or projects even to say, solve a simple problem, just like if I deploy an NFT on this chain, I also want it on all these other chains because I have users and communities. And when you think about users, right, like there's the developers who, for us, we're like super married, at least in the Ethereum, because it's super married to our chain and we're like, this is our chain. But when you're thinking about users have different things that they're optimizing for, whether it be low cost, fast transactions, good user experience. So now developers are stepping back and they're like, okay, I want my, you know, project to reach as many users as I can. So now there's different teams that are like, okay, you can use this thing and deploy on Solana, deploy on Ethereum, deploy on Polkadot. So that's kind of what I mean when I say like I'm seeing that shift start to happen where we're looking for solutions where we're like, I want this to happen on multiple chains without necessarily having to rewrite my contract this many times, do this many new deployments.
So maybe as like a Cosmos convert, what would you say to these chains?
Yeah, I mean, like, I love hearing, I honestly didn't know that there was work already in progress for non-Cosmos chains to be able to use IBC. So that's like really amazing to hear. And I think for Ethereum people, it's kind of hard. I mean, obviously for any ecosystem, maybe besides one like Cosmos that's very multi-chain, it's hard for people to leave their ecosystem and go to a new L1 or go to a new ecosystem. So that is going to enable, I think, all the developers on Ethereum to imagine this new cross-chain future without necessarily having to like go through the trials and tribulations that a brand new team trying to develop this brand new protocol is going to go through that you guys have already gone through.
Yeah, I'd second the UX thing. That actually really hits people. You can just all talk about UX and you talk about the addressable market as well, because you know, if they can only service the people on their chain, suddenly they can service like anyone with a crypto wallet. And I think then the next thing will be if you make it as easy as possible for them to get into the IBC ecosystem, they'll try it and they'll see. Like I remember the first time I used Kepler and Osmosis, it was just like, oh my, like this is, like why is MetaMask not like this, but kind of thing.
And I think it's mostly a business development problem than an engineering problem, because it's also, when you talk to all these applications and you tell them like, oh, in our case, deploy to Evmos, and it takes a lot of time and effort for these like applications to like migrate to a new chain and get their communities started and then actively manage those organizations, those communities. So I think like the main thing that we're looking for in the future is transitioning from a multi-chain ecosystem where like you're deploying multiple times to just having a single deployment on the interchain, whatever that chain might be, and then connecting to every single chain that is out there through IBC and other interoperability solutions. So that's what we're trying to pitch to all these like decentralized applications on the Ethereum side. And the access to liquidity, the access to like a new user base is one of the main selling points so far.
Great. Yeah, I mean, maybe just a plug for a workshop that didn't make it onto the agenda here. If you want to learn more about how to create these types of IBC complex workflows with token transfers and interchain accounts, I will be giving a workshop on this along with my colleague at Interchain, Aditya Shripple. He's the IBC protocol architect, and we'll explain to you how to do these things and present a live code demo of it. So just a plug. That's tomorrow at 4 in the Agoric.
It's the Santander room.
Yeah, in the Agoric workshop room. Okay. Yeah, moving on to more content. So yeah, for the last 10 minutes, obviously I want to talk a little bit about the elephant in the room when it comes to you know, the IBC ecosystem, but obviously the Cosmos ecosystem. Last year was a year of a lot of bridge hacks. You know, it's been wild, frankly. We had a huge ecosystem collapse, which was an IBC connected chain and obviously affected IBC transaction flow. And so I just wanted to ask the panelists kind of, you know, what are your takes on the security of the interchain ecosystem? How do you think IBC preserves this? How do you think this can be handled in the upcoming future as more and more chains are added into this ecosystem?
Yeah, from a protocol point of view, IVC is very secure because it relies on the security of the counterparty chain, running two light clients and verifying the proofs of the transactions to actually execute them, and it's not run by a set of multi-sig keys as opposed to many EVM bridges. Here, in terms of security, where there might be some security considerations is at the application level, which are the specific business use cases that you build on top of the IVC core protocol, which are specific to a particular chain, but also, for example, like IVC transfer is one particular IVC app that is shared across, like, at this point, all the chains that use IVC. So it's there where there might be some like security considerations that might affect other chains, but until now it hasn't been the case that we've had an exploit on IVC.
Yeah, well, I think, like, as Benny mentioned, like, the design of IBC is such that if there was to be an attack anyway, it would be isolated just to those chains. Like, it wouldn't spread to the entire Interchain ecosystem, which is just due to the design choices there, which is really important for security. But given that, I mean, this happened, you can't ignore that. I think it's important to just, like, realize how people responded to that. And so, for instance, Osmos has developed a rate limiting middleware for IBC, which is to prevent an excessive amount of liquidity leaving their chain in like a single transaction or within a certain time period. So having things like this to kind of even strengthen the security of IBC further is going to be really important in creating a resilient interchain. But yeah, obviously the terror incident happened, and I guess the main concern was when there was more liquidity on chains than the amount of liquidity that's actually securing the chain itself. And I think this was like not like a typical incident to happen, but yeah, people haven't ignored it and have taken it seriously and are doing things about that.
Yeah, IBC is a trustless protocol, but it's the infrastructure layer, and we need like rate limiting application layer, almost like overlay protocols to keep everything secure. I mean, our app is built so that you know, all our contracts are stateless, so that we never hold any funds. There's only funds at risk while in transfer. So we swap into a native asset on the other side, and so from the beginning, if a bridge was hacked, the only people who've used our protocol in the past won't be exposed to anything, to losing money. I think also we've seen a lot of projects scrambling for this sort of position of being the cross-chain protocol, and there's been a lot of compromise in design and like trying to work faster than they should. So I'm hoping things will get better, and maybe we'll settle on something. Maybe IBC will eventually be linking everything up, and we shouldn't have to worry about like 5 of 9 multi-sigs getting hacked. Or, but still, yeah, if IBC is everywhere, there'll still be more work for all of us to do to keep things secure. Yeah.
I don't think I have enough domain expertise to speak on this, but I would love, if it's okay with you, to ask a question to them. As you know, what would you say, like simply, how would you explain kind of the trust assumptions that come with using IBC to someone who's not really in the Cosmos ecosystem, compared to maybe like a traditional bridge or other bridge solutions that exist out there?
Right, so in terms of IVC, you have 2 chains that want to connect to each other. And first you create a light client for each of the chains. This is like mostly in the hands of the relayer that operates these 2 light clients that are afterwards used to verify transactions on each counterparty chain. You create these client states of the counterparty chain on each of the chains. And then you create a connection, and on top of that, you create the channels which are used for the specific applications built on IBC. So every time you send a transaction, you verify on the client state that you have on state from the other chain if the transaction has been, you verify the Merkle proofs.
Yeah, you can kind of think about it like each counterparty chain, like let's say I'm connecting to you, you have a photo of me and all the transactions that I've processed over the entire, as well as the root hash. And so you kind of know, okay, this latest transaction is part of this photo, and I also have the root hash that basically allows you to prove this transaction up to the final state of the chain. And I have that photo of you as well. And so this client state that Fede is talking about, which is continuously updated by the relayer, is kind of like the source of proof, source of truth, that you know for a fact that if I've sent you these tokens, I've actually locked up the tokens in my bank module because you can see it in the photo that you have of me.
I would add that you can think of IBC security like it's the security is the same as the two chains that are connected. So you're relying on if there's no extra assumptions. Like if one of the chains had, I mean, it wouldn't. If the validators got compromised, then you're still going to lose your funds. But there's no extra like security risk. There's some censorship risk, but it's very low, and no one's going to lose money from censorship, I guess.
Yeah, and on top of that, you can also close the channel if there's a vulnerability or something like that, so that you can like stop relaying transfers, for example, if you close the channel for the other chain that has suffered a vulnerability. So that's in addition to the security assumptions that we just talked about.
Thank you guys for answering that.
Cool, yeah, and for the last few minutes, I guess if there's any concluding remarks from any of you guys on maybe the upcoming roadmap that you see.
Yeah, I think we're going to start expanding. So I guess where we are now is like a point of the interchain history or timeline where we have the IVC core protocol that allows us to build like new applications, and then we have like a few applications in particular that are shared across most of the chains. Those are IVC transfers, and right now like ICA is being like pushed to be like one of the main ones, interchain accounts. Yeah. And in the future, I think in the next year, we're going to start seeing new applications, brand new applications on IVC, like for example, interchain queries, interchain workflows, and of course interchain security that are going to create the next generation of chains. So I can imagine, for example, next year's Cosmoverse, how many new chains will be here that will be enabled by all these new applications that are going to be built because of these new set of applications that IVC is going to be providing to the ecosystem. And I'm really excited about that, and I think we're going to fill 2 of these rooms with the amount of projects they're going to be building on IVC.
Yeah, I think like there's exciting times ahead, like generally as well, like interchain security being underpinned by IBC. And I guess like the first instance is just the like one directional, but I think the mesh security is essentially like 2-directional interchain security, which I mean, I think that's really exciting for the future. And yeah, as I kind of mentioned, just generally allowing more complicated workflows to happen in the interchain, like transfer plus cross-chain queries combined with interchain accounts. Like, I think there's quite a big open design space to be explored by different protocols and chains. So yeah, I think in a year's time, as Benny mentioned, it'll be quite exciting to see what's born from this.
Yeah, I agree with both of those. Super excited for interchain accounts, just what we can build on that.
Same.
Cool. I guess that about wraps it up then. Thank you guys all for listening, and yeah.
Thank you very much.
And don't forget the workshop tomorrow, 4 p.m. Santander room.
Amazing, thank you.
Well, guys, thank you so much. This is the end of the day one of Cosmoverse. So thank you, everyone that stayed until this time, everyone that is watching. And there is a couple of events tonight that you want to go to. So one is the one of OmniFlix, and the other one is the Osmosis one. So please go. We'll see you there.
Definitely see you guys there. And also, tomorrow, get here at 8 a.m. sharp when the doors open. There's going to be a lot of speakers talking about liquid staking. The first one is Quicksilver at 9 a.m. and then Persistence at 9:20, following by Stride. And after that, Lido on Cosmos. So yes, do not miss out. Get here early, get comfy, get some snacks, get plenty of fluids to drink. And yes, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
And finally, this is a very personal favor. If someone sees Evmos, let me know. I'm looking for him. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.